What's up, everybody? Welcome to Theory Underground. This is going to be a lot of fun. This is something that I've sat on for a year. I've been wanting to publish it. Nance and I did something special when we were on tour in 2023, and what you're about to see is that there will be things that we say where we're talking our big game and talking about all the cool stuff that we're doing, and we might even say that we have an app. That's not true anymore. We might even say something about our multilingualism sessions. Those aren't a thing anymore. There's a bunch of stuff that's outdated. There's a bunch of way cooler stuff that we're doing now. And I think what I'm going to do really quick is make a recording where I show you all where we're at and what we're working on so that you kind of know, I guess, what it is, eh? Yeah? You want to know what it is? Well, this right here is the thumbnail that we're working with. And we're gonna get a little meta here, and I'm gonna actually finish the thumbnail for what you clicked onto here. So I'm gonna put Paul Virilio, and I'm gonna click on his handsome mug, and then I am going to clip him using this tool right here. And whoop, there we go. The snipping tool on window. I love that. It's a lot of fun. Let's go ahead and drop him into the thumbnail and put him behind us. Maybe like a little ghostly. Yeah, something like that. I'll have to mess with the blending layers. Let's bring him up and then mess with the blending layers for a moment. What do we got? What do we got? What kind of blend do we want to give this guy? I kind of want to cut out his background. You know what I mean? Don't worry, people. I'm just giving folks time to show up. The timestamp in the comment section in the future will allow you to jump ahead of this preamble and get straight to business. But if you're here for the stream portion, if you kind of want to hang out, then you shouldn't be worried about that, should you? So what's up, everybody? How you doing? Kind of wondering what the weather's like over there. Some people have a lot of snow. Some people are watching the world burn down, and kind of depends on what city you're in. So I'm curious what city you're in and what it's like there as we make a little conversation. Let's see. Is this not the right thing? Oh, that was the wrong layer. Hold on. There we go. Oh, that's the wrong layer. Where's my layer? Oh, it's right here. Okay, there we go. And then let's just crop out the stuff around his head here. I'm going to do it by freehand, baby. Freehand. Ooh, that's fun, right? Wee. And delete. Beautiful. Gave him a little bit of a knob on his head. Let's see if we can shave that off a little bit. All right, there we go. It looks a little bit more like a human. We got Tyranno here. Great to see you, Tyranno. How you doing? How you doing? I think I'm going to leave Virilio really big, and I'm going to instead put myself somewhere else, like that. So we've got Nance reading, we've got me reading, and you know what's fun? You know, like the trees in the background here? Those trees, and also the trees that are going by on the background above my head here on the stream right now. That tree line is my parents, and we are reading this out at my parents. Isn't that crazy? And then let's just take this text layer, put it on the very top, and let's shrink it down. Speed is the message of the medium. Not 2 lines. What's the weather like? What are you coming from today? How familiar are you with Virilio? Have you smashed like yet? Those are my questions for you today. Let's do that thing where we maybe like mess with this. No, We want it left aligned. And let's go ahead and give it, I hope nobody comes and clips me and says that I want it left aligned. That would be a problem. Okay, and there we go. No, no, no. No. I've got these different shadows I can use. Make this one go out a little bit. No, other direction, baby. There we go. Perfect. Let's make it even bigger. Right over the top of Nance's knee. Just for the people whose eyes are like squinting on the small little thumbnail. Like, see that? If I zoom out, you can still basically read what it says. Yeah, that'll do. Just collapse the distance slightly more. All right. All right, everybody. Miami here is not under a fiery apocalypse this week. Well, that's good to hear. Good to hear. Glad to know that you're okay in Miami. Should we give Virilio some boss shades, or should we let him like look at the camera with whatever expression this is? Let's just let him look at the camera with whatever expression this is. Perfect. I love it. And then let's export this, and we'll get it added to the stream. And yeah, I don't normally make the thumbnails on stream, but I can multitask and I can chat and I can hang out. So why the hell not? Paul Virilio is a very important theorist who does not get talked about enough at Theory Underground. We tend to talk about McLuhan and Baudrillard, and the fact is I'll even bring in Heidegger and Marx or Arendt before I bring in Virilio, which isn't fair. Virilio being overlooked is a crime. It's a shame. It's really too bad. I love Virilio. He's really cool. But I don't know him as well as these other theorists, and I tend to remain a little silent or a little more silent on these guys who I don't really know that well. So, you know, if you think I'm talking about theorists I don't know very well, just imagine how little I know about these other ones. That might be one way of thinking about it. But no, I mean, I've read a lot more Marx and Heidegger than I have Virilio. I've read more Baudrillard than I have Virilio, and I've read more McLuhan. But basically, McLuhan's the guy who says the medium is the message. You can kind of think about Virilio as being the guy who's talking about speed being the new message of the medium. And then Baudrillard is going to come along and talk about how the mass age is the message of the medium. And when he says mass age, he does not mean what Jacques Ellul or Noam Chomsky or, before all of them, Walter Lippmann thought. No, not at all. Baudrillard by mass means what we are getting at when we talk about or theorize the post-class fractured mass, PCFM. If you haven't seen the PCFM lecture on Theory Underground's YouTube channel, you better just go over and watch that right now. It's very important, and you can do that. With that said, though, I'm ready to get this bitch rolling. So let's save the new title. Well, we got 15 people here already. That's fantastic. How's it going? So we got Tirreno, we got George Villanu. I'll instead of explaining a little bit of stuff about what Virilio's like, I'm gonna let you all hear the part we read at the beginning, which will explain a little bit of his biography. But George Villanu says Virilio sounds interesting. French Canadian? No, just French. I'm pretty sure. Except that he's Canadian because he's a McLuhanite. Tirreno said, Illulians, Chomsky bros, and Lippmannites on suicide watch. Yeah, they are. They're all jumpsuited up in red, and they're not allowed to be around regular concrete. They are in padded rooms, baby. They are in padded rooms, and they don't get to hang with the rest of us because Virilio and Baudrillard are the ones that we want to look to. But of course, I would say you can't really do Baudrillard without Bourdieu. There's something very important that Bourdieu brings to things, like the fractal value that Baudrillard wants to talk about in The Transparency of Evil. I just think like the real meat and potatoes of what he's getting at can only really be understood once you put certain things that Bourdieu is doing in a sort of historical frame and then realize what's new and unique about the post-class fractured mass as compared to previous epochs, or however we want to talk about that. Okay, let's save that, close that, get out of there. We done with all of this stuff. And I think I'm good. I think I can start closing all this stuff out. Oh, this is the new TU copy. I'm going to go ahead and paste it into the description of this video if you're curious to read it. There's two versions. One is very streamlined, and we call it dwarvish architecture, whereas the other one is very, what would be the word? It's more personable, right? And then the last thing we're going to do before we jump into this, I said I was going to record something, right? Yeah, it's going to be something that I use throughout this. So I'm going to go ahead and hit record. And once I know that it's recording, I'll go ahead and share my little PSA that I have here for you all. Let me know if it paused, if it chugged out, if it buffered, because I pushed buttons and changed things. And I think we're good now. So it's recording. Welcome, everybody at Theory Underground, as well as the random passerby who's wondering what the heck all of this stuff is about. It's great to have you here. The Theory Underground crew has been hard at work, and I, as its major labor force for the last couple of years, have been hard at work trying to make sure that you are able to get based at Theory Underground without having to just spend hundreds of hours going through our back catalog of MSTUs, without having to go through our back catalog of courses and seminars. And so to that end, allow me to show you how you can get based at Theory Underground. I have it up here. It says 2025, get based in philosophy and theory, the TU base braid. We are weaving for the year. And there are 4 courses, or 4 major threads is a way of saying it. The core concepts of Theory Underground, which I am teaching in 12 parts. Fault line theory 101, which Mikey is teaching in 12 parts. Or actually, most of that was already taught in Intro to Zizek and Intro to Land, and you'll have access to those playlists as well as his seminar. And then Political Theory 101 taught by none other than Benjamin Studebaker, and Philosophy of Nature taught by Nina Power. We love her. We love him. We love all these people. It's all really cool. But here's the image of the base braid. You can see it right here. Can everybody see that? Can you see that? It's right there. Check it out. That is the base braid, right there. We are the silent weaving of the spirit in our seminars, taking these courses and ideas and bringing them into dialogue, figuring out what are the contradictions that constitute the field between us. And in doing so, we open up a new space with a new horizon of possibilities. Philosophy of nature versus postmodernism. Political theory versus the situation. These are the threads that we are weaving at Theory Underground, and the only way to get involved, in all of that, or any one of those courses or seminars, is the same one-click subscription. Just go to theoryunderground.com and click the Get Involved button you see right here, or go to theoryunderground.com/subscribe. Or you could always just use the QR code that's right here, or the QR code that's right here. Just put your finger on it from the screen. Chances are your smartphone might be able to pop up the link. Go to subscribe and become a $50 subscriber to access all this stuff at the listening level, to be able to engage in the Zoom calls. Go ahead and sign up at the next higher tier. And then finally, the highest tier is for people who want to be able to undergo supervisions to eventually, hopefully, get onto the Turn or the Agora or any of the other cool Bildung mech that we've been developing here at Theory Underground as we figure out how to do something more than just a YouTube channel, something more than just a podcast, something more than just a Substack or an Instagram. No, it's about real human beings who have real needs. Real needs. Mikey is our poster child of those real needs. He was a human being who had his time, energy, his freedom, and he was able to study philosophy for 15 years full time, like an obsessive, 7 hours a day on average, 7 days a week for 15 years. Jealous. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. We're all jealous. He is jealous because he doesn't get to do that anymore. He's working in a warehouse. He's been working there for 5 years, 7 years, something like that. Point is to free Mikey from wage labor means Theory Underground becoming a success, which also means me getting freed from wage labor, which thankfully you've all done. Thank you to you subscribers. And then also Anne, bringing her on in her administrative capacities until she's able to train someone else to do it. We're able to pay them. And at that point, I'll have some scole, which is something that time energy becomes the condition of possibility for, right? Time energy is the condition of possibility for what is called labor power, but it's also the condition of possibility for what is called scole. Scole is free of outside pressures, incentives, and is just able to be in a sort of leisurely kind of frame of mind. You can read all about it when you go to Free Time by Theodore Adorno. It's a wonderful little essay. And Joseph Piper's Leisure as the Basis of Culture is a good example of this as well. But I take it to another level with time energy theory. And so you want to get the time energy book. It's on Amazon or Audible. And then you can really understand what we're doing here at Theory Underground. Mikey is writing currently this book. He's finishing up a book called Capital versus Time Energy, a Zizekian critique of Nick Land. Though time energy is not a Zizekian concept, it is one that he likes and has, written a foreword for my book on because he loves the concept. And, so ultimately, thank you, Slavoj, for showing that support. But Mikey is the residential Zizekian Landian. He is somebody who has really tarried with the two sides of the fault line between Zizek and Land. And so we want to free Mikey so he's able to do the best lectures on the goddamn internet. But that's not going to be possible until we get to 80 platinum subscribers. So right now I think we've got about under 10. We've got under 10 right now. We need to get to 80. So we could do that this year. And then Mikey will be doing weekly exegeticals and office hours and potentially a podcast with me, which is very exciting. But with all that said, let's get into the real stuff here, the stuff that I really want to do with you all. Let's get back to it. Thanks for listening to me explain how everything works. Now let's go. Oh, I want to say hello to the chat. Yeah, explosive Virilio. Yeah, he's definitely a theorist of implosion, of how time and space get imploded by the medium. That's already in McLuhan, but Virilio takes it to a whole different level. And then really quick, I want to say, did you smash or I'm going to say, how did you click the like button here? And I'm going to say smashed. And then the other option is delicately clicked. And that's how we'll know if you're a little girl. And then finally, the other option is I'll never click it. I'll never click it because I hate you. I hate, Virilio. We'll just say I hate Virilio because it's kind of funny to try to imagine someone hating Virilio. We can imagine someone hating me because I said that if you delicately click the like button, you're a little girl. Some people would not get the joke in that. They'd just be deeply offended, and that's fine. But the people who are offended by that, well, of course they hate me. But how could you hate Virilio? Could you? I mean, is that actually possible? Did you see that guy's face? He just looks like a kind old man. How could you have a problem with Virilio? Well, it doesn't matter. Not for our purposes here. Let's pull it up. So this is what we're going to be watching here today. Let me just click forward and click play and see how the audio sounds. I want everyone else to let me know if the audio is coming through very well, because this is going to be a 6-hour stream of us reading all the way through the Paul Virilio reader, and I just want to make sure that it'll work for you.
To the 1895, l'entrée d'une train en gare de la Ciotat.
I love that.
Latest model of car. Not unlike the way this country today nurtures a romantic taste for.
I think that's probably pretty good, right? Let me know in the chat if that came through okay. Somebody said, never liked use is not the same as hate and use. Oh, that's a really good point. That's how I feel about most of you as well. So it's mutual, you know. I like the idea of some of you. You know what I mean? But it's a population, and a population is a abstract idea. What about the concrete singularities who actually are in the live chat? What's the difference between a typical live chat and a Theory Underground live chat? What's the difference between a person who gets it and is here for it versus a person who is just kind of curious? It's just kind of curious, like what's going on here? You know, there's lots of differences, and there's lots of different kinds of people who engage. And so, yeah, great to have you here. Let's get after it. I think we're probably good to go. Stephen Wallace, good to see you, man. Good to see you. I've been seeing you recently. You've been popping in for a lot of stuff. Great to have you here. We got to 7 likes already out of 19 viewers. Come on, guys. We only got 6 votes out of 19 viewers. If you're working at Amazon right now, take a bathroom break and click the like button, drop into the comment section, let me know that you're working and how it's going. Bezos will pay you to do it. It's not even rebellious. They let you take as many breaks as you want now at Amazon, thanks to all of their fears of unions and the bad media coverage they have received on mainstream media and YouTube. So, which, I mean, the YouTube coverage of Amazon is all mainstream media. It's CBS, it's CNN, it's MSNBC. Just look it up. You'll see the same thing, I'm pretty sure. I've looked it up from a lot of different computers, off of different IP addresses around the world. That's what I see. And so, with all of that said, yeah, Jeff Bezos, great guy. He'll pay you to poop. In the meantime, if you're working somewhere else or you're doing anything else, go ahead and let me know in the chat. You know, if you are going to play forward from the beginning, or if you're just dropping in where you're at, like, let me know. Make conversation if you like. If your hands are covered in soapy water and you are a mother with a baby hanging off of you right now, and you're just like at work in the kitchen, like I am so often when I am multitasking, I'm often washing dishes or vacuuming or sweeping the floor because I kind of help with the domestic duties in this family. I know, very, very progressive of me. In that kind of a case, I do not get on my phone in the comments section, even when I am interpolated by the streamer. So it is what it is, and that's fine. I love my multitaskers more than anyone. But if you can, get your thumb on the click button. It'll help throughout the day as the stream goes. And then the last thing I want to say is the way that you say it is Bezos makes $1. No, sorry. No. Bezos makes $1 billion. I make a dime. That's why I poop on company time. That's how it goes. So I wrote Time Energy on company time. So that was fantastic. If you want to pick it up, go to Amazon. And people who are complaining about buying this book from Amazon, I don't think they understand the irony. It's too good that the main place that you can buy it around the world is from Amazon, considering the fact that I wrote it at Amazon, and the ideas in the book, if they were to actually catch on, would result in Amazon no longer existing as it currently exists, because a time energy centric society instead of a job centric society would harness automation towards different ends, and therefore the process itself would be reconfigured. That's very important. But with that, I want to ask everybody to kind of switch into a different mode here as we get this thing going. This is Dave and Nance from 2023, the U.S. tour. This is the first time Nance and I were together IRL. I mean, at this point, we'd already been together for the whole tour, basically. But the tour, the 2023 tour, was our first real trip together. We were with Anne and our cat Ryan, and we traveled all across the United States, and it was a fantastic time. I fucking love touring. It's so much fun. It's also stressful, and there's all kinds of things that you learn along the way, but I don't give a shit, guys. It's just fantastic. I love touring, and I will be touring this year as well. Nance and I, with Will, we're going to be all over this country, and so we're coming to a city near you. That's a threat and a promise. So stay tuned. All right, let's get it going. Enjoy.
Right, dude.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Nance is showing me bug bites, but we're coming at you here from basically where I grew up, out in these woods. That's where we moved to after living in Cali for a while. Anyway.
This is where Dave Wave comes from.
That's right. Well, yeah, mostly. So we're going to be reading from Steve. Hold on. Let me get this guy's name correct. I don't want to mess it up. Let's see.
Yeah, we fucked up Gnosko's name a bunch.
A lot. It's Steve Redhead. How could I forget that? Steve Redhead edited this volume of Essential Virilio. It's called The Virilio Reader. And so it starts out with an editor's foreword that we're not going to read until later. So nothing personal, Steve Redhead. We just want to read some of these, and then we'll come back to your foreword or your introduction, which I imagine is very important. Will probably help in a lot of ways. But what we will read is this beginning of chapter 1 to bunker archaeology, where it actually has a little Virilio introduction. At the very beginning of it is a spelling error. I think that might be the fault of the PDF to EPUB conversion, though. I'm not sure.
Probably, yeah.
It says Raul Virilio instead of Paul. But okay. Paul Virilio was born in Paris, France in 1932, a son of an Italian communist from Genoa and a French Catholic mother. Religion played a major part of his life from the age of 18. War influenced him even earlier. He experienced the trauma of the Second World War firsthand as a child in Nantes.
Nance.
In the 1950s, Virilio began photographing the German bunkers or blockhouses of the Atlantic Wall built during the Nazi occupation of his homeland. These were originally designed to keep out the Allies, and they held an architectural fascination for the young Virilio during the war and long after the conflict was over. Once the nearby Saint Nazaire submarine base fell to the Allies, he swam out to see the bunkers for himself. He has acknowledged that the research of the bunkers was a highly personal archaeological study over a number of years. Bunker archaeology was a very short piece written in 1958, but it did not see the light of day until 1966. By then, Virilio, with the collaboration of his architect friend Claude Parent and also the painter Michael Serrad and the sculptor Maurice Lipsy, had formed the Architecture Principe group. Parent had previously been part of several other architectural groups, including Group Espace with Audrey Bloch, which also included painters and sculptors. In 1963, when Virilio and Parent finally met and set up Architecture Principe, Virilio was a stained glass painter who had trained with Braque and Matisse. Although he worked with Parent on the design and construction of buildings for years in the 1960s, Virilio never formally qualified as an architect. He has said, "I don't like that culture. I love painting." He has also described himself as a man of the theater, reminiscing that, "As a kid, I designed theatrical sets." This piece, Bunker Archaeology, in English reproduced in its entirety here, formed part of the Architecture Principe magazine. issue number 7 for September, October, which was produced and distributed in Paris in 1966. Bunker Archaeology from Architecture Principi, 1966, translated by George Collins. I think we're ready to go.
Yeah.
This is it. You want to start it off?
Nice.
Or actually, here, I'll just hold it with that epic Nance shot. It's all butchered up because of the PDF to EPUB conversion, but
Yeah.
in a lot of cases, when it's just showing it small, if you click forward,
next
it'll show
page
it
is-
big. Yeah, it's weird. We're making it work.
Okay. Bunker Archaeology from Architecture Principi, 1966 and 1996. Translated by George Collins. Besignon, Les Deschamps de Rémieux, 1997. Phenomena of a dramatic moment in contemporary history. 10,000 monuments disappear. Stripped of their functions, removed from topical contexts, these works bespeak of an unknown meaning. With an archaeological approach, I sought in this underground universe one of the secret figures of our time. The blueprint of the blockhouse is strangely reminiscent of Aztec temples, and its dissimulation recalls the mastaba, the Etruscan necropolises, by what in the pyramidic or circular form of ancient monuments evoked the sacred symbol as cosmic image. Here is implicit as involuntary. The geometry is no longer affirmative, but eroded, worn. The angle is no longer right, but depressed, resisting apprehension. The mass is no longer anchored in the ground, but centered on itself, independent, capable of movement and articulation. This architecture floats on the surface of an earth which has lost its materiality. Approaching one of these beach monoliths, it suddenly appeared to me almost animal in nature, an empty carcass, abandoned, toppled over into the sand, like the skin of a defunct species. On entering, a particular heaviness oppresses me. The thickness of the walls is tangible, a second psychological envelope, amplifying certain senses and protecting movements. Here there are no windows to light the interior. The embrasure only lights the exterior, but with the precision of a lighthouse. In this survival apparatus, life is not neutral. It takes an effort to become more subtle, more essential. Banal remnants, these works have taken on the basic consistence of slopes that are protected only because they are so difficult to demolish. Astounding examples of the blindness of an epoch to itself. These primitive works announce a new architecture founded no longer on the physical proportions of man, but on his psychic faculties, an urbanism in which the elementary analysis of social reality finally overcome. Habitat can finally unite with the secret possibilities of individuals. Chapter 2, Cryptic Architecture. Hold on. These all have little intros. Do we want to read the little intro for all of them?
Let's do at least this one more.
Okay.
And let's see.
Chapter 2, Cryptic Architecture. This piece was originally written in September 1965 and published a year later in Architecture Principi number 7. It appears here in full English translation. The texts Bunker Archaeology and Architecture Cryptique were separated in the original French issue of the German by 15 photographs of Second World War German bunkers on the French coast, all of which had been taken by Virilio himself between 1958 and 1965. Another Virilio photograph of a bunker adorned the cover of issue number 7 of the magazine, which cost buyers 4 francs. This September-October 1966 issue touted a book to be entitled Cryptic Architecture as to be finished in 1965, having been apparently started in 1960. A photograph of a casually dressed 30-something Paul Virilio with binoculars around his neck, taken at the coast, advertised the so-called forthcoming book. The issue also noted that he had undertaken several trips to Germany, initially to study archives there and then, later, to research the anti-aircraft shelters of the major German cities and the Maginot and Siegfried lines of defense. Significantly, issue number 7 also pointed to the origin of cryptic architecture as a term in Virilio's writing and thought. According to the text, he had escaped from the Gestapo in Nance with his family in 1941 as a 9-year-old child because of the cryptic architecture of the family home. The photographic archaeology of the Atlantic Wall and other German military architecture undertaken by Virilio in the 1950s and 60s only eventually became known to an international English-speaking audience when a translation of Bunker Archaeology, a book authored and illustrated photographically by Virilio and first published in France in 1975, was issued by Princeton Architectural Press in the USA in 1994. That American volume was a translation from the second, revised edition of Bunker Archaeology, brought out in France in 1991. Cryptic Architecture, from Architecture Principii, 1966.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
I'll read this. I don't have anything on my face, do I?
Got hair,
Okay.
skin,
Hair, skin.
bacteria.
Our ones from the Tillamook forest. I had like some big old black piece of something on my face.
Was it duty?
It was probably duty. Cryptic architectural design is obligatorily developed and understood in terms of the integrity of the autonomous bodies it contains and to whose process it is linked. These bodies consider themselves as primary architecture, as placed through their orifices of communication in contact with the place, through the median zones of clothing, second portable architecture, and objects, innumerable cryptic functions, down to the notion of territory, that is, of movement, in a possible space, and through it, up to the notion of time. Cryptic power derives from access to these two principles, a power residing essentially in the potential to produce a continuum by making the conditions of architectural appearance indissociable from those of disappearance. The architecture results from the variations of a self-same energy, cryptic energy, itself indissociable from the survival of all living species. It is the energy of everything that hides itself. Considered by primitive societies as a primary dynamism, tending from the Neolithic age toward the perfection of everything that contains, cryptic architecture then progressively removed itself from the movements of social life, starting with the Greek classical age, which, substituting the event thing for the containing thing, separated for a time action and invention. Cryptic architecture separated action and invention. To sum up, A, associated first of all with the phenomena of vigilance and attention springing from a physical point of view, cryptic architecture tends, B, in terms of compensation for our phobias, C, by the penetration of an element emptied of ordinary objective accidents, D, to stimulate our faculties of genesis, and thus, E, their ambitious aim on pre-existing reality and its meaning. I have no idea what that means. This is like a list of things. To sum up, I get like associated first of all with the phenomenon of vigilance and attention springing from a physical point of view, but then it says it tends B in terms of compensation for our phobias. So because we're afraid of getting killed, so we set up some watchtower, some point of view.
Yeah, or we're afraid of the elements. We're afraid of the world around us, the outside world. We develop both rational fears and also deep emotional phobias to our environment. So it compensates for that by providing shelter.
Okay, and then by the penetration of an element emptied of ordinary objective accidents.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
It's controlling for the situation, I think.
Okay.
And then to stimulate our faculties of genesis.
So that is once we have our base needs met, we can go on to do other things. But if you are constantly searching for shelter and sustenance, you're not going to be able to have a rich life of the mind.
And then finally, Their ambitious aim on pre-existing reality and its meaning.
So I think that would be this idea that we can imitate nature, like we see animals in the wild have their own version of shelter and society and stuff like that, and so we try to recreate that in our own way, but it's always just this simulation thing.
All right, passing historically through the gradations and degradations from A to E, presenting itself in the form of inheritance or rapine, cryptic art nevertheless forms from its origin a continuous totality, whatever transformation it undergoes. Religious, racial, military, scientific, political, funerary, literary, philosophical, or simply mineral. Its explicit forms are directly relative as much to the desire for power of a community as to the determined energy chosen by such a community in its struggle. Cryptic architecture is thus an infra-architecture. If physically speaking, it is the support and foundation of apparent architecture, it is more profoundly its central inspiring organ, thanks to the historically necessary renewal of the invention by individuals and societies of their means of survival. The isolation of cryptic energy, the observation of objects which are charged with it, result in a calling into question of some of today's widespread certainties concerning art and architecture. In fact, whilst we erect an architecture of facade, flat surfaces, imitations, speculation, decor, or leisure, readily disposable finished objects during each crisis at each new cataclysm, an intact architectural life goes on a few meters from ours, but unnoticed. Art that we no longer wish to conceive in anything else but in gratuitous forms, amorphous and spoiled structures of physical power, continues its initial task of resisting the ineluctable in secret universes of compensation. Blinded by the discontinuous proximity of objective givens, the diffusionists wonder about the identity of worlds distant in millions of kilometers and several millenniums. Cities are episodic and cerebral. They are a permanent and genetic script. Cities are episodic and cerebral. They are a permanent and genetic crypt. The accidental shape of cities can be objectively studied, but our systems of reference must be changed if the unit of inversion of the other is to become intelligible. Mayan palaces devoid of windows and chimneys, the impenetrable forests of Egyptian catacombs, the oval-shaped underground networks of the Catheras, the Viet Cong sanctuaries, Faust's hermetic home, the copper mines of the Swiss mountains, or the bunker. Our version of art has only lived to a mediocre degree what cryptic power has designed to reveal of itself 2,000 or 3,000 years too late, thanks to history or to archaeology. Our world is filled with anti-objects, repulsive architecture in which the activities of the void are opposed to those of the multiple, the invisible to the visible, the consistent to the complex, the continuous to the discontinuous, the anthropomorphic to the anonymous, a world of the limit situation, of fear and reflex, born in the indistinct mixing of races, specialties, techniques, all ordained to the genetic powers of reality. What is he talking about?
Yeah,
Our world is filled with anti-objects, repulsive architecture in which the activities of the void are opposed to those of the multiple. You move on down the line, all ordained to the genetic powers of reality.
Yeah, I don't know what he means by that.
After 20 years of relinquishment, the army has we're not doing a real exegetical. We just really wanted to read Virilio right now. Okay. So we're just reading him and we're confused. But,
And-
at least you're along the ride with us.
Yeah, and it's gonna help. This is gonna help with taking notes and studying and shit like that, so we can listen to this ourselves later while we're doing other things before we actually go do the exegeticals. Like,
Yeah. Well, and also I figure like a lot of Virilio is probably not fundamentally essential to the things that I'm doing. And going through the reader chronologically might be a mistake. A lot of this is like just poeticizing architecture, but he does get some of his basic concepts from doing that. And those will become relevant when we're doing Speed in Politics, or The Last Vehicle, or The First Accident, or all these other essays that we're really excited to get to. Including one that is going to be in, I don't know, a chapter or two called
Disappearance of the Proletariat.
The Disappearance of the Proletariat.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's kind of what I was talking about in my piece about dispersion, right? Like the way that things get fractured and fragmented, Anyway, after 20 years of relinquishment, the army has requisitioned the bunkers little by little, just as the taut organization had refurbished the Vauban fortresses. Vauban, the Gallo-Roman sites, which themselves had surged up out of tumuli. Thus, the history of the content of places continues, beyond the episodic history of styles. If this postulate proves to be exact, the discontinuous notions of time and space becoming an accessory, archaeology might well be practiced in the nearest of current affairs and cryptic civilization invented in the immediate. As I wish to suggest, without our being directly conscious of the fact, cryptic architecture is affecting us. It has spread out before our eyes its dwellings, its temples, the permanence without memory of its mentality. End of chapter. These are short. Architecture Principi. Archi Principi, as Virilio called it, did not outlast the 1960s. 5 years, a flash, according to speed theorist Virilio at the end of the century. In 1963, the group Architecture Principi came together in Paris. By 1969, it was over. The magazine, which was its permanent manifesto, came out in 1966, more or less monthly, and there were 9 issues in total in 1966. A 10th 30-year anniversary issued entitled Disorientation or Dislocation, was published in 1996 and included pieces from Paul Virilio, Claude Parent, and distinguished architectural guests such as, I don't care, I'm going to skip forward and get into it. Chapter 3, Architecture Principi. Are you getting I want shots. I don't know if you got any, but I want shots that have the reader in it too.
Yeah, some.
But I know you're trying to make me look skinny. It's okay. Everyone knows I'm fat. It's okay. He's doing all these MySpace angles on me. Hey, everyone. Reading out in the woods.
Duck face.
Yeah. Archi Principi, as Virilio called it. Oh, wait, shit. I already read that. I formed the Architecture Principi group in 1963 along with the architect Claude Parent, the painter Michel Serrat, and the sculptor Maurice Lipsy. Such multidisciplinary groups were in vogue at the beginning of the 1960s, and Claude Parent himself collaborated in several, including the Espace Group, founded by André Bloch. My own research at the time was devoted to the architecture of Second World War bunkers. Since 1958, I had been studying not only the blockhouses of the Atlantic Wall and the Siegfried and Maginot lines, but also the military spaces of what was known as Fortress Europe, with its rocket launching sites, air defense systems, autobombs, and radar stations. This was an archaeological study and a personal one, motivated by the desire to uncover the geostrategic and geopolitical foundations of the total war I had lived through as a young boy in Nance, not far from the submarine base of Saint Nazaire. For me, the architecture of war made palpable the power of technology and the now infinite power of destruction. In my efforts to understand the spaces of conflict, I drew on Gestalt theory, the psychology of form, and the phenomenology of perception. This approach revealed the extreme importance of the logistics and fluxes of circulation during the blitzkrieg, and enabled me to realize the effect of the ballistics of different projectiles on the configuration of contemporary military architecture. Already during that time, I was exploring in a number of experimental designs the possibility of a topological, or at least non-orthogonal architecture. I was also working as a painter. I had made some stained glass windows for churches, helping to execute Matisse's designs for St. Paul de Vence and those of Braque for Varingeville. It was through these connections in the domain of sacred art that I obtained the commission for the Church of Saint Bernadette du Benelli in Nevers, which was built between 1964 and 1966 by Claude Parent and myself. The Nevers Church was followed by projects for the Cultural Center in Cherylville and Marietti House in Saint Germain-en-Laye, which unfortunately were never built. The Thompson Houston Aerospace Center in Villiers-Villacoublay, however, was successfully completed at the very end of our collaboration in 1968 through 9, thanks to the good working relationship that I had with the engineer Rami Mezien. In addition to these projects, it is important to mention the full-scale experimental model of an elevated oblique structure, the pendular destabilizer number 1 that we set up at the University of Nanterre. It was our intention to live for several weeks within this structure in an attempt to test the equilibrium and habitability of inclined slopes to determine the best choice of angles for the different living spaces. But the events of May 1968, which began, as everyone knows, on the campus of Nanterre, effectively put a stop to our psychophysiological experiment. However, the most important work of the group is to be found elsewhere in the development of the theory known as the function of the oblique. To elaborate the theory, it was absolutely essential to have a publication, a manifesto, hence Architecture Principii, 9 issues in total, edited jointly by me and Claude Parent from 1966 on. That was 30 years ago. See, he didn't say jointly by Claude Parent and I. He said by me and Claude Parent.
Mm-hmm.
English teachers can...
Well, I wouldn't have been
Nazis.
proper there in the first place. Edited by me. Edited by I wouldn't have worked.
Claude and I? Oh, okay.
Claude and I did that, but that was done by Claude and me.
Oh, okay. So that was proper English.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know grammar. Obviously. That was 30 years ago. The function of the oblique had its origins in the concepts of disequilibrium and motive instability. The idea of using the Earth's gravity as a motor for movement inspired a very Galilean utilization of the inclined plane, a building form in which the horizontal was used only as a means of establishing a threshold between two slopes. After the horizontal order of the rural habitat in the agricultural era and the vertical order of the urban habitat in the industrial era, the next logical, or rather topological step was for us the oblique order of the post-industrial era. To achieve this, it was necessary to discard the notion of the vertical enclosure whose walls are made inaccessible by gravity, and to define habitable space by means of wholly accessible inclined planes, thereby increasing the usable surface areas. This was, in essence, the principle of habitable circulation. I want an architect friend or nerd to join us in a hub event and go over a lot of these terms and ideas and tell us why it matters. I'm very curious. I don't know what's up with architecture, but it sounds cool.
We just met an architecture engineer in Chicago.
That's true. I used to live with one. Cool people. In contrast to partitions or vertical walls, which provoke an opposition between in front and behind, a combination of oblique and horizontal planes would result only in above and below, surface and soffit. Thus, the artificial ground and the dwelling will become a living ground, enclosing all the various articles that are required for domestic life. By setting the structure on an incline and by making every part of the the built surface, except for the underside, habitable and accessible, the range of truly habitable spaces would be considerably increased at the scale of both the individual dwelling and the building as a whole, since the vertical facade would also cease to exist. The objective of our research was to challenge outright the anthropometric precepts of the classical era. The idea of the body as an essentially static entity with an essentially static proprioception in order to bring the human habitat into a dynamic age of the body and movement. In our work, the traditional stability, habitable stasis, of both the rural horizontal order and the urban vertical order gave way to the metastability, habitable circulation of the human body in motion, in tune with the rhythms of life. The space of the body became mobile. The limbs of the individual became motive, and the inhabitant effectively became locomotive, propelled by the relative disequilibrium created by the gravity of planet Earth, the habitat of our species. Oblique architecture thus became a generator of activity which used physiological principles to make buildings more habitable. It is not the eye which sees, according to the philosopher Maurice Merleau-Ponty, but the body as a receptive totality. The typology of the inclined plane, by increasing usable surface space, also preserved that rare and extreme precious commodity, real space, as distinct from the space of the atmosphere or the liquid element of the hydrosphere. In the work of the group, the making of the architectural object was superseded by the making of the journey. The classical building finally gave way to the bridging structure, which, through the non-Euclidean geometry of its large inclined arches, allowed the full expanse of the landscape to unfold. In this regard, I should indicate that the illustrations in the Architecture Principii magazine were obviously not of architectural or even urbanistic projects, but were simply statements of principle, concepts intended to outline the theory of habitable circulation, with theory in this instance remaining true to its origins in the Greek theoria, which means both procession, parade, and process. In conclusion, I would like to mention that my interest in the oblique extended beyond the limits of my collaboration with Claude Parent after I became co-director with Anatole Kopp, the École Spéciale d'Architecture in Paris in 1972. My teaching concentrated on the development of technical research into the organization and the precise morphology of oblique volumes. Several student theses were devoted to this theme, but after a few years, the overwhelming difficulties of building an oblique habitat led us to abandon this work, which seemed to offer no practical benefit to young architects starting out in the working world. Since being forced to abandon the space of the oblique, I have devoted myself to time, or more precisely, to the diverse phenomena of acceleration in this era of the global village. The focus of my research has shifted from topology to dromology, the study and analysis of the impact of the increasing speed of transport and communications on the development of land use. But that, as I say, is another story. And that's a story we're more here for, to be honest. We're here for that story. We want to know about dromology. We want to know about his theory of the acceleration of time. I'm really excited to get into it. Those two essays give us a sense for his early works related to space. Now we can move forward into some stuff that gets going to get into time. Chapter 4, The End of the Proletariat. We might want to actually know what this author put at the beginning of this piece. But also, let's just go to it, and maybe we'll come back to that later.
Nice. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's like I don't doubt that it's good, but I'm trying to find where it begins. I think it begins right here. Let's swap in the bold.
Yeah.
The end of the proletariat from Speed and Politics. You can have a proletarian insurrection on the condition that the others hold their fire. If they dump two tank battalions on you, the proletarian revolution is as good as nothing. Andre Malraux interviews. Evidently, dromological progress and what we conventionally call human and social progress coincided but did not converge. The development can be summarized as follows. 1. A society without technological vehicles in which the woman plays the role of the logistical spouse, mother of war, and of the truck. And 2. The indiscriminate boarding of soulless bodies as metabolic vehicles. 3. The empire of speed and technological vehicles. 4. The metabolic vehicle competing with, then defeated by, the earthly technological vehicle. We could logically conclude with a last paragraph. 5. The end of the dictatorship of the proletariat, end of history in the war of time. If we come back to Goebbels' definition, or Engels, the invention of the militant, revolutionary worker, or otherwise, already makes for no more than a poor man's version of the proletarian soldier. The proletarianization of the working classes is only one form of militarization, a temporary form. From 1914 onward, the proletariat's motor, and thus political power, was no match for the European battlefields. This power, however, was still indispensable to the work sites of continental warfare. The military class, making sure to keep the proletariat under control, will thus allow it the illusion of being able to dominate, to submerge the bourgeois fortress. The latter is already ruined, pierced at all points by the expressway media, radio, telephone, television, condemned by its former defenders to instant destruction through the anti-city strategy of total war. Nonetheless, we will soon become familiar with the limits of this military leave in Prague, Warsaw, Beirut, and in Paris too, in May 1968, when, after the taking of the Odeon Theater, the government predicts at any moment the intervention of armored cars against the popular uprising. It is understandable that in the 1920s, while the Bolshevik threat spread from Munich to the gates of India, the French government unleashed a new politics of social aid. All this was made necessary by the logistical redeployment of military-industrial nations in Europe and in the world. And yet everyone is surprised to discover that in Part 13 of the preamble to the Treaty of Versailles, it says that the living conditions of the working classes, of the balance of military forces in the world, would be more appropriate, are incompatible with world peace. This is the new mix that Junger partially reveals a little later in 1932. In his essay, Der Arbeiter, the figure of the worker encompasses the soldier and the industrialist, a work that was to win a large audience and rapidly become, for the Germans, a veritable political platform.
Yeah. And we talk about this in our exegetical B-side, Heidegger in Ruins.
Mm-hmm. In the same way, and I'm going to write a piece about, I'm going to call it Jameson avec Junger, about how Jameson is just Junger with a liberal paint job. But not just, but...
Yeah. No one gets to say just around us.
Yeah. But yeah, the whole... Anyway. In the same way, the French Union of the left is a trap insofar as it has insisted, in General Clusser's words, on having the army constitute an unknown quantity in the social equation. In short, its only strength has been its silence on the military question. It is inevitable that its undoing will be the problem of national defense, and that the communists, who have always accepted the Marxist model of military proletarianization, will find themselves confronting radicals and socialists who, since May of 1968, have invested in a socialism with a human face, liable to assemble a new, somewhat depoliticized electorate. It was under the auspices of the Portuguese generals of the armed forces movement that the end of the dictatorship of the proletariat was decreed in Southern Europe. We should not see in this, as Georges Marchais will later claim, a cause for rejoicing, a softening of ideological will, the word dictatorship having an unpleasant sound since the fascist experience. Indeed, we cannot accuse the Portuguese
military leaders returning to their country after a long and bloody campaign of colonial repression of excessive humanism. In fact, with the Marxist generals courted by Kuhnel, the dictatorship of the proletariat regains its original military significance. And as good technicians of war, they acknowledge that the time when the proletariat's kinetic energy dominated political life, after having dominated the battlefield, is reaching an end. The time when, as Lenin says, the working class suddenly found itself courted and solicited even by the capitalists. From now on, the animal body of the worker is devalued as the bodies of other domestic species were before him. The end of the dictatorship of the proletariat is only the communist version of facts already noted by the French army, for example, when they did away with the review board. As of July 9th, 1970, or in 1975, on the liberal side, by the Trilateral Commission on the Crisis of Democracy. We have come to recognize that if there are potentially desirable limits to economic growth, there are also potentially desirable limits to the infinite expansion of democracy. The crisis of these liberal democracies is the end of a form of mobilization of the citizenry. The central historical pseudo-figure of the dominating producer is simultaneously removed by the two great ideological blocs, the proletarian worker declared unusable along with the consumer producer of the capitalist world. The revolutionary experiment of the armed forces movement was in this context exemplary because it claimed to raise the Portuguese leftist forces to another level, that of an army civilization. Thus, in 1975, ship's captain Correa Jesuino, who had become Minister of Social Communication, we are reminded here of the naval proletarianization under Louis XIV by M. de Wabel, the former captain of the galleys, depicts the left-wing officers as ethnologists studying a primitive people. For in his view, the Portuguese people is underdeveloped. Jean-François Revel, reporting these statements in L'Express, April 14, 1975, indicated that the average salary of a Portuguese was comparable to that of a Breton or a Welshman and didn't quite see where the underdevelopment was. All of this, indeed, is inexplicable in economic terms. Instead, we must emphasize a dromological military philosophy that challenges everyone's participation in a state totality, making this participation problematic. In the same way, if the nuclear problem in 1977 caused the French Union of the left to break apart, it was less a matter of megatons than of the political vectors of the new nuclear power. Without our realizing it, the nuclear weapon logically modified the political constitution of the states in the world. As one lawyer put it, we must recognize that the nuclear weapon has shown itself to be a source of constitutional right by modifying our actual constitution. Here again, it is not so much the final explosion that counts in deterrence. Rather more it is questions such as those posed by Articles 5 and 15 of the French Constitution of 1958 to the solitary decision maker that the head of state and supreme commander of the armies, the president of the republic, guarantor of the national territory's integrity, has become. The speed of the political decision depends on the sophistication of the vectors, how to transport the bomb, how fast. The bomb is political, we like to repeat. Political not because of an explosion that should never happen, but because it is the ultimate form of military surveillance. The political bourgeoisie, like the revolutionary parties, anesthetized by a long period of coexistence and full employment, by the euphoria of continued growth, are proving in Europe that one can do anything with a bayonet, except sit on it. The proletarian revolution now necessarily goes through the revolutions of the military institutions in the heart of the state's constitutional apparatus and, in fact, the principal actors who have taken the initiative these last years are no longer the great political parties, but the army, the unions, and even the unions in the army. It is useful to notice here the a-national nature of these events. That may be national, I don't know. For if one of the French national labor unions, the CFDT, wholeheartedly supports military unionism, requesting a body politic of the soldier, at the same time, the famous AFL-CIO has declared itself ready to take the American soldiers' unions under its wing. Here, something fundamental is happening, which no one has clearly pointed out. a nonpartisan dialogue is being created between the world's labor forces and the military class, and, in the short term, a Latinization of Europe comparable to that of the South American continent. If General Vargas Prieto, considered one of the most capable and progressive leaders in the Peruvian army, declares in an interview that the true forerunners of the Peruvian Revolution are its armed forces, the root and institutional essence of the people because they are born from them, we must understand that this really means a return to a situation that long precedes political Marxism, to a negation of the state polis by the proletarian revolutionary forces. Le Monde reported in August 1977 that General Pinochet had done away with the DINA, his political police, in favor of a military police force. Things are getting simpler. This is truly the end of the reasonable democratic state that engages in a nonpartisan process in which the unions and the most disparate, the least socialized groups are called to play the primary role. We are heading toward an explosion of national production systems, toward union individuation as it exists in the United States, for example, human labor depending less on productivity than on the game of interests in the manpower market. This, along with the breakdown of the unity of political action, allows for every imaginable maneuver, even the wildest and most fragmented, on the level of the very survival of the old political states. The end of democracy in Chile was thus foreseen and orchestrated by the CIA, and pressure was exerted on the highway systems by the truckers' unions, telecommunications, etc. But what should we think of the crisis situation in the old urban fortresses, in New York or Montreal? The union functions, relayed by mob associations, are entirely supplanting the administration and services of the old bourgeois employer. Order reigns in the Bronx thanks to the mafia, which is itself becoming international, aiming now at a direct collaboration with the military class, as was revealed by a recent scandal that called into question the relations between the Israeli generals and members of international crime. Far from being a military political function that is becoming deterritorialized, losing interest in any form of sedentary fixation, whether national or otherwise, both the petty criminals and the large gangs are seeing their local cottage industry undergo serious revaluation. The military class, increasingly distanced from its bourgeois partner, abandons the street, the highway, those outmoded vectors, to the small and middle-sized business of the protection rackets. The city unions in New York are starting to replace their members' productive activity with simple crisis management by becoming administrators and bankers. In Italy, assassinations, abductions, crimes, and incidents are on the rise. Financial interests are becoming inseparable from those of a multitude of little, so-called revolutionary groups. Justice is in a quandary. They talk about liberating the people and extort millions from them. Public opinion is in an uproar about the mix, but this criminal power rising from the masses is really only a political demand returning to an uncontrolled condition because the old national ethology, social ideals, has become secondary and no longer mobilizes. We can thus interpret the unexpected visits of political leaders such as Messrs. Marché and Chauvelin to the workers in their offices and factories, not as a challenge to the bosses or the government, but as unavowed attempts by the representatives of the devalued revolutionary ideologies to take the grassroots back in hand. While the Communist Party in Portugal completely failed in its opportunistic attempts with the military masters, the French Communist Party, once hesitant, seemed to approach the courageous Italian solution of Mr. Berlinguer, whose famous historical compromise really only means a final, desperate union of the traditional parties before the threat of pure and simple disappearance that weighs on them from both within and without. While in France they try to keep the masses tied to outmoded strategic and social convictions, the army is already deploying its personnel in key points of civilian activity and shadows the police in its surveillance tasks. The military proletariat's job is henceforth to police highways and airports, to collect garbage on public roads, where men like Democrat Abraham Beame, New York's tittle mayor, was ridiculed, as well as to provide telecommunications and assistance, to effect certain prestige operations, such as the battle against pollution, campaigns for the defense of archaeological sites, or cancer research, the organization of numerous athletic and cultural displays, celebration in the Tuileries, the army at the Children's Fair, and to accomplish important international enterprises, such as saving children in Biafra, setting up surgical units in areas devastated by natural cataclysms, even rescuing a group of hostages in Entebbe. In a threatening social universe in which human societies are shown to be rife with criminal elements, the army seems to be a protective force, a refuge from the parade of subversive enterprises. The army continues to be greatly amused by the anti-militarists' lack of information about and static analysis of its dynamic power. The army's answer to the ecological celebration in Larzac, the Malville tragedy, was Operation Demeter, named for the Greek goddess who personified the earth. Why did they have to call it Demeter? Why did they present themselves as occupiers and dominators of the planet Earth? Why did they violate and damage the fields? Unless the Larzac celebration had claimed, albeit inadvertently, to frustrate them in their primary function, the power to invade. Why was it that, at the very moment the friends of the Earth lost contact with their planet and haven't even demonstrated any resistance? In any case, the terminology used by Jacques Isnard in the September 9th, 1977 issue of Le Monde gives us pause. Between the end of the harvest and the opening of the hunting season, the land army organized. In the Buse and Perche regions, its first true maneuver in open ground, in other words, away from the highways and roads, in a region of 2,000 square kilometers of farmland and prairies, they put on a show maneuver in order to maintain neighborly relations between the army and the civilian populations. The farmers, who remembered the army's help during the previous year's drought, accepted the Demeter exercise without, it seems, too much grumbling. Goddess Demeter is with us, recognizes Colonel de Rochecombe, who commands the 2nd Motor Brigade, while another colonel states, we are but the managers of national security, and as such, we too are held accountable. The army takes advantage of these maneuvers in open ground to lead, for example, offensive reconnaissance missions 50 kilometers from its base, along with public relations operations in the Eure-et-Loir department. You do not enclose dromocrats in gulags or camps, not even in Larzac. The Institute of Advanced Studies in National Defense spent 6 months in collaboration with advertising experts setting up a 3-year campaign at a cost of 60 million francs aimed at sensitizing the public to the notion of defense and protection, using every means of information at their disposal to change the Army's image. Joel Lethul, Gaullist deputy and chairman of the Finance Committee, thus has reason to worry in his notes on the military budget for 1977 through 82 about the absence of numerical information on the use of funds. For this fuzziness allows no appreciation of the shifts in our defense policies. The Army insists on regaining its autonomy of action, on redefining itself as a public service able to assume in a safe and orderly fashion the greatest number, even the totality, of civil and military defense tasks, again increasing the communal and industrial undertakings of its parallel initiatives. We can thus see just how far military unionism, advocated by the Communist League, the Unified Socialist Party, or the CFDT in the name of petty demands, finally enters into the Army's social scheme. It is, moreover, revealing to see the creation of the first union branch in the 19th Army Engineering Corps, thus demonstrating that this body still remains at the forefront of military revolutionary thought. Balzac, visiting the Wagram battlefield over 1830 in hopes of expanding his social analysis, already asked himself the question of the veritable territory of historiality, the strategic theater that, thanks to the advance of the media, the use of the telegraph, for example, had suddenly become global, external and internal events henceforth able to interact almost immediately. This temporal limitation come from the battlefield had been answered by the new secret police, which Balzac considers the most important social revolution of his time. The moment when, after the long period of ostensible and bloody repression exerted against the civilian population by the revolution's Army of the Interior, military violence stops being necessarily visible only from afar by the soldier's uniform and comes to rest on refined systems of surveillance and denunciation. These first attempts at penetration, clandestine invasion of the social corpus had, as we saw, a specific aim: exploitation by the armed forces of the nation's raw potential, its industrial, economic, demographic, cultural, scientific, political, and moral capabilities. Since then, social penetration has been linked to the dizzying evolution of military penetration techniques. Each vehicular advance erases a distinction between the army and civilization. Fascism, defining itself in Germany as Ostkolonialization, in other words, the institution of a colonial situation on the European continent that claims to subvert existing socio-political groups, in fact reveals to us the great two-way movement of dromocratic totalitarianism between metropoles and colonies. Mapped out during the unprecedented logistical effort of the First World War, this movement will bring about the singular unity of Western civilization in the 1920s. The incorporation of colonial action in national life as a solution to the serious problems that human evolution will later impose on the world. As Albert Sarraut, French colonial minister, declared in 1921, to understand dromocratic society and its establishment, it is no doubt more useful to read the Black Code of the Colonial Pact than any other so-called sociological work. We must not, wrote Colbert, constitute in the colonies a constant civilization. The ancient legislation that will subsist in our colonies until 1848 considers the Negro to be furniture. The black slave is first of all a movable commodity. His legal existence is solely a function of his movable furniture quality, of the transportation he is subjected to. The vogue of Black American jazz after 1914, the frenzied gesticulation revealed by the first American sound film that colored the face of a white actor and bent his rhythm to the movable slave, reminds us of that country's dominant culture today, and of James Baldwin's profound reflection, "Tomorrow you will all be Negroes." In fact, from the beginning, the American system has not had a measure of comparison between the value of the messages delivered and the effort necessary for their transmission. More so than with the content of the message, the means of its mediatization appear instruments of primary necessity in the United States. First of all, in their naval relation to metropolitan Europe, to the Africa that supplies its manpower. Then for the constitution of a certain state centralism over a vast territory in which, in order to govern, one must first penetrate and then communicate. The media are the privileged instruments of the Union. They alone are able to control the social chaos of American pan-humanity. They are the guarantors of a certain civic cohesion, and thus of civil security itself. Inversely, as in the ancient colonial model, American democracy will make no real efforts to integrate its ethnic minorities, its factions, into a constant civilization, into a truly community-oriented way of life. For segregation is what sanctions the system's hegemony of the media, on which rests the nature of the American state's authority. This is one reason for the survival of old racism among the good citizens of the land of the free. And we will note as well that the great internal and external upheavals in the United States will be linked directly to dromological events, to the very techniques of penetration and transmission. From the delayed radio message of Pearl Harbor to the affair of the Watergate microphones or the Kennedy assassination, we could draw up a list. Citizen Kane, the most accomplished product of American civic culture, later baptized pop culture, is less William Randolph Hearst, the newspaper magnate who served as Orson Welles' model, than Howard Hughes, the invisible citizen. Hearst still delivered information. Hughes was content to speculate indifferently on whatever delivered it. He single-handedly constituted the most radical critique of Fuller and McLuhan's global theories. This completely desocialized man, who vanished from the earth, who avoided human contact for fear of germs, who was terrified by the very breath of his rare visitors, nonetheless thought only of the media, from the aerospace industry to the cinema, from gasoline to airfields, from casinos to the star system, from the design of Jane Russell's bra to that of a bomber. His existence could be considered exemplary.
For real, Howard Hughes is like everyone's becoming Howard Hughes.
Yeah.
Like that dude was doing coding like 100 years before SoundCloud rappers. And He invented the biggest plane. He was a speed demon. He flew around the world. He crashed like 7 airplanes and survived every time.
And he stayed inside all the time and ordered shit on Amazon. Like we all do today.
Yeah.
We're afraid to go outside.
He's a germaphobe too, so
Yeah.
definitely a prophet.
Yeah. Hughes cared only about that which passes in transit. His life rebounded from one vector to another, as has, for 200 years, the power of the American nation he adored. Nothing else interested him. He died in the open sky, in an airplane. In the same way, American commercial methods triumphed in Europe in 1914 thanks to the unforeseen logistical dimensions taken by the conflict. The United States was to win on the continent one of the first gasoline wars, putting the French market in the hands of Standard Oil, driving back our army, which had gone to the front with 400 tanker trucks, while the Americans owned more than 20,000. Once more, the market was created not by the object of consumption, but by its vector of delivery. Once peace was restored, it is interesting to see America retreat from the European market, notably from France, where the company representatives were unable to effectively implant their products, having committed gross psychological errors in their advertising campaigns. To speak plainly, European culture still victoriously resists American cultural overthrow. That's what you think. We will see totalitarian governments try to install comparable vectors, but being all too often tangled up in elitist culture and used to giving more importance to the message than to the vehicle, they will have difficulty using ideological propaganda in attaining the perfect logistical efficiency of the American patriotic shortcut.
That's right. We don't care about the meaning of the message. We just want people to be able to have a voice. And so people are all blah, 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 blah. And that's why the platform is so good. Because it's like, yeah, as long as it's transmitting, who cares what it's transmitting? A totalitarian society can't pull it off. A blazingly totalitarian society can't pull that off so well.
Right.
Because it's trying to control what the actual message says.
Right. Later, after total war, in other words, after the extensive destruction of the European nation's identity, total war, like colonial war, aiming at the annihilation of constant civilizations, we see the evacuation of American stocks toward Europe. But here again, we haven't sufficiently analyzed this flow of instruments and objects brought over by the Liberty ships. We must still apply aesthetic, functional, and other meanings to this world of giant cars, to the plethora of household objects and gleaming kitchens in which, significantly, nothing is cooked but sandwiches and canned foods, to the whole spectacle of a thoughtless objectivity that makes the very concept of consciousness meaningless, to the clandestine interference in the ordinary vectors of exchange and communication by the technological codes that result from production systems. Technologies of body and soul are thus strangely complexified in American pop culture. The body without soul is, as we saw, a body assisted by technical prostheses. And since we're talking about America, we would do well to remember that the word comfort comes from the old French assistance, a reference to the old social bestiary of bodies seized in motion left along the road. Unleashed in the 1920s, the deneutralization of the media paves the way for what has been called the War of the Domestic Market, a massive ideological campaign addressed directly to the family, directly to the family puzzle that it claims to put together, even to reinvent, as an infinite receptacle for consumer goods. This campaign will very quickly become a veritable animal domestication of the American citizen. Significantly, the American government will not deem it necessary to establish a veritable welfare system on its own territory. It is convinced at the time that the promotion of a paternalistic and humanitarian comfort civilization will perfectly replace social aid through the technical assistance of bodies, from the household robot to the company psychiatrist or the latest model of car. Not unlike the way this country today nurtures a romantic taste for the revived bionic bodies of fascistic futurism, human bodies in which certain organs have been replaced by technological grafts, enabling these new heroes of surgical science to accomplish superhuman physical exploits. But the politics of comfort was superseded by that of social standing. Everyone suddenly found himself exposed to the scrutiny of his neighbors, compared with the identikit portrait of the ideal American consumer. a model of civic-mindedness whose gestures, quirks, and attitudes toward life were henceforth broadcast without reprieve by the radio, the press, television, and the cinema, and buried under commercial messages. Its political counterpart is the McCarthy period, a time of blacklisting, of anti-American witch hunts, of artists and intellectuals on trial. The same artists and intellectuals who were again designated in 1975 by the Trilateral Commission as a threat to democracy by their ability to constitute demobilizing and irredeemable margins. In fact, American-style social security implies the population's cultural underdevelopment. It is remarkable to see modern democratic states bragging about their silent majorities. In this way, the silence of the American people has become just as oppressive as that of the Russian people. Social standing has become a step toward the invention of the proletarian policeman. The hierarchy of high speeds and penetration and assault made and unmade the specter of the proletarian as if in a lap dissolve that mutation that begins with the all too clear social distribution commanded by the convention, then continues with the cloudier look of Marx and Engels, who are unable to see the mythic figure of the worker, even in the rich deposit of industrial proletarianization that is England in the 19th century. Engels cannot find his specimen, his Neanderthal of historical evolution. Only in June 1848 will the image finally take shape in the streets of Paris, on a theater of civil war as populated as that of the Battle of Leipzig, where 30 to 40,000 men are thrown into combat. Just as the revolutionary process of the proletarianization of labor comes from war of mass and movement, the myth of the worker of metaphysics, biblical image of man's first pain, cursed by God and cursing and killing in turn to replace him in his creative works, also takes shape on the great battlefields of industrial war. Teilhard de Chardin, for example, believes, along with most of his contemporaries, that war is one of the principal ferments of technological progress. But the idea of unfinished man suddenly strikes him during his unforgettable experience at the front, as he writes in 1917. In 1945, at the end of the total war, he notes, "War is an organic phenomenon of anthropogenesis that Christianity cannot suppress any more than it can do away with death." He adopts the voice of Tacitus to deplore the international peace that will cover the world with the crust of banality, the veil of monotony. Something like a light will go out over the earth. Demobilization will be, for the member of the Yellow Crusade, that epic of automotive assault. Immobilization in anti-revolution, evolution. While preparation for war requires months, even years, the decisive assault lasts only an hour, perhaps only a few minutes. Something of the revolutionary gaze on bodies engaged in historical kineticism is held over from the fatal homosexuality of ancient generals, enlightened despots, and sultans, who would force the militias that are very pleasant to watch, if you are not the one to receive the blows, to repeat their maneuvers endlessly. Each is seized by an immoderate desire for the subjected flesh of the proletarian soldier, the powerful mass of mobile machines, blindly obeying the impulses of their drivers. The military workforces are obliged not so much to sell themselves as to give themselves to the war entrepreneur. For him, they are what the woman, then the mount, was for the knight in battle. They help him move forward, die under him, or cause death. Alexander is nothing without the humors of Bucephalus. Richard III at Bosworth loses his life and his kingdom along with his horse. The military, then laboring, proletarian, kinetic, infinite, prolifically self-regenerating, carries into time and space the historical guide who straddles him, directs and inspires his movements, and who is also a chief of war. Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin, Mao. In short, the revolutionary figure of the worker, sketched less by the industrial system than by the military one, fills the kinetic disparity between slow war and rapid war. The full steam ahead through the mud of the nihilist Nechayev, apostle of a systematized terrorist warfare, is not a rhetorical figure but a serious technological proposition. Compensate for the distortion born of the destructive assault's necessary brevity by accelerating the rhythm of attacks. Historical evolution is then kept moving literally by a combustion engine, German fascism will have the same concerns. With Heidegger, it becomes die Totalmobilmachung, the final stage of the will to power and the realization of the essence of technology. Nihilism. The proletarian soldier can, in non-war, pursue his revolutionary task, assault, which has become an aggression against nature. This is the pan-destruction of the world, Bakunin. The great geopolitical sites that devote the earth to war, keeping its visible surface for the worker of metaphysics, or giving it to him by educating him. In practice, this begins as a kind of humanitarian aid to the German unemployed, then as a voluntary service to which Heidegger calls the intellectuals a service of work, knowledge, and arms. This will become the exemplary development of the history of the camps that, in 1926, received their first volunteers, mixing in the most moving manner possible workers, peasants, and students. The whole thing could have seemed extremely liberal at a time when, everywhere in the Western world, a crushing need for manpower was being felt. The insatiable requirements of industrial warfare, already forgotten after so few years, simultaneously put the populations to work and domesticated them with paramilitary state bureaucracies in Europe, across the Atlantic, and overseas. Between the two wars, moreover, the International Labor Office in Geneva handled all of the world's manpower problems. In the colonies, American forcing is answered by the Smotig, the organization of penal labor, while in Bulgaria, for example, civilian labor is made obligatory from 1920 onward, for both sexes, under a general office attached to the Ministry of Public Works. But the beneficiaries usually work on construction projects headed by the Ministry of War, strategic roads, railways, airports, factories. The fascist project as well, in the final account, is no more than a compromise in the conflict that has long opposed, in the heart of the state, the aristocracy, the military class, and the bourgeoisie, each one fighting over its proletariat. In Germany, labor service will be made mandatory in 1928. Those who try to avoid it become objects of scorn, social exclusion, or denunciation.
It died. Now we're back. And I guess I just want to say that I think this is awesome. I love it. We talked a bit when we were reading Burnham during the PMC course about the irrelevance or increasingly less relevant infantry, and how that's one of the main differences between the time of Lenin and now, right? Like that's one of the major differences, as well as like the medium. You know, the public was constituted by literate society that read its newspaper and could there were so people were reading, and there was a public, and there was this thing called infantry, and then Burnham's like, now we don't have that. We have like crazy technology involved and managers managing that crazy, means of destruction. And this is basically like the long form of it. That's also very sympathetic, I think. And so, I don't know. This is some good shit.
It's very good. I don't know where it died. So the fascist project as well, in the final account, is no more than a compromise in the conflict that has long opposed, in the heart of the state, the aristocracy, the military class, and the bourgeoisie, each one fighting over its proletariat. In Germany, labor service will be made mandatory in 1928. Those who try to avoid it become objects of scorn, social exclusion, or denunciation, as the deserter or shirker was in a time of war. In 1934, the completely standardized work camps become detention camps, and they will be transformed into concentration camps, into death camps, in the face of public apathy, without anyone even bothering to remove their original motto, Arbeit macht frei. Work, or labor, will set you free. The slip from one to, hey, how about that, huh? All you so-called Marxists who are just like, yeah, you should never be anti-work. Fuck you, dude. Work is just labor, just instrumentalized labor. Is that going to set us all free? Fuck off, dude. The slip from one to the other is in fact quite natural. The proletarian worker's flesh is no different from that of the proletarian soldier. As Clausewitz writes, Tools, soldiers, are there to be used, and use will naturally wear them out. For their part, the communist countries ostensibly fulfilled Teilhard de Chardin's wish at the very moment he formulated it. More than the suppression of the bourgeois class, this is the disappearance of its productive proletariat. In China, from 1964 onward, the revolutionary slogan was, "Take the army as your model," and the entire population was forced to wear a similar uniform, a kind of ambiguous, asexual outfit.
Jameson would have been so happy.
Yeah. In France, on the other hand, the soldier was called upon more and more frequently to wear the combat uniform, the outfit of the laborer, even during official parades. All greatness is an assault, an inaccurate translation of Plato or a paraphrasing of American forcing. Ooh. Fascism was totalitarian only insofar as it intended to be totally dromocratic. The vital space is only the disappearance of European geography, become an area, a desert without qualities, expanded by a social organization made entirely functional by the hierarchy of speed, that same hierarchy that had produced National Socialism on the streets of Berlin, before returning with total war to its elitist cultural origins. From the beginning, the superb body of the man of assault, of the blonde and naturistic Aryan, is willingly exhibited by Nazi propaganda. Fucking bees, dude! Ah! What the Berlin Stadium celebration of the Olympic liturgy shows is a hierarchy of bodies according to speeds of penetration. The athletic body is prytanic, projectile, or projector. The excitement of the speed or distance record is that of assault. This countdown in time and space, the very principle of athletic performance, is but the theatricalization of the race toward its absolute greatness, of that military charge that begins as a slow and geometric march and continues as an increasingly powerful acceleration of the body meant to give the final surge. And this is why skateboarding should not be an Olympic sport. Because as autonomous activity and play and a form of communication, it's beautiful. But when it becomes instrumentalized and turned into this simulation of total war, it's not a good thing. With total war, the total mobile Machung takes on its full meaning. There is no longer any social comparison between the triumphant body of the proletarian soldier, the superior being who, according to the old expression, possesses the magnificence of displacement, the German soldier who rushes headlong into the limitless expanse of the steppe or the desert, and the body of the proletarian worker who was there only to support the logistical effort. A mass of the physically unfit, of forced residents, of prisoners interned in camps, unable bodies, petty criminals. For the Italian fascist, passing directly from the athletic record to absolute war, the intoxication of the speed body is total. It's Mussolini's poetry of the bomber. For Marinetti, after D'Annunzio, the warrior dandy is the only able subject, surviving and savoring in battle the power of the human body's metallic dream, coupling with technological equipment scarcely more cumbersome than a horse, the old metabolic vehicle of the warring elites. Rapid launches, or torpedoes, straddled under the sea by aristocratic frogmen in search of the British fleet. The Japanese kamikaze will realize in space the military elite's synergistic dream by voluntarily disintegrating with his vehicle weapon in a pyrotechnical apotheosis. For the ultimate metaphor of the speed body is its final disappearance in the flames of explosion. The possible rebirth of fascism is a fear shown by many after the revelation of the Nazis' crimes against humanity. Whatever the case, since fascism never died, it doesn't need to be reborn. I'm not talking about little Sadako museographic or commercial trifles, but quite simply the fact that it represented one of the most accomplished cultural, political, and social revolutions of the dromocratic West, like the naval empires or the colonial establishments, and it certainly has less to fear from the future than does a communism that no longer has anything Marxist about it but its name, and for which the end of the dictatorship of the proletariat was the admission of its historical failure. Damn. Fascism is alive because total war, then total peace, have engaged the headquarters of the great national bodies. Dude, this is fucking great.
I didn't realize Paul Virilio was there.
Yeah. The armies, the forces of production, in a new spatial and temporal process in the historical universe in a Kantian world. The problem is no longer one of a historiality in chronological time or geographic space, but in what space-time. In a recent article, I stressed the necessity of reviewing our physical concept of history, of finally recognizing it for what it has become, which in short would make of war's conductibility the coherent plan devised in time and space that can, through repetition, be imposed upon the enemy. Not the instrument, but the origin of a totalitarian language of history. This language is the mutual effort of the European states, then of the world, toward the absolute essence of foreign or civil war, speed, thus giving it the stature of an absolute takeover of world history by Western military intelligence. Pure history, then, is only the translation of a pure strategic advance over terrain. Its power is to precede and be final, and the historian is but a captain of the war, or but a captain in the war of time.
The historian is a captain of the war in time.
And that is the end of that essay. What was a fucking banger, dude.
God damn, dude. That was amazing.
This shit went hard as fuck. Like, I think, yeah, dude, there's so much there. He's dealing with McLuhan. He's dealing with Jameson. He's dealing with Bernays. He's dealing with Burnham. Like, there's so much here. And it is all surrounding, in a sense, instrumentalization, and viewing it, total mobilization. I love it. It's fucking great. There's so much here.
Yeah, and it shows me that he's more relevant than I thought he is. I was already interested in him because he's the theorist of speed. And speed obviously relates to time. Time relates to time energy. So that's why I care about wanting to get into Virilio. There's also the fact that accelerationists are tuned into Virilio, that Baudrillard is tuned into Virilio. So I was interested already, but I did not realize that he wrote this. And the fact that he wrote this means that being the thinker of speed and of total war is also done in this post-Marxist way. In this post-Marxist way, really, you could just call that post-left. You could call that post-Marxist. You could call that post-fuck whatever, dude. But the fact is I've especially after the Seattle event, I realized nobody gives a shit about about some of the shit that we give a shit about because it's so niche. You have to have been sold on Marxism, and then you have to have burnt out on trying to talk to Marxists about what has changed to become a post-Marxist. Being a post-Marxist is not Marx was kind of right, but the world's moved on. No, it's also your actual drive is now somehow tied up in, it's informed in all of these conversations reaching this brick wall of these history people want to skip over 100 years of theoretical development, of practical and technological and media developments, and they don't care about the psyche, they don't care about libidinal economy, and then eventually you go, I'm in some other terrain now. And the thing is it's funny because it's I'm post-Marxist in the sense that I'm just not convinced of the classical categories or strategies or
that
movements
Marxists cling to. Marx did not cling.
That Marxists cling to. Well, and I also don't take Marx's critique of the Gotha program as anything useful for now. In the same way that I don't take state revolution to be useful for right now. And so in that sense, not Marxist, but
so you're not
back to the drawing board the way he went back to the drawing board, which is to say, take all the greatest bourgeois thinkers who have assessed what they failed to see and then get back to work, right?
Yeah, man.
Get back to the British Museum and get back to work.
Political Marxism, if you will. Throw that shit out the window. But the method itself, or maybe even like the commitment to just critique, the commitment to like, let's figure this shit out. But yeah, this whole idea of political Marxism, like, is silly.
And that's that. We don't take it that seriously. All right. And if you do, then great. There are people who do take it seriously who are still watching us. And I think they probably just watch us because they know that we'll have good conversations with us, or they know that we'll call them into question and they like to be hystericized or whatever. Yeah, they might get juice on watching it, love hating it. Like, but I also think that there's plenty of people who've gotten involved with groups like the PSL or whatever, and that at some point they go, something's weird about this, and they're trying to figure it out, you know? So, you know, it's probably a relief, I imagine, to be around people who don't have all the answers after being around people who think they do. But at the same time, we're not just skeptical. We also, we're not just going to read Robinson Crusoe and critique it for this, that, and the other, like Derridians or whatever. No, we're actually still want to see a way forward. And so,
yeah.
Chapter 5 is called Pure Power. I don't know if we actually, it's not that long of a piece. I want to get into it. I think we have time.
This will be the last one.
This will be the last one. All right. Pure Power. I'm going to skip the
author's notes.
Western military culture always stinks of coaches and army trains in which the treasures of defeated nations are hastily piled to be carried to museums and art galleries. Great intro. While Germany bridles at Greek temples made of brick, Hegel dusts off Heraclitus, seeking a new eschatology for the ancient Teutonic order of knights. There's a footnote to that. I'm curious. In history, we must look for a general design, the ultimate end of the world, and not a particular end of the subjective spirit or mind. The sole aim of philosophical inquiry is to eliminate chance. Reason is self-sufficient and contains its end within itself. It brings itself into existence and carries itself into effect. The world spirit is the substance of history. In a short preface, Clausewitz, for his part, turns away from any meditation on war, any meditation on war which is not connected to concrete fact. He has never, he says, avoided logical conclusions. But whenever the thread became too thin, I have preferred to break it off and go back to the relevant phenomena of experience. End quote. It would obviously be a mistake, he adds, to determine the form of an ear of wheat by analyzing the chemical elements of its kernel, since all one needs to do is go to a wheat field to see the grown ears. An indirect criticism of Hegel, who gets bored seeing Livy repeat for the 100th time descriptions of battles against the Volscians, occasionally limiting his narrative to, in this year, war was successfully waged against the Volscians. Such historical writing is lifeless. Such formulae and abstract representations make the content of the work dry. But here, the historical content is literally that of a communique. It is apractical in a way that Hegel could not imagine. And if Livy endlessly resumes the litany of his commentary, it is in order to link the corresponding phenomena directly to experience, to an unknown, vaster organization, a work in progress. The narrative material can only function by being repeated 100 times. Through repetition, it eliminates chance and makes the reason in these stories a war machine that deploys its forces by multiplying them. Thus, pure history is only the translation of a pure strategic advance over terrain. Its power is to proceed and be final, and the historian is but a captain in the war of time. To conduct a war is to execute a rational plan. In other words, to launch an enterprise. In the West, this kind of expansion is the model for any monopoly, seeking less the accumulation of wealth. I was wondering who I heard there.
Hello.
Less the accumulation of wealth than expediency. Hello.
Hello.
A random Ann running through the woods. Sometimes you see these out in North Idaho. Hi.
Hello.
What's up?
I was just wondering when we're gonna leave.
Probably in 20
Four.
minutes to 25 minutes.
3:55.
Yeah, well, as soon as this one's over, we're gonna bring it back. But this one's not that long.
Cool.
Love you.
Love you.
Do you want to go sleep in the background like you did in so many of our exegeticals on tour?
Stop.
Yeah.
I like that.
Everyone loves it. No, no one will think that. In the West, this kind of expansion is the model for any monopoly seeking less the accumulation of wealth than expediency. The overall plan being clearly distinguished from its execution, the former could be confused with the uncertain and limited game of state politics. Before the West offered the military enterprise with history as general theory of information on the surroundings, the most independent space-time dimensions. I'm going to reread. The overall plan being clearly distinguished from its execution. No, I'm sorry. I got to go back. In the West, this kind of expansion is the model for any monopoly seeking less the accumulation of wealth than expediency. So the point is that speed has become more important than wealth. And I think that would relate to a lot of the kinds of trading that goes on Wall Street as well. Speed's everything. They're not looking for the ultimate, like, big return on investment. They're looking for the sure thing that's fastest.
Yeah. Short-term, immediate results. Long-term thinking has disappeared. It's become impossible in financial markets because the fiduciary responsibility to return immediate yields, blah, 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 blah. And it's also in the media. Like, it doesn't matter in-depth, accurate, precise coverage. It only matters being the first to press. Like that. Everything in our society. And now this, and now this, and now this.
Right. Now this, now this, now this. So the overall plan being clearly distinguished from its execution. So like the rational plan of war, an enterprise, right?
Yep.
The former could be confused, the plan could be confused with the uncertain and limited game of state politics, but that's just the execution, he's saying. Before the West offered the military enterprise, with history as a general theory of information on the surroundings, the most independent space-time dimensions. The latter execution, which Clausewitz qualifies as a phenomenon without true intelligence, real war became the trial run of the scientific theory of history, of the technical limits of the enterprise's progress, its energy and uncertainty factors. Thus, to oversimplify, we could say that Clausewitz and Clausewitz are operators and that Hegel is a conceptualizer insofar as he is an initiator into a general philosophy of history. Tracing the probable origins of strategic settlement, the citadel state being nothing more than an army which stops in enemy territory and sets up defensive positions. It is no longer the army that initiates war, but rather through the preservation of conquest, all the inhabitants of the invested area. This is absolutely clear for the ancient Miles. The army sets itself up as citadel, and the citadel only survives by remaining an army. I have no idea what any of this is talking about. So, tracing probable is no longer the army that initiates, but rather through the preservation of all the inhabitants of the invested area. Start the war. Is it clear in the ancient Miles? The army sets itself up as citadel, and the citadel only survives by remaining an army. He's quoting from Socrates' orations. Archidamus. I don't know any of this. The soldier is a citizen who, within as well as without, must never know peace. The democratic assembly of equals is a military political assembly and not vice versa. The exercise of power by the state is a permanent conspiracy, which marks the stages of the military revolution. The passage from the fragmentary and unsophisticated production of the war enterprise to its technological, industrial, and scientific development. The historical effort of the West is thus the distribution and management of increasingly numerous human groups by the state war enterprise. Harman notes that the absence of reflection about the military object in Cicero's De Republica and De Regibus is stricto sensu frightening. War, incessant and mysterious activity, didn't need to obtain conceptual autonomy in antiquity any more than in modern times, insofar as it is the fundamental concept of our civilization. This becomes, I think, the incessant and mysterious activity of war that goes on during the times of seeming peace is part of what he's talking about. Because like right now we think we're at peace, but there's like troops deployed in over 148 countries.
We got death squads killing motherfuckers all over Africa and the Middle East and Asia.
And not only that, but all of the research into STEM happening in all of the major Ivy League as well as state universities and all of the robot technological research happening in high schools. All of it is, funded in part by capital and, like various kinds of organizations related to capital interests. But the fundamental interest is war. And that's why we've got to read Disciplined Minds as one of our exegeticals soon, because this keeps coming back up and it's not going to stop coming back up anytime soon. So this becomes particularly evident when reading Sun Tzu side by side with Clausewitz. Sun Tzu asks that we never confuse pure power, the military thing, with domination, the state. What he means by pure power is equally clear, and he often comes back to it. The essential thing is to make the enemy submit without combat, to avoid setting off the mechanism. Open warfare must be a constant allusion to primordial camouflage, and its only consistency must be constant change, in which no one element takes precedence for too long. This could not be the case in war begun as a perpetual mechanism of pure power. Thus, what Sun Tzu designates as a war machine is not the minimum potential from which any military organization can exact enormous results, but the joint dialectic that contains all the opposing parties' operations. Marx in Capital describes almost identically this potential mechanical growth which occurs as soon as isolated events function jointly and simultaneously, and which was a permanent practical concern of Carnot, Napoleon, etc. For the Western state, the military initiator which secures its position in enemy territory, survival depends entirely on the growth of this pure power, on its unlimited use. In Homeric Greece, for example, power was divided among the various ethnic communities until the notion of tyranny, a purely military notion of the abuse of power based on armed force, appeared. The first tyrants came as usurpers, adventurers who had exploited an national military workforce, the hoplites, and had thus passed beyond the fluctuating situation previously instituted by limited pressure groups of the tribal Prytania. The latter, furthermore, continued to take up part in Athenian political life in the form of interest groups and coalitions. We see these phenomena of social warfare faithfully reproduced each time the central strategic organizations are able to generalize their defense systems. At that point, research and concentration of mechanical energy become totally confused in the army state with the pure power exposed by Sun Tzu. After the eclipse of siege warfare and until the industrial revolution of armaments and means of transportation, this pure power, tyranny or dictatorship, was represented by the military, industrial proletariat, at a time when 94% of all the mechanical energy produced and consumed on the earth was obtained by the physical strength of men and animals. Wow. With military proletarianization, we approach the social unknown of the army. Free as the wind, writes Engels about the English proletarian worker forced off his land by creditors, the beginning of the moral freedom indispensable to historical evolution. In this sense, the mercenaries, long before the proletariat, brought together the class conditions necessary for reasonable historical revolution. Their schizophrenic groups, spread all over Europe, were the keepers of a new mode of production, exchange, and distribution. In the 17th century, their treatment by men, such as Louvois, was directly copied from that of the Roman military proletariat. Pathetic, uncertain pay, strikes, and bloody repression. The abusive boss state finally addressed their demands regarding salary, healthcare, lodging, job security. But it was the last and most important demand, the social dignity of the military condition, a demand not met by the French monarchy, that finally became, as Veblen had predicted, one of the major causes of the 1789 revolution. But it was the last and most important demand, the social dignity of the military condition, a demand not met by the French monarchy, that really set shit off in 1789. Okay. The military social body, the army of proletarianized masses trailing its army civilization all over Europe, Balzac, replaced the body of the legitimate sovereign before infiltrating the body politic of the state with Carnot and Napoleon. It is precise, or it might be Carnot, I don't know. I'm just assuming it's a silent T. It is precisely in this body that civil thought was engulfed in the 19th century, while military thought furthered its independence. Once the new social theories were forged, confusion became total. Civil war merged with foreign war. The military model was at the center of both reforms and revolutions. Words and ideas took on multiple meanings. If Marx admires the joint maneuvers of the army machine, General Cluseret dreams of revolutionizing warfare along with the rest, of applying to destruction the principles of production, such as the division of labor. He is also outraged by the bourgeois state's timidly waged moderate war and its opposition to the idea of total war, which Cluseret, an old colonial firebrand, considers the only truly revolutionary war. Precisely because he could no longer doubt the autonomy of military calculation, Clausewitz, around 1816, noted in the margin of Von Clerge, but only after having written the first 6 books, quote, no less practical is the importance of another point that must be made absolutely clear, namely, that war is nothing but the continuation of state politics by other means. This note is therefore faithful to the spirit of the Vienna Congress, which in its declaration of the 13th of March 1815, condemned the enemy of world peace, Napoleon, the disruptor of civil and social relations. The general's oft-quoted statement is but a warning and a hope. Indeed, how could Clausewitz have really foreseen, in 1816, the irresistible expansion of the concept of pure war in Europe? He who, in 1807, had been led in his plans of attack to choose between the good of the state and that of his army. Furthermore, war between nations had already been total on the sea and overseas for several centuries. Notably, mobilization on the French coast had been permanent since the 17th century. Finally, with the French Revolution of 1789, it was social life between the states that began to disappear, since the enemy's political identity was no longer recognized. And as we know, that is a primary condition for total war, whether foreign or civil. Operational in 1794, the ocular telegraph allows, from the battlefield, for the quasi-instantaneous disruption of the political field of nations. The worldwide geostratic and statistical revolution conceived of by Veblen and accomplished. I said Veblen earlier, but I think it's Veblen. It's not Veblen. Conceived of by Veblen and accomplished in the 19th century with the peace of great works and the new vertical capitalism leads directly to the revolution in transportation, information, and speed. A revolution which will bring Europe to the brink of totalitarianism more surely than any battle, than any real and declared conflict. In this context, Clausewitz also perceives the historical limitations of the new proletariat. For if in the European war of movement, the specific form of domination of space by speed, which henceforth characterizes interstate conflicts, mass is still the major component of the machine of attack, the military and proletarian nonetheless seems more and more a demanding and fragile transmission, a hazardous relay station, which, for the war entrepreneur, poses a problem of its deterioration. Tools, soldiers, are there to be used, and use will naturally wear them out. The final product may indeed be compared to that of gold and silver mines. One looks only at the end results and forgets to ask about the cost of the labor that went into it. The dialectic of war, delivered from passivity, demands the military engineer an increased effort in the technical domain, an effort centered on the suppression or replacement of the human factor in the machine's overall workings. In this, we could see the true origin of the whole mythology of comfort, of a whole technical sensibility, which claims to do away with effort, whereas in reality it only seeks to transgress the limits of human energy, properly speaking. This transgression will come to pass, furthermore, since the laboring populations now produce only 1% of the energy consumed on Earth. What developed on the battlefields of foreign and civil wars was not only the discipline of intelligences and bodies, the elimination of individual conduct, but also the entire ethic of the industrial world and of its pseudo-revolutions. Thus, we must never lose sight of the very reason for the historic rise of the military-industrial proletariat, the trade union school of war, the army state's search for pure power, for pure energy. In this sense, the proletariat's determining role in history stopped with the bombing of Hiroshima. Army civilization reminds us of Schlegel's remark about that mysterious aspiring towards chaos that lies behind every ordered creation. There is a distortion of suddenness between political activity painstakingly making its way toward reality and the pure power of war, physical violence, which is immediately creative, always available. History is the ordered creation of chaos through the realization of a theory of war as the geometric basis of all reality, the stabilization of all the variable magnitudes that founded and balanced the universe. If certain Westerners today show less pride in their energetic superiority, we should not forget that this attitude is quite recent and perhaps temporary. In 1924, the monk Teilhard, for example, wrote in My Universe, "It would be premature to suppress the vigorous, albeit overly brutal, expressions of warring force. We will need mightier and mightier cannons, bigger and bigger battleships to materialize our aggression on the world." 40 years later, Marcuse still exults. This economy, adapted as it is to military needs, furthers man's mastery over nature. For these latter-day metaphysicians, there can be no doubt the enemy is not only on the eastern or western front, it is in us and among us. It is our own nature exchanging with all of nature, allusion to primordial camouflage. Everything being exchanged for fire, and fire for everything, the same as merchandise for gold, and gold for all kinds of merchandise, according to Glucksmann, speaking of polemos, as the thread that ties together all of capital, from the first unwritten word to the last. No one here notices that war has completely absorbed its dialectic in an absolute defense, which is simultaneously the administration of an absolute attack. The two-in-one of historical totalitarianism is realized by nuclear deterrence, along with the get out of nature metaphysics, which from the outset was the foundation of colonial strategy. Oh my God. That's a really good point. such as the relatively long-term collapse of the multiplicity of exchange systems. No constant civilization should consist in colonies, says Colbert about the colonial pact. Colbert? I don't know.
Yeah.
Here, the degree of civilization is absolutely assimilated to the degree of military aptitude. The civilized countries, in short, are those which, facing the multiplicity and unpredictability of violent attacks, mutually agreed to band together against risk. A strict protocol exists in each civilization insofar as exchanges, especially violent exchanges, are concerned, an entire intelligible reciprocity. Thus, from the 16th century on in Europe, when historical idealism is reborn, a new colonial adventure begins. Differences are drawn between those populations capable of providing war with the infrastructures of its conductivity, literally its media, and the subjected, underdeveloped others chosen for their inaptitude at maintaining this level of violent exchange. Placed outside the laws of war, they are considered all the more inept at every other form of exchange, economic, cultural, political, etc. This is the first realized figure of pure violence. The protocol maintained by the UN after total war, the exponential development of military science and technique, which obviously aim not toward the multiplication of violent exchanges, but toward their disappearance, a kind of absolute colonization. This is the limit of historical analysis. The final image of the state is ideal because autonomous. The cosmopolis is that which appropriates and consumes while giving nothing back to its natural partner. That seems like it would probably be good for going along with this theory of waste.
Mm-hmm.
According to Sun Tzu, the mechanism of war grows like the fire that devours while spreading, its energy producing ever-increasing speed, no longer the speed of armies which, like stones rolling furiously down the mountainside, are able to regain their balance once they have reached bottom. Energy is no longer subject simply to physical laws, but also to those of metaphysics. The city-state is reorganized around the kratos, the fire that must be constantly fed and revived. A new chasm opens between the military and professional elite, able to create and use complex scientific weapons, and the mass of ordinary citizens assigned merely to maintain and protect the nuclear environment. The machine age naturally leads to the age of central nuclear systems, which can hit the most distant targets through an operation that transforms every reality into diminishing energy. Now it's all italicized. The Russian-American realization of global nuclear deterrence is thus, at the same time, a catastrophic process of total colonization. I'm curious to see how J.M. Adams is going to turn him into some kind of a optimist, man. Yeah. I don't see how you can take this shit and put a smile on it.
Yeah.
In Washington, at the height of the economic crisis, James Schlesinger demanded that defense budgets for NATO members be regularly increased from 3 to 5% per year. Beyond any consideration of a new strategy of deterrence, we have here a simple protection racket. A new chasm opens between the military and professional elite, able to create and wait. I have to go. No, that was the same page. Beyond any consideration of a new strategy of deterrence, we have here a simple protection racket. Safety blackmail, just as the origin of any pact of colonial exhaustion. Elsewhere, the Portuguese military gradually brought the reality of revolutionary power to another level, that of an army civilization. Thus, ship's captain Correa Jesuano, Minister of Social Communication, depicts the left-wing officers as ethnologists studying a primitive people. For in his view, the Portuguese people is underdeveloped. But the development in question here is not economic, and the captain's thought is clear. As we have seen, there is only a revolutionary historical realization for the army state when the concept of pure war is the basis of its organization, its own characteristics and knowledge. Conversely, when this basic concept slackens, when the state system tries to make the military enterprise into an external affair, then it becomes simply a collection of unimportant and trivial transactions. A narrow history devoid of glory. This sheds light not only on Western nations' violent annihilation of different cultures and economies, but also with decolonization on the latter's spontaneous disappearance, the voluntary renunciation of enormous bodies of knowledge and expression, which have become completely inoperative for the new individuals claiming a place in history. Pure war is neither peace nor war, nor is it, as was believed, absolute or total war. Rather, it is the military procedure itself in its ordinary durability. The balance of terror, the nuclear coalition, peaceful coexistence, in short, the dissolution of the state of war and the military's infiltration into the movements of daily life reproduce the metamorphoses of the hunter from direct confrontation of the wild animal to progressive control over the movements of certain species, then with the help of the dog to guarding semi-wild flocks, and finally to reproduction, breeding. Domestication is the logical outcome of prey. Atrocities, blows, wounds, and bloodshed, in the final account, run counter to the unlimited use of violence. War is no longer directly identifiable with declared conflict, with battles. Since Maurice de Saxe, we know that we can wage war without fighting through simple displacement of forces and swiftness of movement. Nonetheless, the old illusion still persists that a state of peace means the absence of open warfare, or that the military, which no longer fights but helps society, is peaceful, and that the military institution can even be beneficial once it stops attacking. Partly responsible for the failure of the Paris Commune, this illusion returns in Allende's Chile and in Portugal. That is why it is so urgent to exhaustively analyze this institution rather than hang around its outskirts, failing, voluntarily or not, to effect the most necessary deinstitutionalization of all, that of the military. That is, unless the latter, through an ultimate subterfuge, manages to simulate this very initiative. Peru or Cambodia, in this respect, constitutes a sinister forerunner. Military socialism. We're tired. We're going to go to sleep now. Just kidding. We got to go do an event in somewhere. It's a secret.
Somewhere.
Word of mouth only, this one. So, fascinating.
Yeah. I am very excited to add this into CMT and also PMC.
It's a good connection.
Yeah, it's just really good, and it's a lot of the shit we've been talking about already, and it's awesome to have another based ass thinker who's thinking about these things decades before us. It's cool. It's exciting. It's more ammunition for our war machine against not just our material conditions, but also the intellectual conditions that we're trying to break out of. It's awesome.
I think that's good for now. Peace, everyone. Also, I got it. Also, if you're watching this, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, whether this is unlisted or not. It will make a difference if it ever does go public. But more importantly, we would like to hear what you think about it. If you are a tier 1, 2, 3, or a 4 subscriber through the app, which you can get on the Android or Apple stores, then you have special access to certain areas of the website and the app. You have access to certain courses. You have access to certain hub events that go on a weekly basis. So if you want to come talk about this with us at the weekly hub events, especially during the office hours where we talk about whatever you are interested in related to Theory Underground materials, to Theory Underground canon, then come on by office hours, and also get the Time Energy book while you have no time or energy. Get the Underground Theory volume with the over 31 contributors, including Slavoj Žižek, Norman Finkelstein, blah, 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 because there's a bunch of no names like us who are in there, and we are trying to be a part of this conversation, and there's reasons that we should be a part of it, because at the end of the day, there are people doing underground theory because of the fact that they have to work, but that doesn't mean that they aren't fascinated by these questions and doing everything they can, everything in their power to research this stuff every waking moment of the day that isn't being eaten up by capital and other forms of necessary labor. So, that's people like us, people like Mikey, people like Anne. And I just think that, if you want to be in dialogue with us, you want to make sure to read through that, read and reread through that. And then when our upcoming conferences and or distributed conference tours are coming to a city near you, or when you come to us at some place, you'll be able to present on your thoughts. And this is how we bootstrap this scene at the end of history into an actual intellectual milieu that is going to be able to hopefully be the basis for something that can get beyond our current deadlocks. Thank you, everybody, so much for listening. If you made it this far, seriously, let us know. If not in the comment sections below, then just DM me. Let me know on Theory Underground. Let Nance know. I don't know. We find it encouraging. If anyone ever gets anything out of these, we appreciate knowing about it.
Yeah,
okay,
for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
take care. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Theory Underground. I'm your host, David McKerracher, co-host in the house today. Nance, what's up, man? How you doing?
chilling.
Badass. Yesterday was the first day of the Intro to Nick Land course. It was fire. It's premiering right now on the channel. There's a bunch of people watching it. We already saw it, though. I was listening to it while at work when I wasn't listening to Anti-Oedipus. Later in this week, it'd be nice to actually read chapter 3 of Anti-Oedipus, because that's something that Mikey was encouraging everybody to do. But for right now, we're on this Virilio grind. There's 2 grinds that we're on. We're getting into the capital grind on Monday, and the Virilio grind, well, we're just doing it until the book's over. And then once the book's over, we'll take a little break from Virilio for a while, and then we'll come back to Virilio probably a month later. And I don't want to come back to him without having spent a little bit of time doing some basic hermeneutics research, and then a little bit of secondary stuff on Virilio, so that we come back to it and kind of try our knowledge to see, like, okay, oh, wow, the first time I read this, I thought blah, 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 and so, yeah, what are you thinking? Anything else you want to say as setup?
No, I think, I think it's all there, man. I think as far as setup goes, we're jumping into Virilio, and we just need to hurry up with that because we're going too slow.
It's true. We're always too slow with Virilio because he's the thinker of speed. This is chapter 8, The Imposture of Immediacy. By 1984, Paul Virilio was also considered very much a theorist of the image, and in the French context, the image was frequently conflated with the cinema. Famous Cahiers de Cinéma editions in Paris published Virilio's next book in the Aurelian year, entitled Guerre et Cinéma, basically the logic of perception. It was put out in a series alongside works by the likes of André Bazin and Francois Truffaut, key figures identifiable with French cinema. The English version came out with Verso in London, blah, blah, blah. First volume, blah, blah, blah. A subsequent book, blah, blah, blah. Ownership of the image for publishing, blah, 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 blah. Turn the page. Don't give a shit. Thank you, Redhead. Once the optical telegraph
not all of Redhead's interjections have been blah blah blah. Like, I think the first few were really good to kind of situate Virilio in the field of study. Like when he was talking about the architecture principi and shit like that, I think that was really good. I think as we get further into the book, his introductions are just
skippable.
Yeah. Well, because anyone listening to that, you should get the idea. It's very like how history should not be taught is what that is. Where a person's like, on this date, this publisher published and then this other publisher did this, and then this other publisher did that, and this other publisher did that on this other date, and then this had this other name at this date, and then the name changed on this date. And it's like, what did he do? And who are these people? Because not all publishers are the same. Like, what is the significance of publishing it in this one as opposed to that one? Was he friends with these people? Was he not friends with these people? Was there a peer review process with this other one that wasn't with this other one? Was this one outside of his field and this other one? I don't know. None of that. None of the actual context came through just now. So I think Steve Redhead is a boss for putting this together. Mad respect. It just didn't have what I wanted. And I hate to be a consumer who's just saying, what I wanted is not on the menu. But anyway, what I want is on the menu because it's right here. It's actually this. This is the text. So let's get to it.
Word.
Once the optical telegraph came into operation in 1794, the remotest battlefield could have an almost immediate impact on a country's internal life, turning upside down its social, political, and economic field. The instantaneity of action over a distance was already an accomplished fact. Since then, as many people have noted, geographical space has been shrinking. With every advance in speed and strategic location has lost importance as ballistic systems have become more widespread and sophisticated. This technological development has carried us into a realm of factitious topology in which all the surfaces of the globe are directly present to one another. After the war of movement of mechanized forces, the time came for a strategy of Brownian movement, a geostrategic homogenation announced at the end of the last century in Mackinder's theory of the single world island into which various continents are supposedly contracting. One is reminded of the war in the Malvinas, whose remoteness did not dampen the British ardor for Antarctic contraction. With the great universal or colonial exhibitions, it was no longer necessary for people to travel to distant lands. The faraway could be presented to them as such, on the spot, in the form of more or less obsolescent scale models. The transport revolution made itself felt less in the desire for exoticism than in a new endogeny. And do you know what that word means? In breaking open
endogeny?
Yeah.
That's like endogenous is like
outside of something?
No, it endogenous is inside. So a new insideness, like inherent, kind of.
Okay, so we're imminent. The transport revolution made itself felt less in the desire for exoticism than a new endogeny. In breaking open one's normal surroundings through a lightning trip to dreamlands, one could conjure away the trip and not even know one was traveling. The Disney Corporation, which the French have consulted for the ghostly Universal Exhibition of 1989, took over the idea for Disneyland, and then the EPCOT, in parentheses, Epcot, it's the experimental prototype of the community of tomorrow. While Disney
I never knew what that was.
Epcot, but you've heard it referenced before?
Yeah, it has that big geodesic sphere. I think it's at the one in LA or Anaheim. I think I've heard of Epcot my whole life. I've just never known what it was for.
Oh, and it is a Disney World thing.
Yeah. Is that in LA or?
So this is like, I'm pulling it up on the screen, but you can't see it, Nance. You'd have to Google it yourself, but I'm showing people on the recording side. But it's supposed to be like a utopia, a Disney utopia thing. I have heard about it.
Because Walt Disneyland was a futurist, or Walt Disneyland. Walt Disney was a futurist.
Right.
Okay. That's like
That's dope.
That movie with George Clooney.
I don't know that movie. Tomorrowland. I don't know about that shit.
That's a sick one. We should do that in
Cool.
the film club.
Yeah, we were talking about Howard Hughes last time. Now we're talking about Disney. That's fucking cool. Because, Walt Disney is, like Howard Hughes, one of these eccentric, extremely wealthy and influential people. Probably a Nazi, Anyway, Walt Disney speaking on the 15th of November 1965 at a memorable press conference held in the Great Lounge of Orlando's Cherry Plaza, described Epcot as a new town of revolutionary design where we will try to solve the communication and environmental problems posed for inhabitants of the cities of the future. Disney died suddenly 13 months later after the bulldozers had begun work on the 11,000 hectares of Florida swampland purchased in 1964, an area larger than that of San Francisco. It is, by the way, new rule. I've been meaning to say this. When you scroll, can you kind of try to keep it in the middle of the page? Because I want to be able to, sometimes I have to reference back because sometimes I lose the referent. And I have to go. So especially with words like it or this, I do a quick scan of like, what's the noun? It is significant that Disney's successors decided to solve the communication problems of the city of the future by erecting the showcase of the world. Here, past, present, and future are telescoped together, and the 5 continents, represented by assorted visual relics of monuments and real objects, lie overlapping on the narrow shoreline of an artificial lake. The buildings and the perfectly copied cars and trains are a fifth of the normal size, a scaling down that Disney saw as the essence of dream creation and cinema knowledge. Here repeats the strategist's negation of dimensions. When the offer of a trip around the world in 80 minutes shone in lights outside cinemas in the 1930s, it was already clear that film was superimposing itself on a geostrategy which for a century or more had inexorably been leading to the direct substitution and thus sooner or later the disintegration of things and places. By the way, after this paragraph, you can take it up, but can you share me the de-esser plugin that you were talking about yesterday? I want to set that up while you read. In 1926, in the Paramount Hall of Nations in New York, Adolf Zukor, I told you, Adolf, had the idea of bringing under one roof a collection of representative material from ruins around the world, as if to assemble the last witnesses of a physical universe that had vanished into the special effects of communication machines. Rich Americans like John D. Rockefeller Jr. followed this example by... Is that the John D. Rockefeller? Is the John Rockefeller? Is he a junior?
I think that's his son.
It's his son. Okay. Followed this example by incorporating genuine pieces of architecture from medieval churches or castles into modern architectural structures, while the funerary handprints of stars left to the concrete sidewalk of Grauman's Chinese theater in Hollywood already prefigured the human negatives of the atomic age.
Yeah, I think the original Rockefeller got rich in like the steel industry or the railroad industry or something, and then I think his son was the one who really got famous as like the New York guy. But I could be wrong.
Did you share it?
Yeah, that's in that the old folder in Drive with all the videos.
Awesome.
Despite the massive accumulation of documents, publicity, and films, young Army recruits still say in response to questions that they cannot imagine what a war would be like. They are like that rookie in a fine chapter of Clausewitz on War, who, before facing the battlefield for the first time, looks at it from afar in astonishment and for a moment still thinks he is at a show. Which, that's legit. That shit happened to me in Iraq. There was moments of derealization, moments of like, oh my God, this isn't real. Like, I must be dreaming. The soldier then has to leave the calm of the surrounding countryside and to move ever closer to what might be regarded as the epicenter of battle, crossing one zone after another in which the intensity of danger continually increases. To the accompaniment of roaring cannons, whistling shells, and quaking earth, more and more of his comrades collapse round him, dead or suddenly maimed. Beneath that steel storm in which the laws of nature appeared suspended, the midwinter air quivered as in the scorching days of summer, and its flicker set stationary objects dancing to and fro. Here, the static sense of the world has come to an incomprehensible end. Beyond a certain threshold, Clausewitz remarks, the light of reason moves in a different medium and is reflected in a different manner. Once his customary faculties of perception and reasoning have let him down, the soldier has to display that military virtue which consists in believing that he will come through it all. To be a survivor is to remain both actor and spectator of a living cinema, to continue being the target of subliminal audiovisual bombardment, or, in the colloquial language of French soldiers, to light up the enemy. It is also to try to postpone one's own death, that last technological accident or final separation of sound and image. During the Second World War, while still a child, I experienced firsthand the fierce flight of strategic bombing and, later, witnessed a series of land battles in the company of a former artillery liaison officer, a survivor from the 1914 through 18 war, who taught me how easily a tested mind could cut through such a subliminal barrage, could locate and materialize in space the atmospheric dimensions of a battle, and could anticipate what the different parties intended to do. To cut a long story short, my old friend jubilantly described this scenario of battle, which I, being a newcomer, saw only as its special effects. Young American GIs advancing to dangerous battlefield positions used the most eloquent expression, "We're off to the movies." After 1945, the cinematic artifice of the war machine spread once more into new forms of spectacle. War museums opened all over liberated France at the sites of various landings and battles, many of them in old forts or bunkers. The first rooms usually exhibited relics of the last military-industrial conflict, outdated equipment, old uniforms and medals, yellowing photographs, while others had collections of military documents or screenings of period newsreels. It was not long, however, before the invariably large numbers of visitors were shown into huge, windowless rooms resembling a planetarium or a flight or driving simulator. In these war simulators, the public was supposed to feel like spectator survivors of the recent battlefield. Standing in near total darkness, they would see a distant, accurately curving coastline gradually light up behind the vast plain of a panoramic windscreen, which then displayed a rush of events indistinctly represented by dim flashes, rough silhouettes of aircraft and motor vehicles, and the glimmer of fires. It was as if newsreels had been too realistic to recapture the pressure of the abstract surprise movements of modern war. And so, the old diorama method, with its enhancement of the visual field, was brought into service to give people the illusion of being hurled into a virtually unlimited image. If one thinks of the cinema mausoleums or atmospheric cinemas of the 1930s, one can see in this a new outflanking of immediate reality by the cinematic paramnesia of the war machine. Shortly afterwards, in the 1950s, the grandson of the famous conjurer Robert Houdin invented the immediately popular Salle et Lumière, a kind of open-air museum in which the past is reinjected into real places, temples, castles, landscapes, by means of projectors, sound equipment, artificial mist, and more recently, laser graphics. Similarly, in the American Freedom Lands, one can see old Chicago collapse and rise again from the flames every 20 minutes or so, or join the Civil War and escape by the skin of one's teeth through the gun smoke as the opposing sides opened fire. Because of their overexposure in time, the material supports thus lose out to artificial lighting and become no more than a crepuscular threshold. The audience itself no longer knows whether the ruins are actually there, whether the landscape is not merely simulated in kaleidoscopic images of general destruction. The sites chosen for museums of the Second World War remind us that these fortress tombs, dungeons, and bunkers are first and foremost camera obscura, that their hollowed windows, narrow apertures, and loopholes are designed to light up the outside while leaving the inside in semi-darkness. In his pencil-like embrasure, the lookout and later the gunner realized long before the easel painter, the photographer, or the filmmaker how necessary is a preliminary sizing up. You can see hell much better through a narrow vent than if you could take it in with both eyes at once, wrote Barbary D. Everly, evoking the sort of squint necessary in taking aim and firing. This action, like the seductive wink so fashionable in the 1930s, increased the depth of the visual field while reducing its compass. As recent experiments in anarthroscopic perception have shown, it is not enough to know that one is looking through a crack. It is also necessary to see the crack, and in certain circumstances, the observer may even invent it. In any case, it has been proved that the form of the aperture influences the perceptual identification of objects, and that visual tracking is a constitutive element in anarthroscopic perception of a moving shape. More simply, the soldier's obscene gaze on his surroundings and on the world, his art of hiding from sight in order to see, is not just an ominous voyeurism, but from the first imposes a long-term patterning on the chaos of vision, one which prefigures the synoptic machinations of architecture and the cinema screen. In the act of focusing, with its proper angles, blind spots, and exposure times, the line of sight already heralds the perspectival vanishing line of the easel painter who, as in the case of Dürer or Leonardo, might also be a military engineer or an expert in siege warfare. The 19th century development of viewfinders precisely allowed the view to be found and snapped for military purposes within interpretive codes for fixing the three-dimensional identity of two-dimensional images. This introduced a new reading of the battlefield, but also considerably increased the impotence and obscenity of the military decision maker, now in ever greater danger of being tracked down and eliminated. Thus, in order to escape two-dimensional observation from anchored reconnaissance balloons 400 or 500 meters up, the army began to bury its strongholds and outworks in a third dimension, throwing the enemy into a frenzy of interpretation. Invisible in its sunken depths, the camera obscura also became deaf and blind, its relations with the rest of the country now depending entirely on the logistics of perception, with its technology of subterranean, aerial, and electrical communication. Already, what I have called the problem of the third window, how to light the surrounding world without seeing it, posed itself in a most acute way. From now on, strategy is concealed in the special effects of signals and communications. Located in deep shelters that open onto communications trenches, the projectors invented by General Mangin can send messages over a distance of more than 80 kilometers. The light from a powerful oil lamp is concentrated in a telescope by means of a concave mirror. This telescope is fitted with a movable shutter so that one can obtain either a constant beam or a short burst, or a long burst, corresponding to the dot and dash of the Morse code. The inner walls of the central command posts became screens covered with gridded maps whose ceaseless animation abstractly logged the slightest movement of troops in what were still proximate theaters. About 1930, some countries, including Britain, wound down their conventional means of defense and concentrated on research into perception. This reorientation led to the development of cybernetics and radar, as well as advancing the sciences of goniometry, microphotography, and, as we have seen, radio and telecommunications.
Thus, during the Second World War, the military commands and war cabinets no longer needed to set up their bunkers near the field of battle, but were able to remain in Berlin or London in command centers which bore a passable resemblance to huge theater halls, for a war which had already become a space opera.
I'll take it for the last paragraph. No longer.
Yo, what's up, everybody? I don't know if you can hear me, but go ahead and let me know if you're here. Are you one of the 14 people who's here? What's up, DeathCon? What's up, Lucio? What's up, MB? Yo, 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 yo. MB says, now to rewind after missing the first hour plus. I mean, at this point, it's probably even more than that, huh? Yeah, let's see if I can turn this on so you can see me. Hey, what's up, everybody? Sup, folks? So, yeah, this is really cool to hear over again. And also, I paused it on the funniest frame ever. Look at Nance is smiling, and I look like a dork. Anyway, so I just wanted to say that you guys, I wanted to apologize, I guess. You're not able to see the words. I just realized it. Like, if you push play, watch.
Longer having any real extension in space. These centers of interaction received an endless
I know you can't see the words. Stupid. I don't know what to do about that, because it's like we scrolled through the whole text. We wanted this to be useful to people after the fact. So for now, I'm going to let this finish out. But I'm also going to be thinking, what should I do? Maybe this should be uploaded as a standalone video, because when I pause it, you're able to see the words. But when I play it, because I'm just playing it off of Adobe Premiere, it's simplifying things by just showing a blurred version. So that's
mass of information and messages
If I
from
push
the
play, it's
most
harder to read.
scattered points.
You can still kind of see it, so I guess I'm not going to worry about it too much. Just wanted you all to know that I got you in mind. I've got you in mind. I'm also going to play a PSA. Let me set that up real quick. Let's see what PSA I'm going to play. You know what? I made a PSA today. So there's even like, I'm wearing the same clothes. It's like continuity and all that. So I'm going to go ahead and roll the one I made earlier today. And then we'll be right back after that. And maybe Nance will pop in here with me at some point later today. I hope so. All right. Peace. Things. And I think we're good now. So it's recording. Welcome, everybody at Theory Underground, as well as the random passerby who's wondering what the heck all of this stuff is about. It's great to have you here. The Theory Underground crew has been hard at work, and I, as its major labor force for the last couple of years, have been hard at work trying to make sure that you are able to get based at Theory Underground without having to just spend hundreds of hours going through our back catalog of MSTUs, without having to go through our back catalog of courses and seminars. And so to that end, allow me to show you how you can get based at Theory Underground. I have it up here. It says 2025, get based in philosophy and theory, the TU base braid we are weaving for the year. And there are 4 courses, or 4 major threads is a way of saying it. The core concepts of Theory Underground, which I am teaching in 12 parts. Fault Line Theory 101, which Mikey is teaching in 12 parts. Or actually, most of that was already taught in Intro to Gijik and Intro to Land, and you'll have access to those playlists as well as a seminar. And then Political Theory 101 taught by none other than Benjamin Studebaker, and Philosophy of Nature taught by Nina Power. We love her. We love him. We love all these people. It's all really cool. But here's the image of the base braid. You can see it right here. Can everybody see that? Can you see that? It's right there. Check it out. That is the base braid. Right there. We are the silent weaving of the spirit in our seminars taking these courses and ideas and bringing them into dialogue, figuring out what are the contradictions that constitute the field between us. And in doing so, we open up a new space with a new horizon of possibilities. Philosophy of nature versus postmodernism. Political theory versus the situation. These are the threads that we are weaving at Theory Underground, and the only way to get involved, the only way to get involved in all of that, or any one of those courses or seminars, is the same one-click subscription. Just go to theoryunderground.com and click the Get Involved button you see right here, or go to theoryunderground.com/subscribe. Or you could always just use the QR code that's right here, or the QR code that's right here. Just put your finger on it from the screen. Chances are your smartphone might be able to pop up the link. Go to subscribe and become a $50 subscriber to access all this stuff at the listening level. To be able to engage in the Zoom calls, go ahead and sign up at the next higher tier. And then finally, the highest tier is for people who want to be able to undergo supervisions to eventually, hopefully, get onto the Turn or the Agora or any of the other cool Bildung mech that we've been developing here at Theory Underground as we figure out how to do something more than just a YouTube channel, something more than just a podcast, something more than just a Substack or an Instagram. No, it's about real human beings who have real needs. Real needs. Mikey is our poster child of those real needs. He was a human being who had his time, energy, his freedom, and he was able to study philosophy for 15 years full time, like an obsessive, 7 hours a day on average, 7 days a week for 15 years. Jealous. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. We're all jealous. He is jealous because he doesn't get to do that anymore. He's working in a warehouse. He's been working there for 5 years, 7 years, something like that. Point is to free Mikey from wage labor means Theory Underground becoming a success, which also means me getting freed from wage labor, which thankfully you've all done. Thank you to you subscribers. And then also Anne, bringing her on in her administrative capacities until she's able to train someone else to do it. We're able to pay them. And at that point, I'll have some scole, which is something that time energy becomes the condition of possibility for, right? Time energy is the condition of possibility for what is called labor power, but it's also the condition of possibility for what is called scole. Scole is free of outside pressures, incentives, and is just able to be in a sort of leisurely kind of frame of mind. You can read all about it when you go to Free Time by Theodore Adorno. It's a wonderful little essay. And Joseph Piper's Leisure as the Basis of Culture is a good example of this as well. But I take it to another level with time energy theory. And so you want to get the time energy book. It's on Amazon or Audible. And then you can really understand what we're doing here at Theory Underground. Mikey is writing currently this book. He's finishing up a book called Capital versus Time Energy, a Zizkian critique of Nick Land. Though time energy is not a Zizkian concept, it is one that he likes and has, written a foreword for my book on because he loves the concept. And, so ultimately, thank you, Slavoj, for showing that support. But Mikey is the residential Zizkian Landian. He is somebody who has really tarried with the two sides of the fault line between Zizek and Land. And so we want to free Mikey so he's able to do the best lectures on the goddamn internet. But that's not going to be possible until we get to 80 platinum subscribers. So right now I think we've got about under 10. We've got under 10 right now. We need to get to 80. So we could do that this year. And then Mikey will be doing weekly exegeticals and office hours and potentially a podcast with me, which is very exciting. But with all that said, let's get into the real stuff here, the stuff that I really want to do with you all. Let's get back to it. Thanks for listening to me explain how everything works. Now let's go. And I'm back. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome back to Theory Underground. I know that was just me talking, but that was previously recorded earlier today on this very same stream. There's a record something, repeat something kind of principle that I'm experimenting with. Anyway, so I'm about to bring it back to this Virilio reading. I just wanted to run that and say I love you guys, and I gotta go try to get a hold of Nance. Nance, if you're hearing this, if you're like doing stuff, I think we have a meeting with Will. Remember, he's trying to get those plane tickets. We gotta figure some stuff out. So yeah, if you're around. Anyway, if you're not, don't worry about it. And everybody else, we'll be hanging out in the chat. So let's get after it. Let me just see if I can figure out what was the screen share I was using before. Is it this one? Is it this one? This is the one. Let's get after it.
This reorientation led to the development of cybernetics and radar, as well as advancing the sciences of goniometry, microphotography, and, as we have seen, radio and telecommunications. Thus, during the Second World War, the military commands and war cabinets no longer needed to set up their bunkers near the field of battle, but were able to remain in Berlin or London in command centers which bore a passable resemblance to huge theater halls, for a war which had already become a space opera.
I'll take it for the last paragraph. No longer having any real extension in space, these centers of interaction received an endless mass of information and messages from the most scattered points and radiated it back into their own defined universe. In a sense, they may be said to have taken over the inertia of the old Kammerspiel with its subjection to the pressure of time. But in these aseptic chambers, so overwhelming was the sense of negative charge, so bare the visual and acoustic representation, that Hitler decided to introduce sound effects into his control room at Brûlé-le-Pêche when he was planning Operation Sea Lion. For the miniaturization of technological power, reducing space and time to nothing, was incompatible with the expansive imagination of the Nazi Lebensraum and could only be encountered with artificial depth and grandiosity. Sick.
Damn.
That
was a really good essay.
Can you do a quick little look back over the dates of all of them and just see? Actually, so what we could do is I could start reading and you could just, or maybe you start reading the next one. I'll just go and look at the dates while you do it, just to figure it out. It'd be good to know.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm really stoked about this one. I've been wondering about it for a while because I know Andre Gores also has a book about the automobile, and so it's
an essay about the car.
Yeah,
and I think Baudrillard specifically has referenced this essay.
Dude, no way. All right.
Oh shit! Hold on. Oh no, never mind. The last vehicle. Tomorrow, learning space will be just as useful as learning to drive a car. Werner von Braun. In Tokyo, there is a new indoor swimming pool equipped with a basin of intensely undulating water in which the swimmers remain on the same spot. The turbulence prevents any attempt to move forward, and the swimmers must try to advance just to hold their position. Like a kind of home trainer or conveyor belt on which one moves in the direction opposite that of the belt, the dynamics of the currents in this Japanese pool have the sole function of making the racing swimmers struggle with the energy passing through the space of their mutual encounter. An energy that takes the place of the dimensions of an Olympic pool, just as the belts of the home trainer have been replacing stadium racetracks. The person working out in such cases thus becomes less a moving body than an island, a pole of inertia. Like a theater set, everything is focused on the stage. Everything occurs in the special instant of an act, an inordinate instant, offering a substitute for expanses and long stretches of time. Not so much a golf course, but a video performance. Not so much an oval track, but a running simulator. Space is no longer expanding. Inertia replaces the continual change of place. Moreover, one observes a quite similar trend in museographic presentation. Being too vast, the most spacious exhibitions have recently been subject to temporal reduction in inverse proportion to their overall dimensions. Twice the amount of space to cover means twice as little time that one can spend at any one place. The acceleration of the visit is measured by the area of the exhibition. Too much space, too little time, and the museum welters in useless expanse that can no longer be furnished with works of art. In any case, probably because the latter still tend to sprawl, to make a show of themselves, to pour themselves into these vast and utterly uninviting surfaces, just like the grand perspectives of classical period. Whereas our monuments were once erected to commemorate significant works that can now be viewed for long periods by visitors interested in the past, they are presently simply ignored in the excessive zeal of the viewer, this amateur who seems to have to be forced to fixate for more than only a moment. For the more impressive the size of the volumes presented, the quicker he tries to escape. We are talking about the monument of a moment in which the work tends to disappear without a trace more than expose itself. The contemporary museum vainly attempts to assemble and present these works, these pieces that one ordinarily views only from a distance in the atelier at the workplace, in these laboratories of a heightened perception that is never the perception of the passerby, this passing viewer distracted by his exertion. With regard to this perspective of retention, of the restriction of the time to pass through, of passing by, we should point out yet another project. It concerns a miniaturized reconstruction or reconstitution of the state of Israel, where, in complete safety and with a minimum of physical movement, visitors can marvel at the exact copy of the Holocaust Museum, a small section of the Wailing Wall, and the miniaturized reconstitution of the Sea of Galilee, created with a few cubic meters of water from the original. Seizing this opportunity, the directors of this institution could perhaps complete it by exhibiting electronic components, products of Israeli industry. This extraterritorial manifestation could be cited in Douarnenez on Tristan da Cunha as soon as this group of islands is finally ceded by France to the Hebrew state. Even if this utopia,
I'll go. I looked it up. So these have all been chronological. So 1966, 1966, 1960s, 1970s, 1978, 1980s, 80s, and this one, 1984. So yeah, it's all been linear, and which is cool because you can kind of feel him starting to come into his own a bit, and you can see where his archaeological and architectural sort of basis, as you were saying, spatial expertise, kind of factors in here, and it's spatial military architectural expertise. But as far as what we're reading right now, while I was looking that up, I was multitasking, and sometimes I can follow, but I admit I'm kind of only half getting it. So just what's going on here?
So he starts off by talking about, and this is cool because this has come up multiple times in our conversations and Mikey's conversations. The museum visitor who
just rushes through.
Like the time and space are having this like inverse correlation, and so there's more to do and there's less time to do it, and so when there's more there, you actually get to experience less.
It's a good point. Yeah.
And just kind of like that, the inverse relation to movement versus what we're taking in. And he's kind of relating that to being on the treadmill or being in the swimming pool, like the infinity pools where you swim, but it's like a bathtub, but it's like pushing against you. And so you're swimming through it. Like we're getting to the point where we're always staying in one place, but we're convinced of this illusion that we're moving through the world when in reality we're not.
Right. Like I kind of had that experience. I mean, I think if he was writing today, he'd probably talk about the common phenomenon of being like, wait, how did I get here after you just drove somewhere? Right. Because
that's like, so when we were reading the pygnolepsy stuff, like,
yes,
that happens all the time where you're just somewhere else and you're like, oh shit, I don't remember getting here. Like,
right. Yeah. Cause you're just absorbed in what you're doing. And this is kind of a Heideggerian point. Like we are those beings that dissever. And so, you know, you can be severed from your glasses, in the sense that you have, obviously you're using them, but they're the furthest thing from you. And you're reading a letter and the person is the other side of the world from you, but they're closer to you than all your neighbors or anybody in the city that you're in. Right. So like this is essential for the internet age for us to figure something out. Like I was just thinking about how you were just here. And now you're not. And everybody, like most of the people in my life who matter to me now have met you. And then like, but now you're gone. But then also like, if you were to just like fly back here and we were doing stuff and then people like ran into the two of us, there would like, I was thinking like, okay, let's just say like Elton and Holly run into us. I kind of imagine they'd be like, like there'd be this, oh, you're in town, but also of course you're here. And like, also, of course you're here because were you ever really gone? Because they see more of us than they see of their own neighbors. Right? Like we're so, because we put out constant shit, like constant long form content. And if you just kind of see it constantly going up and you're constantly hearing it, it's like we're together in this sense. And the spatial thing doesn't really matter. But then, so I don't even think people would be surprised if all of a sudden they go, oh, didn't realize you're in town. Oh, no, they wouldn't think that. The first thought would be, oh, of course, it's Dave and Nance. Right? Like it's this weird thing. Cool. All right. Even if this utopia does not really come to be, it nevertheless reveals in exemplary fashion this Tellurian contraction, this sudden overexposure now befalling the expansion of territories, the surfaces of the vastest objects, and the nature of our latest displacement. Displacement in place, the advent of an inertia that is what has always been the still frame for the film as far as the landscape through which we walk is concerned. Also, the advent of a final generation of vehicles, of means of communication for distances that have nothing in common with those associated with the revolution of transport anymore, as if the conquest of space ultimately confirmed the conquest of the mere images of space. If in fact the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th experienced the advent of automotive vehicle, the dynamic vehicle of the railroad, the street, and then the air, then the end of this century seems to herald the next vehicle, the audio-visual one, a final mutation. Static vehicle, substitute for the change of physical location, and extension of domestic inertia, a vehicle that ought at last to bring about the victory of sedentariness. This time, an ultimate sedentariness. The transparent, dude, yeah, that right there actually, Clip, and can you just take that and drop that into the, maybe right there, if in fact, the end of the 19th century, drop that whole quote into the doc. Because that's, I guess it's kind of prefiguring the people from Wall-E that we already are, you know?
Yeah, dude.
The transparency of space, of the horizon of our travels, of our racing, thus ought to be followed by this cathodic transparency, which is only the successful realization of the discovery of glass some 4,000 years ago and iron 2,000 years ago, and that glass showcase, that puzzling object that has constituted the history of urban architecture from the Middle Ages down to our own times, or more precisely, down to the most recent realization of this electronic glass case, that final horizon of travel of which the most developed model is the flight simulator. This is also made obvious by the latest developments in amusement parks, those laboratories of physical sensations with their slides, catapults, and centrifuges, reference models for training and flight personnel and for astronauts. In the opinion of the very people responsible, even vicarious pleasure is becoming collective experimentation with mere mental and imaginary sensations. In the previous century, the leisure park became the theater of physiological sensations to a working population for which many different physical activities have become things of the past. Thereafter, the leisure park prepared to become the scene of mere optical illusions, the place for a generalization of simulation, fictitious movements that can create in each person an electronic hallucination or frenzy, loss of sight, following upon the loss of physical activities in the 19th century. Analogous to dizziness and the unusual calling of gymnasts, it is nevertheless true that the panoramas, dioramas, and other cinematographies smoothed the way toward the yeah?
Well, I mean,
Oh, well, you say goodbye. Cinematography smoothed the way toward the panorama to geode, a hemispheric movie anticipated by Brimian Sanson's balloon Cinerama.
They are all old forms of our present audiovisual vehicles, whose forerunners were made more precise by the American Hales tours. After all, a few of them were actually funded by the railroad companies between 1898 and 1908. Remember that these films, which were shot on a panoramic platform, either from a locomotive or from the rear of the train, were ultimately shown to the public in halls that were exact imitations of the railroad cars of that epoch. Some of these short films were made by Billy Bitzer, the future cameraman of D.W. Griffith. At this point, however, we must return to the origins of kinematic illusion, to the Lumière brothers, to the 1895 L'entrée d'une train en gare de la Ciotat. The entrance of the train in the station of, I don't know what Ciotat is. And above all, to the spring of 1896, when the very first traveling shot was invented by Eugene Promio. In Italy, that I first had the idea of shooting panoramic film. When I arrived in Venice and took a boat from the train station to the hotel on the Grand Canal, saw the banks recede from the skiff, and I thought that if the immovable camera allowed moving objects to be reproduced, then one could perhaps also invert this statement and should try to use a mobile camera to reproduce immovable objects. So I shot a reel of film, which I sent to Lyon with a request to hear what Louis Lumière thought of this experiment. The answer was encouraging. To comprehend the significance of this introduction of the mobile camera, or to put it another way, the first static vehicle, we must again look back at the course of history. Disregarding for the moment Nadar's aerostatic negatives in 1858, which were indeed the origin of cinematic weightlessness, one must wait until 1910 to find the first aeronautic film taken on board a Farman airplane, the now traditional traveling vehicle, which was mounted on tracks and which is inseparable from the contemporary cinema, came about 4 years later during the shooting of Cabiria by Giovanni Pastrone. For memory's sake, let us also mention the trains of agitprop between 1918 and 1925, and the use of train travel in the work of Dziga Vertov. He joins Moscow's film committee in the spring of 1918, waiting until 1923 in order to promote the founding of a cinematographic automobile department that would provide cars in emergencies if needed to film important events. The cars are thus predecessors of the mobile video productions of television. With this use of transport, this combination of the automotive and the audiovisual, our perception of the world inevitably changes. The optical and the cinematic blend. Albert Einstein's theory, subsequently to be called the special theory of relativity, appears in 1905. It will be followed about 10 years later by the general theory of relativity. To make them more understandable, both take recourse to the metaphor of the train, streetcar, and elevator, vehicles of a theory of physics that owes them everything, or as people will see, almost everything. The revolution of transport will coincide with the characteristic change of arrival, with the progressive negation of the time interval, the accelerated retention of the time of passage that separates arrival and departure. Spatial distance suddenly makes way for mere temporal distance. The longest journeys are scarcely more than mere intermissions.
Yo. But if, as already shown, the 19th century and a large part of the 20th really experienced the rise of the automotive vehicle in all its forms, this mutation of it is by no means completed. As before, except now more rapidly, it will make the transition from the itineracy of nomadic life to inertia and to the ultimate sedentariness of society. Contrary to all appearances, the audiovisual vehicle has indeed prevailed since the 1930s, with the radio, television, radar, sonar, and emerging electronic optics. First during the war, then despite the massive deployment of the private car, after the war, during this nuclear peace, which will experience the information revolution, the telematic informatics that are tightly linked with the various policies of military and economic deterrence. Since the decade from 1960 to 1970, what really counts does not occur through the customary communication channels of a given geographic region, hence the deregulation of rates, the deregulation of transport in general, but rather in, is that supposed to be either? In ether. But rather in ether, in the electronic ether of telecommunications. Oh, okay. Yeah. From now on, everything will happen without our even moving, without us even having to set out. The initial confined rise of the dynamic, at first mobile, then automotive, vehicle is suddenly followed by the generalized rise of pictures and sounds in the static vehicles of the audiovisual. Polar inertia is setting in. The second screen that can suddenly be turned on substitutes itself for the very long time intervals of displacement. After the ascendance of distance/time in the 19th century to the disadvantage of space, it is now the ascendance of the distance/speed of the electronic picture factories. The statue follows upon the continual stopping and standing still.
According to Ernst Mach, the universe is mysteriously present in all places and at all times in the world. If every mobile or automotive vehicle conveys a special vision, a perception of the world that is only the artifact of the speed at which it is displaced within its terrestrial, aquatic, or aerial milieu, then vice versa, each of those visions, those optical or acoustical images of the perceived world, represents a vehicle, a communication vector that is inseparable from the speed of its transmission. All this since the telescopic instantaneousness of the image's rectification in the passive lenses of Galileo's telescope down to our modern means of telecommunications, our active optics of video informatics. The dynamic vehicle can thus no longer be clearly distinguished from the static vehicle, the automotive no longer from the audio-visual. The recent priority of arrival over departure, over all forms of departure, and accordingly, over all forms of travel and trajectories, realizes a mysterious conspiracy. Inertia of the moment, of every place and every instant of the present world, which ultimately allies itself closely with the principle of inseparability, thereby completing indeterminateness in the sense meant in quantum theory. Even when one witnesses the attempt in Japan today to combine two vehicles technologically by systematically installing video landscapes in the elevators of skyscrapers, or by showing feature films during long plane flights, as done in commercial air travel, this momentary link will nevertheless inevitably lead to the elimination of the least efficient vector regarding the speed of dispersion. The contemporary forward race of high-speed trains, supersonic aircraft, as well as the deregulation affecting both, show better than any other preview that the threatened vector, the threatened vehicle, is really that of terrestrial, aquatic, and aerial automotility. The era of intensive time is thus no longer that of means of physical transport. Unlike earlier, extensive time, it is solely that of telecommunications. In other words, walking in place and domestic inertia. Recent developments in both the automobile and Formula One racing prove it. Since the high performance of the audiovisual cannot seriously be improved upon, people go about altering the performance of the racing car, the rules of racing, the weight of the vehicles, and the fuel reserves. They even go so far as to reduce the power of the engines, which is really the limit. Lastly, the dynamic land vehicle and the most symptomatic one of this sporting involution is the dragster and the hot rod, the motto of which could be, "How can I get nowhere?" or at least as close to it as possible, 400 or 200 yards, but with increasing speed. The extreme emphasis on that's
Dude, yeah, that right there. I'm like, the faster I am, the slower I am. Like, that's just insanely relatable. So that's page 116. I'll add that quote.
The extreme emphasis on this intensive competition may eventually have the finish line and starting line combined in order to pull even with the analogous feat of live television broadcasting. As far as the domestic car is concerned, its development is the same in every respect, for the automobile has a kind of self-sufficiency about it that is developing increasingly into a separate piece of property. Whence this move, this duplication of accessories, furniture, the hi-fi chain, radio telephone, telex, and video mobile that turn the means of long-haul transport into a means of transport in place, into a vehicle of ecstasy, music, and speed. If automotive vehicles, that is, all air, land, and sea vehicles are today also less writing animals than frames in the optician's sense, then it is because the self-propelled vehicle is becoming less and less a vector of change in physical location than a means of representation, the channel for an increasingly rapid optical effect of the surrounding space. The more or less distant vision of our travels thereby gradually recedes behind the arrival at the destination, a general arrival of images, of information that henceforth stands for our constant change of location. That is why a secret correspondence between the static structural design of the residential dwelling and the medially conveyed inertia of the audiovisual vehicle becomes established with the emergence of the intelligent dwelling. What am I saying? With the emergence of the intelligent and interactive city, the teleport instead of the port, instead of the train station and the international airport. In answer to a journalist's indiscreet question about her address, a well-known actress responded, "I live everywhere." Tomorrow, with the aesthetics and logic behind the disappearance of the architectonic, we will live everywhere. That is a promise. All of us, like the animals of the video zoo, which are present only by virtue of a single image on a single screen, here and there, yesterday and the day before, images recorded at places of no importance, excessive suburbs of a cinematic development that finally takes audiovisual speed as it relates to the interior design of our dwellings and puts it on the same footing as what the speed of automobiles has long been for the architecture of our cities and the layout of our countries. The immobile simulators will then replace the flight simulators. Behind our cathode glasses, we can become teleactors and teleactresses of an animated theater whose recent developments in sound and light shows already herald this, although it is repeatedly used by people ranging from André Malraux and Léotard to Jack Lang, only to the pretext of saving our monuments. It is thus our common destiny to become film, especially ever since the person responsible for the Sénécine du Puy du Fou, Philippe de Villiers, became Secretary for Culture and Communication and announced his intent to institute scenic walks through areas being preserved as historical sites in order to enhance the attractiveness of our historical monuments and thereby compete with the imported Disneyland near Paris or Wonderworld near London. In the footsteps of the theatrical scenography of the Agora Forum and Church Square as traditional places of urban history, there now follows cinescenography, the sequenced mutation of community, region, or monument in which the participating population momentarily changes into actors of a history intended to be revived. It does not matter whether it is the war in Vendée with Philippe de Villiers or the centuries-old services of the city of Lyon with Jean-Michel Jarre. Even the predecessor of the current Minister of Culture has paid tribute to this phenomenon by tapping the budget for funds, earmarked Salamander, to finance the production of an interactive videotape of a tour through the Chateau of the Loire. It is light and sound at home, and it turns the earlier visitors from a bygone age of tourism into video visitors, tele-lovers of old stones, whose record collections and discotheques now have not only Mozart and Verdi, but Cheverny and Chambord as well. Dude, this is really good.
This is awesome. As noted in a poem entitled La Ralenti by Henri Michaud, one does not dream anymore. One is dreamed of silence. The inversion begins. The film runs in reverse. Water flows back into the bottle. We walk backwards, but faster and faster. The involution leading to inertia accelerates. Up to our desire, which ossifies in the increasingly distant medial distancing. After the horrors of Amsterdam in the display windows, after the striptease of the 1950s and the peep show of the 1970s, we have now arrived at video Pornography. The list of mortal sins in the Rue Saint Denis is confined to the names of the new image technologies like Betacam, VHS, Video 2000, and the expectation of erotic automatism of the vision machine. The same is happening with military confrontation. After the home trainer with the pilots of the First World War, the swivel chair for training pilots in the Second World War, and NASA's centrifuge for future astronauts, which is a reality test for the ability or inability to become accustomed to weightlessness, we have for 10 years been witnessing the development of increasingly sophisticated and powerful simulators for the advocates of supersonic flight. Projection domes up to 9 yards in diameter and more, a geode for a single man, the most developed of which will have a field of vision up to almost 300 degrees because the pilot's helmet will comprise an optical system for expanding the retina. To enhance realism even more, the person who practices here will don inflatable overalls that simulate the acceleration pressure related to the Earth's gravity. The essential is yet to come, though, for tests are being run on a simulation system that is derived from the oculometer and that will finally liberate us from the spheric video screen. The presentation of the images from aerial combat will be projected directly into the pilot's eyeballs with the aid of a helmet fitted with optic fibers. This phenomenon of hallucination approaches that of drugs, meaning that this practice material denotes the future disappearance of every scene, every video screen, to the advantage of a single seat, in this case through a trap for an individual whose perception is programmed in advance by the computing capabilities of a computer's motor of interference. Before this future model of a static vehicle is invented, I think it would be appropriate to reconsider the concept of energy and the engine. Even though physicists still distinguish between two aspects of energetics, potential and kinetic energy, with the latter setting off motion, one should, 80 years after the invention of the traveling in the movies, perhaps add a third, the kinematic energy resulting from the effect that motion and its more or less great velocity has on ocular, optic, and optoelectronic perception. In this sense, the contemporary industry of simulation seems like a realization of this latter energy source. A realization of this latter energy source. The computational speed of the most recent generation of computers approximates a final type of engine, the cinematic engine. But a good example of that would be like Everything Everywhere All at Once. Like, that movie is so fast paced. There's like these big blocks of time that are really fast paced, and you're seeing something different and kind of mind blowing. Like, I don't even want to say every second. It's like split into like, you see so much in such a short period of time at different moments of that movie. And the first time I was watching it, I was like, just blown away. I don't know. It was a crazy experience. I don't know. It's a good example of kinematic energy.
I think scrolling too. I think that's why like TikTok has kind of supplanted the other platforms as like the primary one, because it is so fucking fast.
Yeah, Facebook and Instagram are making that shift towards more like reels and stories. Yeah.
Well, YouTube Shorts too. Like I'll go scroll through YouTube Shorts and like I'll get good blocks of like just skateboarding shorts. So I can scroll. And I reach a point where like I don't even watch the whole video. Like I'll watch the beginning and like part of it, and then my brain just scrolls on to the next one. Like I don't even finish watching, like, but I feel like I have consumed it, but I'm already on to the next.
Dude, that's like people on Facebook with articles.
Yes.
If you've never experienced it yourself, or you don't know anybody else, okay, the fact is you probably know other people who've done this, where they start sharing something before they've actually read it.
Yeah, dude.
There's something there. It's crazy. You're just like, yes, gotta share it. Which is part of why it's so annoying that people always want to share stuff with us, because it's like, dude, we got hundreds of books, thousands of articles. We don't need more. We're doing it though. We're doing it slowly but surely. And it's like a person shares it with you, and it's like, yeah, and how about you go reread it in a video and then share me that, and then I'll listen to it when I can. Yeah.
Do some type of like synthesis or do some type of work. Like, don't just share me an article. Like, talk to me and tell me why this article matters, and like incorporate it into your personal, like, give me something. Don't just fucking say, oh, read this article, read this book.
Yeah, because it's an obligation, and it doesn't feel like, outside of the obligation, it's like, what? Like, I didn't learn anything except that you want me to do this. But no, if it was like, hey, reading this thing, it made me think of this thing that you said, it relates in this way because he goes into this thing and then blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. There was something else I was going to touch on. I'll save it for later. But the essential would not yet be said if we did not return to the primacy of time over space, a primacy best expressed today by the primacy of arrival, which is momentary, over departure. If the profundity of time is greater today than that of the field, then it means that earlier notions of time have changed considerably. Here, as elsewhere in our daily and banal life, we are in fact switching from the extensive time of history to the intensive time of momentariness without history, with the aid of contemporary technologies. These automotive, audiovisual, and informatic technologies all operate on the same restriction, the same contraction of duration. This earthly contraction questions not only the extension of the countries, but also the architecture of the house and the furniture. If time is history, then velocity is only its hallucination that ruins any expansion, extension, and any chronology. This spatial and temporal hallucination, which is the apparent result of the intensive development of cinematic energy, of which the audiovisual vehicle would be the motor today, just as the mobile vehicle and, later, the automotive vehicle were for kinetic energy yesterday. These synthetic images ultimately displacing the energies of the same name that were invented in the previous century. Let us not trust it. The third dimension is no longer the measure of expansion, relief no longer the reality. From now on, the latter is concealed in the flatness of pictures, the transferred representations. It conditions the return to the house's state of siege, to the cadaver-like inertia of the interactive dwelling, this residential cell that has left the extension of the habitat behind it, and whose most important piece of furniture is the seat, the ergonomic armchair of the handicap's motor, and, who knows, the bed, a canopy bed for the infirm voyeur, a divan for being dreamt of without dreaming, a bench for being circulated without circulating. Fuck, dude. Damn.
Yeah, man.
Virilio's over here just spitting bars.
Yeah, dude.
I feel like he's
Motherfucker.
yeah, man. Third dimension is no longer the measure of expansion. Relief, no longer the reality. From now on, the latter is concealed in the flatness of pictures, the transferred representations. It conditions the return to the house's state of siege. I like that right there. It conditions the return to the house's state of siege, to the cadaver-like inertia of the interactive dwelling. This residential cell that has left the extension of the habitat behind it, and whose most important piece of furniture is the seat, the ergonomic armchair of the handicap's motor. I was thinking about like gamer chairs as a perfect example of that. It's like, it's like so much money into basically a chair, but it's like, yeah, but you could stay in one spot even a little bit longer. And as your body atrophies and your spine goes to shit, like it'll be a little bit better than it would have been. You'll be like slightly more comfortable than you would have been. And who knows? The bed, a canopy bed for the infirm voyeur. I love this infirm voyeur. It's like, even if you're not, like, you are. You know, and the voyeur, pornography, right? But not just pornography, it's like everything. We're like the Gawker society. We're like the lady looking through the blinds watching her neighbors. That's what the
dude. I talk to dudes like at the skate park, and like when I go skate at the skate park, like I skate, and there's other dudes that they're like watching videos on their phone while they're at the skate park. They're watching videos of people skateboarding on their phone while they're at the skate park, or like they'll be like, "Yeah, dude, I wish I could get out here and do it more, but." You know, I like to sit at home and watch, and it's like we all do. And I mean, I do it too. Like there's days when I wish I could be outside skating and I'm sitting at home on the couch in my underwear, scrolling YouTube shorts of skateboarders. Like we all do that, but I think that's why the shit with Swole is such a fucking huge part of this, because we have to like go out of our way to incorporate.
We do.
Being like healthy in our embodiment, because so much of contemporary culture is, oh yeah, it's all about self-care and like treat yourself and this and that. And it's like, no, none of that shit matters if all you ever do is sit and scroll. Like it's not just about being emotionally happy. Like you need to get in your fucking body and get up and go out into the world and do something. Doesn't matter what the fuck it is. I mean, it does matter, but
right.
It also no, there are so many fucking people who are content to be sedentary. Oh, I'm at home. I'm scrolling, or I'm passively engaging with some type of content. It's that voyeurism. Like, sure, I guess that word has like pornographic connotations, but it's everything. Like we're all living through other people, through a screen.
Dude, it's like, it makes me think about like this cat TV. So like, you know, if I'm going to leave Ryan in the house all day long, I can play a 24/7 looped video on YouTube of squirrels running around eating nuts and birds and, little sparrows flying down, and he'll sit there and he'll watch it and intently and move his tail and go, he'll talk to it and engage. But if I open the door, he wants out. That's the thing. It's like, maybe if I conditioned him long enough, he could get to some point where the TV could supplant the actual going outside and actually looking at squirrels and shit. But but I don't know. Like, and it seems to me like because he doesn't live in this language, and you know, he can't really make proper use of all these forms of media that we're so in. He's less duped by the simulation. It's like, he's like, oh, that's interesting. Check it out. A simulation. And then he'll like engage with it. But the moment the door is open, oh, there's fresh air out there. There's fresh air out there. Right. And I just think of like Nietzsche saying, don't trust these thoughts that come from stale air or from bad air. Like, get outside, like move your body, you know? And I have up on the screen, you can't see it, but I have up on the recording side on my side, the thumbnail for Theory Underground Presents the Swolitariat Dialectics of Health and Fitness, scheduled for November 2nd at 11 a.m. Mountain Time, which is to say 10 a.m. Pacific Time, which is to say noon Eastern Time. So it's in 3 days. It'll be, by the time people are seeing this, it's going to be already up on the channel. You can also just join the hub events where we do stuff with Swole on a weekly basis, and the forum where that video is going to be shared, as well as probably a bunch of other cool stuff that we'll be doing over time with the vertical diet, and ultimately like challenging ourselves. One of the ways that we're challenging ourselves is taking on challenges that aren't just for us, but are just kind of crazy things to do. So like, I don't know, like a relay race. Like, we're doing a relay race. We are internet friends, but we're getting together in the real world to do a relay race, and we're not runners. This is just not our fucking thing. This is not it, but we're doing it anyway. And it's because we know it's important, and we are CMT researchers, and we will be here for the next 50 years, healthy as fuck, telling everybody we told you so, and we'll outlive you all.
Yeah.
We're here to go nanny.
Get on our level.
We're still alive. We're healthy. We're just broke workers.
Dude, so have you seen the movie Surrogates with Bruce Willis?
A long time ago, but like basically, yeah, the person can like inhabit the body of a robot and run around. Yeah.
Well, it's a good movie. And like last night, we kind of talked about some of the fiction that we like for the Nick Land course. And I actually do think there's some fiction that is better to engage with than Jesus, hold on.
Sounds like something bad.
I inhaled a little bit of tobacco.
Oh no.
But no, there's some fiction that I think tells us more than like a secondary source would. Like I really think Philip K. Dick, like Nick Land and the CCRU kind of institutionalized theory fiction, but I think Philip K. Dick really, really made theory fiction possible. And I don't think he knew what he was doing because he was kind of crazy and brain broken. But so anyway, like talking about fiction as useful and having a lot of theory inside of it, I think is great. But the Surrogates kind of, and Wall-E kind of shows us a future that, yeah, like we are already there. Just because we're not on a spaceship or just because we're not walking around in robot bodies, there are people who spend their entire lives sitting somewhere and looking at a screen, and they think they're healthy. And it's not to say like, oh yeah, fuck you, you lazy fat piece of shit. And it's also not to say, look how I'm doing the right thing. I go outside every day. Like, no, it's not about that. It is about like how fucked up is our society right now that we actually think we're living when we spend all day sitting, engaging with a screen and clicking and touching things on our touch screens. But we actually believe we're living a real life. Like
it's easy, I think, to want to moralize and shit like that. And I don't want to do that. But it's like a condition that we need to reckon with and like overcome. Like we need to get back in our bodies.
I'm tired of the relativism I'm tired about the relativism of it. I'm tired of being accused of being moralistic. I'm tired of being careful. It's not making me better. I suffer from this. I want to be able to talk about it. If I start talking about it, people get all, stop. Fucking, I remember,
Well, you're an ableist.
I remember saying like, oh, we're so busy. We can't even cook our own meals. And all we have is fucking garbage food, junk food. And this sociologist professor who was working with me on an independent study, she's all like, it's kind of actually problematic to say that it's junk food because minority populations don't have access to other kinds of food than that. And it's kind of classist. And it's like, I'm pointing out the injustice of the situation. You're trying to make it go away so that we can make some marginalized person feel like, oh, well, everything's okay. No, it's not.
They're naturalizing these hierarchies. And they're overcoding and they're saying, oh, don't call it junk food. Call it, I don't know, call it what is it? Yeah, they're doing the postmodern thing.
Yeah, dude. Oh, it's houseless people, not homeless. Shh.
Yes.
Dude.
And by doing that, you're naturalizing it. And you're saying, oh no, it's okay. We don't need to change this. We need to find a way to come to terms with it. And by come to terms, they don't mean reckon with. They mean learn how to fucking be okay with it.
They mean destigmatize.
Yeah.
So their whole thing is destigmatization of everything bad will make those things that are bad slightly less bad. And instead of anything substantial. But yeah, anyway, everyone already knows that we think this. We already know that we think this, but we're getting better at talking about it. And I'm going to go ahead and end the recording right here. Start the next one. 3, 2, 1. Point. All right. So the Paul Virilio reader put together by the editor Steve Redhead, one of our favorite redheads, without a doubt. Definitely in the top 3. First being my wife. Second being my cat. Steve Redhead is my third. I don't know about you, Nance. Do you have it?
I think
he's higher
I
or lower
agree.
than third.
Top two. I think Ronald McDonald is my third favorite redhead. So this guy's my fourth.
You gonna put a clown over Steve Redhead, even though?
Look, man, the nostalgia, my childhood, Ronald McDonald made me so happy. Like I can't do a disservice to the younger me.
Okay, fair enough. You got to stick up for that little you.
Yeah.
I mean, really, can the joy of a child ever outweigh the whatever the hell we're doing? I mean, I think so, but maybe not. All right. So chapter 10, Candid Camera. By the late 1980s, Virilio's own self-styled labeling of himself as a critic of the art of technology was becoming more and more appropriate. Also, what once seemed to be an idiosyncratic approach to technological change was becoming much more recognizable as Virilio in action. By the turn of the decade, Virilio could quite rightly be described as one of France's leading contemporary intellectuals. The book La Machine de Vision, published in Paris by Editions Galilee in 1988, was typical of the 1980s prototype Virillian work on the technologies of perception and the history of seeing, which threatened to reconfigure art history before petering out somewhat in the 1990s. Everything petered out in the 1990s, dude. McLuhan did too. Published in English in 1994 jointly by the British Film Institute and Indiana University Press with a translation by Julie Rose, The Vision Machine contained 5 chapters, one of which was actually called The Vision Machine, and another playfully entitled Candid Camera. The latter is the short essay reprinted in full here. The title, Candid Camera, echoed the name of the long-running light entertainment television show in Britain in the 1960s, which featured unsuspecting citizens caught on camera who were urged, when the trick was ultimately smugly revealed by the presenter, to smile, you're on candid camera. If he's about to say that everybody always feels like they might be on candid camera nowadays, oh, he has no idea, man. I just saw somebody doing like a viral TikTok or reel or something people were passing around about this. He's just basically going like, everyone stop. You don't have to be an influencer. And guess what? Leave people out of your videos. They don't want to be in your videos. Also stop pranking people. Like he was just going down this whole list because everybody's trying to be Bam Margera DIY on their little, and it's like, okay, that was cool before everybody and their mom was doing it.
But he made a viral video about not doing that.
Yeah, exactly. And I was like, oh, is this going to be the new discourse? Like, this is how sort of like proto CMT insights get turned into dead ends for thinking. A good example of that would be Hillary Clinton's new book, where she basically blames Donald Trump on people being lonely because of their smartphones. It's like, yeah, man, proto CMT, insight just getting rolled right back into the same old, same old. In contrast, this piece by Virilio is a serious look at the history of regimes of the visual, especially photography. The book as a whole finds Paul Virilio, the old painter, as he still likes to see himself today, ranging over tiny details from the history of painting, engraving, and architecture from the 18th century through the era of photography and cinematography in the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century to the age of videography, holography, and infographics of the late 20th century and beyond. Virilio's last book of the 1980s promised a new logistics of the image to go with the logistics of perception of his earlier projects. Take it.
Candid Camera. At the Second International Video Festival in Montbéliard in 1984, the Grand Prix went to a German film by Michael Clear called Doxa, the Giant. This was a simple montage of images recorded by automatic surveillance cameras in major German cities, airports, roads, supermarkets. Clear asserts that the surveillance video represents the end and the recapitulation of his art. Whereas, in the news report, the photographer, cameraman, remained the sole witness implicated in the business of documentation. Here, no one at all is implicated, and the only danger from now on is that the eye of the camera may get smashed by the old thug or terrorist. This solemn farewell to the man behind the camera. Actually, I'm going to grab that book because I think it's good.
The solemn farewell to the man behind the camera, the complete evaporation of visual subjectivity into an ambient technical effect, a sort of permanent panacinema, which, unbeknown to us, turns our most ordinary acts into movie action, into new visual material. Undaunted, undifferentiated vision fodder is not so much, as we have seen, the end of an art, whether it be Clyers or 1970s video art, television's illegitimate offspring. It is the absolute culmination of the inexorable march of progress of representational technologies, of their military, scientific, and investigative instrumentalization over the centuries. With the interception of sight by the sighting device, a mechanism emerges that no longer has to do with simulation, as in the traditional arts, but with substitution. This will become the ultimate special effects of cinematic illusion. So wait. scrolled up too high. I can't look back over that. With the interception of sight by the sighting device, a mechanism emerges that no longer has to do with simulation, as in the traditional arts, but with substitution.
So like people are like Pixar didn't happen, right? People are no longer, art used to always be, I mean, and this goes all the way back to like the Renaissance painters and shit when they started trying to represent, like reproduce rather than represent. But people used to interact with art as a simulation or a representation rather than a recreation.
The picture the camera makes it into
the video camera makes it where people believe that it is a recreation rather than a representation or a simulation. Like people actually think, and this is the thing, like again, I've taken hundreds of thousands of photos. Every single photo is a lie in the fact that like there's never been a photograph created, and it's impossible for a photograph to be created that's actually recreating the scene. It's always somehow mediated. It's always somehow represented. It's just not possible to recreate reality. But people aren't aware of that. And not only is it digital literacy, and I think the internet has only accelerated it, but it is like photographs in real life are not real recreations. Like on the internet, like videos of UFOs are a great place to see where, oh, that's obviously fake. That's obviously like CGI, or someone's doing some kind of hoax or this or that or whatever. Like it's obviously somehow a piece of art, for lack of a better word. Like it's not real. But there are so many people who think it's real, and it's not just confirmation bias. Like it's not just people, oh, I want to believe and this makes it okay for me to believe, so I'm going to pretend that this is real. Like there are people who believe it's real. And it's not just old people and young kids. Like it's highly functioning adult humans in the world who are like you're an adult, you have a job and a family and responsibilities, and you're that willing to fall for the lie of a photograph or a video. Anyway, that was a kind of a tangent.
Dude, that just stirred up a bunch of stuff, but let's get going. So
in 1917, when the United States entered the war against Germany, the American review Camera Work ceased publication with a final issue on Paul Strand. This involved trotting out yet again the contrived polemic against the absolute objective incompetence of photography as inspired by painting, the confusion perpetuated between the photograph and the painted picture by the use of lighting, emulsions, retouching, and various other tricks of process, all consequences of the eccentric relations kept up between the two modes of representation, the absolute necessity of rejecting pictorialism as an avant-garde process. In reality, the debate derived especially from the fact that, like most technical inventions, photography delivers a hybrid. Thanks to Niepce's correspondence, we can trace the hybridization process relatively easily. To start with, there was the substantial art heritage, such as the use of the camera obscura, tonal values, and the negative, as in etching and engraving. The recent invention of lithography then gave Niepce the idea of selective permeability in the image base when exposed to a fluid. Then, of course, there was the industrial application of lithography and the power of the lithograph to be mechanically reproduced. Science also came into it ultimately, since Nipsa was using the same instruments as Galileo, the lens of the microscope or refracting telescope. The pictorialists were interested in the first of these three applications, and there is not a lot of difference between Nipsa's photographic work and theirs. It is this dependence that Strand, in the middle of the war, hoped to erode by insisting that the photograph was first and foremost an objective document, hard evidence. That same year, under General Patrick's orders, Edward Steichen took over the direction of the American Expeditionary Force's aerial photographic operations in France. Approaching 40, with a background as a painter-photographer, Steichen was one of the masters of pictorialism. He was also a true Francophile and had visited France numerous times from 1900 onwards to meet Rodin, Monet, and a few of the other greats. With a force of 55 officers and 1,111 enlisted men, Steichen was to organize aerial intelligence image production like a factory. Thanks to the division of labor, the Ford car assembly lines were already in operation in 1914. Aerial observation had in fact stopped being episodic from the beginning of the war. Hi, Ryan. It was not a matter of images now, but of an uninterrupted stream of images, millions of negatives, madly trying to embrace on a daily basis the statistical trends of the first great military-industrial conflict. Initially neglected by the military hierarchy, after the Battle of the Marne, the aerial photograph was also to come to lay claim to a scientific objectivity comparable to that of medical or police photography. As a professional effort, it was already nothing more than the interpretation of signs, the development of visual codes prefiguring contemporary systems of digital image restoration. The secret of victory, predictive capability, would henceforth reside in high-powered performance in reading and deciphering negatives and films. Vaguely lumped in the same category as spies, civilian filmmakers and photographers were generally kept out of military zones. The job of presenting the war in a personal way to those left behind was essentially left to painter photographers, illustrators, and engravers working on newspapers, almanacs, and illustrated magazines. These were flooded with fictional documents, cleverly touched up photos. Jesus, that's like Twitter right now. More or less authentic tales of dazzling individual acts and heroic battles from a bygone era.
When the war was over, Steichen holed himself up in his house in the French countryside, utterly depressed. He was depressed because even though he had this really nice house in the French countryside, I'm just kidding. Dude, these guys always have like these really nice, like countryside houses. Like everyone who lives in Paris, as long as they're not like a migrant worker, they've got some house in the countryside that they go to. Like Lacan and Derry
paying people to, that's in Italy. They're like paying people to move into villages in the
yeah. That's Italy. Yeah. No, like Derrida and Lacan are like buried out in their countrysides. Like they're not in the city like Sartre and Beauvoir and Levinas are all like in the city, you know? And so, but it's like, yeah, no, they go out to the countryside for their 3-day weekends. Yeah. So anyway, we'll get there someday. So he goes out there utterly depressed. There he burned all his previous work, swearing never to touch a brush again, to forsake everything that smacked of pictorialism for the redefinition of the image as directly inspired by instrumental photography and its scientific processes. So wait, to forsake everything that smacked of pictorialism for the redefinition of the image as directly inspired by instrumental photography and its scientific processes. So basically, he's just like over all that.
Yeah. So pictorialism was a movement of painting, of like trying to make like realistic recreations.
Okay.
And he was like, oh, I see how that was turned into this war, this tool of war by photography. And like, so he, and like, I think, I like Dada a lot, but like modern art with like Pollock and shit like that, I think you can separate that from Dada, and not just because the CIA shit. Like I also think there's a philosophy of Dada that isn't the same thing as modern art. Like, anyway, but I do think there's some of modern art is a reaction to the world wars and this like hyper instrumentalization of these forms, whereas previously painting was still like an art form, but then people saw how images and imagery and the technology of images became this instrument of war. And so there was this reaction against it.
Gotcha. And also I think that artists are often like, they think that they're activists and then they feel feeble. They feel like nothing they're doing is actually making the change that they want to see. And so they just keep trying things. And it's just like the idea that screaming into a microphone to a bunch of teenagers is going to be the change. You know, it's just like, you know, oh, by doing this thing, we can break out of the bougie, elitist, aristocratic fucking circle jerk that we're a part of and somehow make the change. And and it's like, you guys just need to get into theory. Like, you guys don't realize it's over here. But the thing is like,
and then
artists don't get a proper theoretical, you know, education. And when they do burn out, they don't have a proper way of access into theory. So one of the things I like about Byung-Chul Han is he's speaking to artists. Like, he is artist facing, you know.
I like Chris Cattrall for the same reason. He's at SAIC and he's doing proper fucking theoretical work.
Yeah. Yeah. It's awesome. With Seach and a few other survivors of the Great War, the war shop became that of the American dream. Its images soon merged with the equally disidentified images of the great industrial sales promotion system and its codes in the launching of mass consumerism, of proto-pop culture, President Roosevelt's declaration of peace of the world. But Stachin claimed to have only been able to carry out his military mission properly thanks to his knowledge of French art, the Impressionists, the Cubists, and especially the work of Rodin. There is nothing paradoxical about this statement. As Guillaume Apollinaire wrote on the subject of Cubism in about 1913, the main aim of the new art is to register the waning of reality. Ooh. So I like Cubism, by the way. So he wrote of the subject of Cubism in 1913. The main aim of the new art is to register the waning of reality. An aesthetic of disappearance had arisen from the unprecedented limits imposed on subjective vision by the instrumental splitting of modes of perception and representation. At the end of the Great War, the cannons may well have stopped smoking, but the intense phonic and optical activity continued unabated. The steel storms of war which, according to Ernst Jünger, hoed into places more than people, were succeeded by a media conflagration that continued to spread regardless of fragile peace treaties and provisional armistices. Immediately after the war, Britain decided to abandon classic armament somewhat and to invest in the logistics of perception in propaganda films, as well as observation, detection, and transmission equipment. I think that whole paragraph, could you pull that whole paragraph and put a new category in our document, giving it this category, the title, something, we'll just call it war post-war conditions or post-World War I conditions, and just put it there for now, because like he is the thinker of nothing's the same after World War I. The world's been remade in these like fundamental ways, and so that's why I want to track this. This is a thread through, I think, all of his work. The Americans prepared future operations in the Pacific by sending in filmmakers who were supposed to look as though they were on a location-finding mission, taking aerial views from future film productions. For future film productions, John Ford was one. From on board a freighter, Ford meticulously filmed the approaches and defenses of all the major eastern ports. Not surprising, Ford found himself appointed as head of the OSS, Office of Strategic Services, some years later. He took practically the same risks as servicemen in order to film the Pacific War, losing an eye in the Battle of Midway in 1942. Among other things, what Ford would retain of his military career was those almost anthropomorphic camera movements that anticipated the optical scanning of video surveillance. What does that mean to you?
When you're looking at a thing, your eye is moving. And like when you're looking, if you're looking out for something, like you're scanning it, like your eye scans, your eye moves around and it doesn't focus in one place. And it's not just your like focused vision, but it's your peripheral vision as well. And video cameras and pictures don't do that. Like a security camera that's looking at one thing isn't scanning the environment. So it's like it's necessary. Well, it's a different interface, so it's already necessarily different. But even if you develop this, as perfect as you could get camera, as far as the way the eye works, like it would have to mimic that movement and that motion that your eye does. And you would still miss out because your peripheral vision plays a huge part of what you're actually seeing. But yeah, like the almost anthropomorphic camera movements,
Mm-hmm.
like that's key.
Okay. Is the next paragraph starting on their side? Okay. On their side, defeated, ruined, and temporarily disarmed, the Germans had no intentions of giving up. Not yet having the famous Luftwaffe and no longer having fighter planes, they used light touring planes for observation. Colonel Rowell recounts, quote, "We took advantage of a break in the clouds, or else we just took pot luck that the French or the Czechs wouldn't pick us up. Sometimes we trailed an ad for chocolate behind us. Month after month, without being disturbed in the slightest, they recorded the progress of the defense of the somber Polish corridor, and a little while later, of the construction sites along the Maginot Line, while the heavy cement and steel infrastructures, roads, and railway lines of the next decade's battlefield were being laid. As in a negative, the tinny filmmakers' planes committed them to memory in anticipation of the war to come. One of the first results of this continuation of the First World War through other means, military means of a truly scenic kind, was the invasion of the picture show by the accidental images of the newsreel. Already at the beginning of the century, particularly in the United States, scraps of news film lying about the cutting room floor were no longer systematically swept up, lost scenes to be automatically incorporated into any old bit of junk that could be salvaged by the garbage collection or, at best, the cosmetics industry. These began to be seen as viewing matter, recyclable within the film industry itself. Once that happened, background reality resurfaced with blazing fires, storms, cataclysms, assassination attempts, crowd scenes, but above all, a mountain of material of military origin. These authentic documents, often judged at the time to be of no immediate interest, suddenly cropped up in the middle of feature films. Such subliminal sequences were inserted wherever editing would allow. These were bombings and magnificent shipwrecks, but also photos of combatants, unknown soldiers transformed into chance extras whose ultimate talent was to reveal to astute members of the audience how impoverished the performances and special effects of the period piece really were. As though military or other facts gave themselves up more generously to the sleepwalkers' eyes of automatic cameras or to the curiosity of unskilled photographers than to the masterly contrivances of the top pros, the elite of career filmmakers. Soon after the Second World War, by a curious reversal, I found I just could not wait for these casual shots to appear on the screen with all their incomparable emotional impact, whereas scenes played by the stars of the moment seemed like time out to me. Boring. I will never forget either when Frank Capra's famous Why We Fight series was screened in the main auditorium of the Gaumont Palace Theater and seeing for the first time color sequences of movie camera machine guns in which that old kinematos magic appeared in all its primitive simplicity. While busy shooting Napoleon 1925-7, Abel Gance scribbled in his notebook, "Reality leaves a lot to be desired," whereas the film critic Andre Bazin, going through montages of old newsreels, is glad he never became a filmmaker. Reality, he reckons, will outdo any mere director every time, and with intimidable flair, too. In fact, the ever-increasing use of scraps already posed a problem for the future of the picture show, which was not, as Millais had supposed, the seventh art, but rather an art that took something from all the other arts: architecture, music, the novel, theater, painting, poetry, etc. In other words, all former modes of perception, reflection, and representation. Like them, therefore, and despite its apparent novelty, it found itself subject to a swift, ineluctable aging process. What happened to cinema was no different from what had happened to painting and the traditional arts when the Futurists and Dada burst on the scene at the beginning of the century. Jean Cocteau understood this only too well. In 1960, just before his death, he declared, "I'm giving up making films since technological progress means anyone can do it."
That is exactly what it is all about. In popularizing a futurist vision of the world, the cinematic features of The Man of War, following on those of the documentary school, encouraged cinemagoers more and more to reject all former registers. Actors, script writers, directors, and designers either had to get out of the way of their own accord or agree to be mown down by the camera's so-called objectivity. Once a photographer in French aerial reconnaissance and perfectly accustomed to accidental vision, the director Jean Renoir made his actors rehearse for hours on end till they had learned to forget all conventional references. Do it as if you've never seen it done, as if you've never done it before. The way in real life, in reality, one does everything for the first time. Rossellini would go one step further, incorporating the casual war shot into the script and into the shoot itself. Roma, Città Aperta, was made with a simple documentary filmmaking permit, not easy to get from the Allied military authorities. The entire film was a reenactment of a news film, wrote Georges Sadoul, and that is precisely why it was such a huge hit. Stroheim had already said, "Capture, don't reconstruct." Rossellini was to apply the radical theories of the old art vivant to film. He was against composition and editing with its pathetic little aesthetic jots, truths that have had their day and no longer have anything to do with reality. The filmmaker must gather as many facts as possible in order to create a total image. He must film cold, so that everyone is equal before the image. None of this was new, and Italian neorealism can only be considered an avant-garde phenomenon to the extent that it operated in the murkiest area of the documentary, that of propaganda fide, war propaganda, a transit zone between virtuality and some kind of reality, between potential and action. Here the cinematic is no longer content to give the viewers the illusion that some kind of movement is being performed in front of them. It gets them interested in the forces behind its production and their intensiveness. Reverting to its technical and scientific essence, under cover of objectivity, it turns its back on an art based on simulation and breaks with an aesthetics of sensitive perception that still depended, in the picture show, on the degree, nature, and importance of the cinemagoer's past aesthetic experiences, memory, and imagination. Let's not forget that Rossellini had made numerous films for Mussolini, and that after the Allied victory, he still wrote scripts, more or less secretly, for propaganda films, notably on behalf of Canada, which was then on the brink of civil war. 80 years, and actually, never mind, we could talk about it after, but interesting info about Canada. 80 years after Rodin's plea in support of arts that were in the process of disappearing, it was cinema's turn to require witnesses, and not merely ocular but existential witnesses at that. Cinemagoers becoming an increasingly rare and skeptical breed. For many filmmakers, the aim therefore became to create a convincing world and thus accentuate the instantaneity effect in the spectator, the illusion of being there and seeing it happen. Eric Romer said, with cinema, observation does not mean Balzac taking notes. It is not beforehand. It is here and now. A specialist in criminal law, the American documentary filmmaker Fred Wiseman, whose films are no longer financed and distributed by state television, claims he makes films so he can observe because new technology allows him to do so. As for editing, he says it makes him feel like he is sitting in a plane. On the other side of the camera, however, all this visual gadgetry only amounts to telesurveillance for Natasha Kinski, spying on her every transformation as an actress, second by second. I sometimes wonder if films are not more of a poison than a tonic, in the end. If these little flashes of light in the night are really worth all the pain. When I cannot get that moment of truth where you feel yourself opening up like a flower, I absolutely loathe the bloody camera. I can just feel this black hole eyeing me, sucking me in, and I feel like smashing it to smithereens. For Edward Steichen, in the most banal way possible, the First World War resolved the question posed by Paul Strand in camera work concerning the avant-garde in photography. The image is no longer solitary, subjective, elitist, artisanal. It is solidary, objective, democratic, industrial. There is no longer a unique image as in art, but the manufacture of countless prints, a vast panoply of imagery synthetically reproducing the natural restlessness of the spectator's eye. Camera work only ran to 1,000 copies, with only a dozen full-page photographic reproductions stuck in by hand in each issue, whereas Steichen kept about 1.3 million military prints, which wound up in his personal collection after the war. Furthermore, a large number of these photographs were exhibited and sold as products of Steichen's authorship and as his property, that exotic art estate, which war photographers paradoxically maintain to this day. This applies to photographers in Hitler's PK or the British Army Film and Photographic Unit, as well as the big modern agencies. Steichen also ended up as director of the photography department of the Museum of Modern Art in New York. This last appointment simply translating a persistent ambiguity in reading and interpreting the photographic document. In January 1940, the British Ministry of Information, formed in September 1939, published a memorandum reviewing the position of the official army photographic units. This memorandum actually amounted to a long-awaited revolution, putting an end to press use of military photographs that were seen to be too lifeless, too technical, and therefore ineffectual for a population called on to furnish an unprecedented war effort. Clearly, it was a question of knowing how to reach and mobilize the millions of people who would become habitués of the picture houses. Most people went to the pictures on average once a week. Damn. The readers of the big illustrated magazines, ordinary, everyday visionaries for whom daily life was now no more than a film mix, a reality with superimpositions.
At the end of 1940, inspired by Hitler's initiatives of the 1930s, the ministry persuaded picture theater managers to include shorts of 5 to 7 minutes in their programs. These were veritable commercial breaks ahead of their time, and they paved the way for the distribution of documentary pseudo-films. Roger Manville chuckled at the time in film that while they were being screened, the audience could change its seats and buy its chocolate. In any case, the movement had been launched, and the public's craving for cinema du réel only became more and more compulsive. Faced with Hitler proclaiming that the function of the artillery and infantry will be taken over in the future by propaganda, John Grierson, that veteran pioneer of cinema, liberated by the candid camera, felt moved to write in documentary newsletters, March 1942, that through propaganda we can give them, the citizen, a leadership of the imagination which our democratic education has so far lacked. We can do it by radio and film and a half a dozen other imaginative media. But most feature film directors were already making semi-documentary films, thereby achieving the confusion desired in the first instance by the Ministry of Information. We can give the citizen a leadership of the imagination, which our democratic education has so far lacked. We can do it by radio and film and half a dozen other imaginative media. That was in 1942. But most feature film directors were already making semi-documentary films, thereby achieving the confusion. Yeah. And I would say, like, that's also, I mean, like, I don't know, basically what we call documentaries today are these semi-documentary films. Like, this sort of sensationalized, like, heavy-handed kind of, it's not documenting, it's spinning, you know?
Yeah.
From the outset of the war, a significant British colony had left Hollywood. Actors, scriptwriters, photographers, and directors rushed home to serve their country, then under threat of Nazi invasion. Thanks to people like Leslie Howard, the special branch propaganda would finally twig that artists who had just won the battle for the New Deal in the United States and raised the morale of a whole nation in the grip of economic depression had the power, with their particular talents, to do likewise in time of war, stirring the masses to unsuspected heights and finding as yet unguessed shortcuts to victory. Cecil Beaton was among them. A London gentleman and Hollywood photographer, society portraitist, consummate traveler, most intimate friend of Greta Garbo, Vogue contributor, etc. Beaton, like Steichen in 1917, was nearly 40 when the Second World War broke out. Beaton was to do the same thing, only the other way around. When Steichen had abandoned pictorialism and his visits to Rodin 20 years earlier, only to end up in the Hollywood dream factory, Beaton started from a position of extreme Hollywood sophistication, only to discover finally in sculptor Henry Moore's portraits of miners his own personal way of photographing a media war that was no longer restricted to the battlefield proper. Its hold now suddenly extended from the physical to the ideological and the psychological. Beaton's idea was simple. Like Moore's miners, committed to daily heroics, men and women at war from all walks of life, no longer had anything in common psychologically with their peacetime selves. The camera, therefore, ought to be able to capture this difference, this personal transformation, which was obvious from the look on people's faces, in their attitudes. A few years earlier, new kinds of film, and especially cameras like the Leica, Rolleiflex, and Urmanox had become available, offering exposures of well under a second. So Beaton set out armed with his faithful Rolle and a few primitive flashbulbs to conduct what he called his private war. This master of appearances traveled to appearance's outer reaches to catch there, off guard, with only the bare essentials, technically speaking, the personal energy of the war's thousands of actors, famous or unknown, in an ultimate and unconscious return to basics for the living art of photography as defined some 100 years earlier by Nadar. Now it's a lengthy quote. The theory of photography can be taught in an hour, preliminary technical notions in a day. What cannot be taught is the moral intelligence of the subject, or the instinctive tact that puts you in touch with the model, allowing you to size up and to steer them toward their habits, their ideas, according to each person's character. This enables you to offer something more than the ordinary, accidental plastic reproduction that the humblest laboratory assistant could manage. It enables you to achieve the most familiar, the most positive resemblance, a speaking likeness. This is the psychological side of photography. I don't think that is too ambitious a term. From the wounded lying in hospital to munitions workers and the very young pilots of the RAF aware of their impending doom, from bomb-blasted London to the Libyan desert and Burma, Beaton went all over the various battlefields as official war photographer for the Royal Air Force. But he never showed them. This caused friction with a military propaganda outfit that was somewhat out of date in its brief to establish photographically the most colossal demonstration of force, to attempt the impossible, not just photograph one plane, but 60 planes at once, not one tank, but 100. Beaton's most original endeavor remained unknown for a long time. He himself would continue to wonder how he managed to take his war pictures. My most serious work, he said of them, just before his death in 1980, work that made everything I'd done before passé. I've never known that what part of me it could possibly have come from. Edward Steichen, on the other hand, though over 60, went off once more to war. In the United States, the British documentary movement had enjoyed considerable influence from the beginning of the 1930s. Paul Strand now headed the famous New York School. The former photographer had become a film producer and director in the same intellectual line as Joris Ivens, who had become involved in the amalgamation of reportage, old newsreels, and fictional documents like Why We Fight, as well as Robert Flaherty and Fred Zinnemann, the young German anti-fascist émigré. Steichen was no longer interested in giving the public instrumental photographic shots or, conversely, bad special effects. He too was convinced of the need to reveal the human drama of the just war as accurately as possible to the American people, for whom the Second World War was still just a war of machines, of mass production. Having won over the skeptics, Steichen took shots of everything from armament factories to the great aeronaval units of the Pacific Fleet. Under his command, freshly trained teams of military photographers were essentially detailed to give an account of daily life on board the Saratoga, the Hornet, the Yorktown. Steichen had never really had a chance to see men at war in 1917. He now discovered that they were adolescents worn out before their time by the crushing weight of the industrial arsenal, the new giganticism in equipment. Roosevelt died in April 1945, taking the old American dream with him. Steichen's units took their last photographs in Hiroshima in September. With the nuclear flash, at 1/15 millionth of a second, the fate of military photography once more began to look grim. On the eve of the Korean War, significantly, Steichen was appointed director of the photography department of the Museum of Modern Art in New York. Photographers, the group who had contributed so much to the Allied victory against the Nazis, were soon to precipitate America's defeat in Vietnam. The hopes and inner harmony of those who had fought the just war had long ceased to light up soldiers' faces from within, but what the subjective photo now revealed was truly alarming. John Olson and his cohorts showed piles of American corpses, soldiers out of their minds on drugs, the mutilation of children and civilians caught up in the terrorism of the dirty war, with well-known consequences for American public opinion.
Once the military twigged that photographers, steeped in the traditions of the documentary, now lost wars, image hunters were once again removed from combat zones. This is perfectly apparent with the Falklands War, a war that has no images, as well as in Latin America, Pakistan, Lebanon, etc. Representatives of the press and television, witnesses now suddenly regarded as a pest, are locked up or just plain murdered. According to Robert Menard, the founder of Reporters Sans Frontiers, in the year 1987, around the globe, 188 journalists were arrested, 51 expelled, 34 assassinated, and 10 kidnapped. The last big international agencies are in serious trouble, while magazines and newspapers are busy replacing the great photo essays of the likes of London, Clemenceau, Kipling, Sandras, or Kessel, with a revival of the old media terrorism, a brand of investigative journalism still best typified by the Watergate scandal and the Washington Post's campaign. Having become the latest form of psychological warfare, terrorism imposes new media skills on its diverse protagonists. The military and secret services extend their control. General Westmoreland can attack Information Run Riot and sue the television channel CBS. In Europe, there is the British government's raid on the New Statesman Weekly, among other things. Terrorists themselves, in a bout of role reversal, indulge in a savage documentary genre, offering the press and television degrading photos of their victims, who are often reporters or photographers, or doing video location recess for sites that will become the scenes of their future crimes. In 1987, the experts in charge of the Action Direct file had to wade through more than 60 cassettes seized at the group's hideout in Vitry-sur-Loire. Specifically, they were seeking those bearing on the assassination of George Bess, Renault's managing director. And that's all, folks. So that kind of ended abruptly. I feel like he could have definitely kept going. And I would like to read the other essay that was published with this one in that book. Because it feels like he's moving somewhere, and feels like he probably wrote a lot more and cut it off here. Because it just kind of ends.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, but I think what he's based also, like, yeah, he didn't really play with the idea of candid camera, smile you're on candid camera. Not explicitly.
Yeah, it's I think we were getting there. Like in the beginning of this essay, I was like, oh, okay, I see where this is going. And then doing all this military stuff kind of took us away from that.
He was just hoping that he could start out. Here's what it was. He was hoping that the people who were keeping an eye on him would read the beginning of it and get bored and go away, so that he could still get the word out on what he'd been researching in terms of journalists getting killed. Like, this is basically like he's whistleblowing, but he kind of had to bury the lead. And actually it's not even the lead, right? Like the actual title is a red herring, and it makes people underestimate what he's actually doing. And so he talks about two people losing faith in photorealism. Is kind of what he's talking about. And he's talking about the and the reason they lose faith is because of the military industrial complex and science kind of hijacking this art form. And to such an extent that it's like the extra B-reel from all of this military footage that was being recorded from the actual wars, they're like, oh, let's just start inserting this in everything in Hollywood. So it's like, even when you don't even when it's like an explosion that's not related to war, it's like, no, that's an actual explosion, and people might have actually died in that explosion. But here you are watching entertainment about a made up story. But the explosion came from real people dying. Like, whoa, that's crazy.
Yeah, and it like, I don't know, making a joke about 9/11, like, whatever. If it's a funny joke, it's a funny joke. There are still people who will be like, oh, that's fucked up, man. You can't joke about that. But then they'll turn around and go consume this mass media that, like, and not even like it's built on like these horrors, because everything is built on these horrors and blah, 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 blah. But like, even more simple than that, like the movie that they're watching contains like horrible terrorist attacks, like actual footage of people who actually lost their lives. And they're okay to consume that as entertainment. But like,
sorry, you cut out for a second on my side. You said actual terrorist attacks.
Like, just like actually horrible shit that is packaged as entertainment. Like, people will consume that and be entertained.
Right.
But when it's made explicit, oh, hey, I'm going to joke about this horrible thing, like, that's still a bridge too far. Or, I mean, anything, September 11th, whatever. Mm-hmm. If I were to joke about Israel-Palestine, since that's something that's currently happening, if it was a funny joke, it would be funny. But there would be people who would be unwilling to accept it as a joke. They would be like, that's a horrible thing. You can't make a joke about it. But then they'll go watch a movie that has like footage of real shit, but because it's packaged up as entertainment, they consume it. And again, that's not to say like, oh, get off your high horse, I'm just making a joke, we should be able to joke about everything. No, it's like commenting on the form of all these things, and how the technology that gives us titty pictures on Instagram is also the technology that allows innocent children in Syria to be immolated, to be set on fucking fire with a missile from a dude who's using a fucking PlayStation controller in a goddamn trailer in South Texas, is murdering children in fucking Syria. And it's the same goddamn technology. So if I want to make a fucking joke about it, let me joke about it. Like,
right.
On
that, I was going to say something about this earlier, but decided to save it till the end. Basically, I was working. So like, what my main client that I do yard work for in Boise, she was telling me about her grandson who just got his pilot's license. He's 16 years old. I didn't know you could get a pilot's license at 16. That's fucking crazy to me. He did a solo flight. He had to do 4 solo flights, maybe 5, just to, get his license. And so she was showing me videos. She was showing me videos of his solo flights and stuff like that. And she, she's worried about everything going on with Israel and Palestine. She's surprisingly sympathetic to both sides for a person who reads the New York Times. I kind of expected her to be like, fuck these cockroaches, exterminate all of them. Like you know what I mean? Because that is kind of the Democrat position right now. And, but no, she's just genuinely sad about the whole situation. And that's great. Which is something I can connect with her on. But she said that she asked her grandson, well, what are you going to do if they, I think that he's enlisting in the Air Force is this situation. And so she asked him like, so what are you going to do if they want you to go drop bombs on somebody now? And he was like, oh, Nana, it's not like that anymore. It's like a video game now. He wasn't joking. Oh, Nana, it's not like that. When you're killing people, you don't actually know that you're killing people anymore. It's just all games. It's all gamified. Sometimes you're killing people. It's exactly like Ender's Game.
It's been abstracted to the point where not only is it just abstract violence, it's not even violence anymore. Jesus Christ.
Dude, that was heavy shit. I was like, God damn, what the fuck?
Yeah, dude, that's fucked up. First of all, 16-year-old kid. I think military recruitment is one of the most disgusting industries.
Did I ever tell you about the guy who tried to recruit me into the Marines? I went into one of those offices just to kind of check it out or whatever. At the time, I wasn't like conscious of anything. And so I was like I hadn't even seen that video that Chelsea Manning released about the journalists getting blown up. And that was kind of like my first major disillusionment with the thing. This guy's like trying to sell me on becoming, a soldier or whatever. Have you seen that Onion skit where it's like they're telling the dude like that he'll get a giant bag of weed and he'll get this big poster of this woman with boobs and he'll get a gun and like they're trying to sell this guy on like joining and they're like, you get this big bag of weed and like this whole thing.
Dude, it's fucking like that though. Like obviously they don't talk about giving you weed, but it is that. Like, it's fucking horrible, dude. Motherfucking military recruitment.
No, outside of here's how much more you'll make in your life, he's straight up like, women like to have sex with guys who wear uniforms. Check out these emails that I keep getting. Look at this chick's vagina. Like, straight up, he was showing me all the nasty ass photos this chick was sending him. And try to use that as the lure. And I remember thinking like, I can get laid without your fucking uniform, dude.
Yeah, dude, I'm not that big of a bitch that I need it. That's funny, dude.
Yeah.
That's funny. My recruiter was an interesting dude. I pretty sure I did coke with my recruiter. It was either coke or pills,
God.
one or the other. Yeah, military recruiters are fucking disgusting people, dude.
Yeah, dude, they're like the person who shows up on your doorstep to sell you on going renewable with solar, but in reality, what they're selling you is a terrible loan that you won't be able to sell off to another person very easily if you ever sell the home. So it's like, except that you also might have to kill people, and you also are going to have to, transplant yourself all over the place for some, I don't know, how long in your case?
4 years.
Okay, 4 years minimum. Okay.
Like, it's crazy that the violence has been abstracted to the point where a 16-year-old kid is willing to say, oh, it's not like that anymore. It's like a video game. Because of course, we can say that, like, kind of looking at it from this side or from this angle or whatever, to make the comment, it's like a video game. It's different when a 16-year-old kid says it
as a way of trying to encourage his grandma to not worry.
Yeah,
don't
like
worry, grandma.
It, like this way, this analytic way or whatever. Like it means something different when that kid is saying it. Like he's saying, no, it's okay. It's not real. Whereas we're saying the opposite. We're saying it's even more fucked up because it's less real.
Right.
Yeah, man. That's...
Right. And the thing is when you're talking about the guy in the trailer in Texas, or like Andrew Cockburn talking about the guy in the trailer in Nevada.
Yeah.
Right. Because there's some book I was reading by him.
Yeah.
We did.
We were listening to that.
Was it that same one
book?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the fucking book called?
There's one called like Kill Streak or something like that. Anyway, doesn't matter. Kill Shot, I think, might be the name of it. But there's one he wrote on drones, and then there's other ones. I don't know. I've been trying to figure. I always fall asleep whenever I try to listen to Cockburn, and it's because it's just like, you know, it's more like this journalist stuff, very fact based, and just telling you about like crazy war atrocity stuff, deep state stuff, whatever. Anyway, but yeah, when you think about that person whose job it is to sit in that trailer and fly drones, it's different. It hits different than a 16-year-old who's 6'3", comes from like upper middle class family, is like super fucking bright and just like all gay to go into fucking war because he's like, it's different. It's just different now, guys. We've got that. And it's like that level of like disconnect or disassociation or naivety being like cultivated, right? Like the thing is like going to war was supposed to mean that naivete that normal citizens have gets ruined. And so does your little boy self in basic training. Now basic training is going to empower you, and it's going to make you feel like you're really part of the unit and part of the little team. And it's all this like, you know, control capitalist phase discipline.
That billboard we saw in New York, sense of belonging, ? Join the Marine Corps.
My God. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's not like this, oh, we'll tear you down and rebuild you a man. Now it's like, come find your place. We've got trans BIPOCs in here now too. Don't worry about it. Here, listen, you can hang out with some trans BIPOCs. You can all talk about how progressive you are as you fucking drone strike.
As you kill motherfuckers on Xbox.
Yeah, dude.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. But with that, I'm going to end this recording and then we'll get on to the next one. We're back, everybody, and we're reading Paul Virilio, the reader put together by Steve Redhead, who is my third favorite redhead and Nance's fourth favorite redhead. Let's get into it. Chapter 11, Environment Control. The 1990s began, for Paul Virilio at least, with inertia. Polar inertia, to be exact. An accelerated modernity where everything happens at the speed of light without the need to go anywhere. Here we have a condition of pathological fixedness, according to Virilio, a generalized coming of seated man or even couched man. Virilio was not to guess then that later in the 1990s, there would emerge a group of DJ remixers called sofa surfers in the European city of Vienna, whose name would unconsciously trump his own original idea. Christian Bourgeois in Paris published Les Inerties Polaires in 1990, a book which contained 5 chapters, including an essay actually entitled, in English from the French, Polar Inertia, and another christened, tantalizingly, Kinematic Optics. Sage, in its groundbreaking Theory, Culture, Society, Social Theory series, published an English translation of the whole book by Patrick Kammler as Polar Inertia in London in 2000. A photograph taken by Sophie Virilio at what looks like a fairground adorned the cover. The jacket proclaimed the book's questioning of the simplicities of the globalization thesis. The extract reprinted here is the 4th of those 5 chapters. It finds Virilio recalling his major phenomenological mentor, Maurice Merleau-Ponty, at whose feet Virilio had sat in the early 1960s at the University of the Sorbonne. Damn, dude. The Sorbonne? That's sick. Merleau-Ponty has been in and out of international philosophical fashion ever since, but Virilio has consistently returned to the legacy of those influential lectures he heard when he was a youngish student. Here he applies Merleau-Ponty to the question of how temporal speed-up has, since the 19th century, illuminated the world around us through photography. In the book's diverse but strangely connected chapters, Virilio is typically non-linear, jump-cut thinking, looks back on events of the 1980s like Tiananmen Square in Beijing, China, and what he sees as the illumination of such events in the media. All right, Steve Redhead, I like this one. I like this one a lot. This was one of the better introductions you did in this book. And I know it's my opinion, but it had a little bit more of what I want, which is actually like the concept. So polar inertia and pathological fixedness, right? Like he's talking about some of the concepts and he's talking about when they're developing. And I like that. That's what I want. I am not looking for anything. I am here. That's the opening quote by Philippe Soupat. What are the implications for the transparency of air, water, and glass, for the real space of the things surrounding us, when the real-time interface supersedes the classical interval and distance suddenly gives way to power of emission and instant reception? What happens in the end when classical optical communication is replaced by electro-optical communication? Classical optical communication. Electro-optical communicate. Well, it's interesting that he italicizes it there. The word communication, that is. If repeated use of the prefix "de," as in decentralization, deregulation, deconstruction, etc., has set its seal on the times, we may perhaps add another term, derangement, not only of sense appearances, but of transparency itself, a transparency with nothing beyond, which has nothing in common with the density of any material or even the Earth's atmosphere. If transparency may be defined as that which light can easily pass through, or as that which allows us clearly to perceive objects through its very density, a window pane, for example, it changes its nature with the new concept of real-time interface, since now it is the transparency not of light rays, solar or electrical, but only of the speed of elementary particles, electron, photon, propagated at the very speed of light. Oh, by the way, when I looked in the folder, I did not see the de-esser plugin, but maybe it was still loading.
It is the Sweet Box or whatever the hell it's called.
Oh, okay. It looked like that was uploaded like on the, I don't know, like a week ago. So I did. Okay. But it is that though. Okay. Light remains the only discloser of sense appearances, but now it is its speed which discloses or makes things visible to the detriment of sunlight or the artificial light of electricity. Transparency, then, no longer just refers to the appearance of objects that become visible at the moment of looking. Now suddenly it refers to the appearances instantly transmitted over a distance, which is why we have suggested speaking of the transappearance of real time, and not just the transparency of real space. Live transmission of the appearance of things is now superseding the old real space transparency of air, water, or lens glass. In fact, this move beyond the direct transparency of materials is principally due to the emergence of a new active optics through the recent development of optical electronics and radio electrical vision to the detriment of the previously supreme passive optics of telescope, microscope, or camera lenses. In other words, it is mainly due to the application of wave optics right beside classical geometrical optics. Thus, much as a non-Euclidean or topological geometry is now available alongside Euclidean geometry, the passive optics of the geometry of camera or telescope lenses now has right beside it a teletopological active optics of electro-optical waves. Dude, when we started reading this, we had no idea that there was going to be so much photography stuff in here, and it's really cool. He's not just the thinker of speed, he's the thinker of sight and light.
Yeah.
Space, sight, light, speed.
Yeah. Furthermore, in parallel to the instant transmission of a radio-like video signal, optical properties have recently become attached to computers through the digitalization of transmitted images. The optical correction of appearances is no longer just a matter of the geometry of camera lenses, but now involves point-by-point, pixel-by-pixel calculation of the picture through a computer linked to the transmitter, digitalization offering a better definition of appearances, as in the most recent adjustable optics telescopes, where the lens does not have to be flawless because the calculation speed of computer graphics achieves the optical correction of light rays. Here again we see the supremacy of the speed of light over the illuminating capacity of its rays. On the one hand, the speed of electrons and photons indirectly lights up what remains distant, thanks to video reception of the broadcast appearances. Videoscopy being a great improvement upon classical teloscopy. On the other hand, the speed of electronic pixel calculation accelerates the definition or clarity of the picture, overshadowing the optical quality even of the soft lenses of new telescopes. Thus, it is less light than speed which helps us to see, to measure, and therefore to conceive the reality of appearances. Now, acceleration is useful not so much for easy movement over distances as for clear vision or app perception, high definition of reality, entirely depending upon speed of transmission of appearances, and not just on transparency of the atmosphere or various materials. To grasp the real importance of the analyzer that speed, especially audiovisual speed, now represents, we must again turn to the philosophical definition. Speed is not a phenomenon, but a relationship between phenomena. In other words, it is the very relativity or transparency of the reality of appearances, but a spatio-temporal transparency that here supersedes the spatial transparency of the linear geometry of optical lenses. Hence the term transappearance, to designate the transmitted electronic appearances, whatever the space intervals separating them from the observer. This subject or subjugated observer thus becomes inseparable from the observed object because of the very immediacy of the interface of the aptly named terminal that perfects the extension and duration of a world reduced to man-machine commutation, where the spatial depth of perspectival geometry suddenly gives way to the temporal depth of a real-time perspective, superseding the old real space perspective of the Renaissance. Let us now look at a few technological examples of this new real-time optics. Researchers at NASA and the Ophthalmology Institute at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore have recently developed a pair of revolutionary spectacles. Two miniature lenses fitted to a frame transmits images by optical fiber to two minute video cameras fitted at the height of the imperfectly sighted patient. The electronically processed image is then sent back to the spectacles, which have screens instead of corrective lenses. This optical electronic system, soon to be marketed in the United States, automatically adjusts images to the particular site of the wearer, who thus has a bright and clear-seeing image before his or her eyes.
This system, is that where it is? This system, which has been tested on remote controlled robots, is one byproduct of military research into the vision machine of the future. In fact, recent work on the automation of perception has the declared aim of replacing immediate with indirect assisted perception, where the speed of electrons will be of greater advantage than the light of the sun's rays or electric bulbs. Thus, while the spectacular research of a Scott Fisher at NASA is developing an interactive virtual environment helmet, that is, a portable simulator akin to the one on board fighter aircraft, these video spectacles are more modest testimony to the coming transformation of ocular optics into a truly everyday electro-optics. The look of direct vision is thus ceding to a real-time radio-electrical industrialization of vision capable one day of standing in for, if not supplanting, our observation of the environment. The direct light
Yo, what's up everybody on this live stream? How's it going, folks? I've been over here
of the sun, candles and electric lamps will gradually make.
I've been over here on the back end for a little while, doing some meetings, and I just got out of one with Will and Nance, who I'm about to bring on stream as soon as I can hop into the Zoom call from this computer. But yeah, if you are in the chat, if you were getting distracted, if you just got here, if you've been here the whole time, let me know. Here, I'm gonna close out of the.
I've been here the whole time.
All right, hold on one sec.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Are you in on the other computer yet, Dave?
Yeah, I'm on the upstairs computer,
No.
but you guys can't see me.
No.
You guys couldn't
Muted.
hear me.
Nope.
Oh, you guys could. No? What's wrong?
Nope. Now we
You
can.
can't hear me? Oh, now you can.
Yeah.
All right, well, say hello to the internet.
Hey, internet.
Hello, internet.
So
I love you,
what's
internet.
I love
Never leave. Promise you'll never leave.
Here we are. What's up, everybody? What's up, internet folks? It's Will. Oh, they can't see anybody yet. Hold on. Let me click a button so you guys can see us. All right. This is sorry. I'm switching gears
Womp,
here
womp.
from. Shut up.
Womp womp.
Shut up. All right.
Did you see that video of that news report where it was and then there was a little girl with Down syndrome who was locked in a basement, and then the other anchor was like, womp womp.
No.
Dude. Yeah, Google
Oh my
like womp womp Down syndrome girl. Like
No.
it was like on the broadcast.
God.
The dude was it was fucking hilarious. I love the
That's
future. Our brains are
that's
broken. Newscasters are fucking like making light of little Down syndrome girls being locked in basements.
dude, that's
How distant
crazy.
we are now. Oh my God.
And I'm laughing at it, but
It's hilarious.
yeah, it's fucked up, but it's hilarious. All right.
It's like when we took the train through wherever the hell that was in Vienna, and our host was regaling us with the tale of the child murderer who like locked up his whole family in his basement and like Rich like regularly abused them over and over again. And I was like, dude, I don't want you to be telling me this fucking story. Please shut the fuck up. But he was proud. He was like, yeah, that's the one claim to fame of my hometown. I get it. You remember?
Whoa.
You remember. Pepper's Farm remembers.
No, I actually got the book about it. I
Yeah,
got the
that's
book
right. That's
about it.
why it came up. That's why it came
Yeah,
up.
that was on tour. That was in Vienna, right? Like
Yep.
in Linz. Yeah. Like I got a book about it. It's called it's actually like one of the grossest stories I've ever heard of. I can't believe it's real.
It's
Uh
terrifying.
it's like actually if you want to think about like the worst possible serial abuse, the book is called Secrets in the Cellar by John Glatt with 2 T's. But Nance, why am I not showing up right now? Why are you seeing the screen itself? Like there's something weird
Go
going on with
to
OBS.
where in the virtual camera, click the gear, change
Yeah.
the output selection.
Yeah, but it's camera 2. This should work. Like camera 2 is just me. The scene is
Oh, you know why?
why?
Because it's shooting. Wait a minute, hold on, let me think. So it's an output type scene, and output selection is the proper camera.
I'm confused. I'm so confused.
In the gear next to virtual camera, output type
Yeah.
is scene,
Yeah.
or is it program?
Oh, it is scene.
Okay, so yeah, scene, and then select the desired camera.
Yeah, that is what it is. Literally. I mean, it's not. I didn't
Okay,
change
so
anything.
in OBS, are you like
Mhm.
what scene are you currently on? Because it's showing your screen share.
I know if I were to, for instance, switch to camera 2, well, now you guys see me. So it's like
Yeah,
you
are you?
guys are seeing instead of I don't understand. You guys are
You-
seeing
Screen sharing.
Yeah, we're
it's
seeing
it's
we're
like
we're seeing the share. You should be able to have the output being streamed. So like your one monitor is the call. In OBS, you're streaming the screen share,
yeah.
but to Zoom, you're sending your camera rather than what OBS is seeing. Like right now in OBS, I'm looking at something entirely different. Like I'm not looking at my camera, but I'm sending my camera. So like I think you changed the camera in the scene is actually sending over the screen share rather than
Man. All right.
like
Well,
it your cam 2 is a display capture rather than the video input device.
that makes sense, but it's not working, and that's weird. So I'll just do this. This is messed up, but it's better than nothing. All right, everybody.
Hi,
Hello,
everybody.
Internet. Just working out our typical technical bugs, that you've all grown to love so much here at Theory Underground. So we've got Ian in the chat, and Ian said, "Will, can't wait for the
What's up, Ian?
documentary."
Nice to see you, Ian. Yeah, it's what we're talking about. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fantastic.
He was just on stream today. So it's
Hell
like
yeah.
you guys are like stream cousins. You guys are like,
Eskimo brothers.
It's
yeah, you guys
nice.
are like crossing streams. It's
Oh.
like being like Wiener brothers. Yeah. Nan
That's great.
that QR code that Nance has up,
Oh,
click on it and then follow him on Substack, everybody. It's pretty cool.
yeah. All you have to do is click the button and then it does the thing.
This is the year of TU copy pasta agitprop with QR codes. I promise.
All over the place. And actually, we're going to bring them all over the fucking United States here in the next couple months. Guys on the internet, everybody out there in TV land, we are going on fucking tour once again, mother effers. How do you like those apples? How you like them apples?
I
Yeah.
love them apples.
Applesauce,
I guess
bitch.
what I would like from Will, maybe we could talk a little bit about how it's coming along. I wanna be vague about most of it, but just kind of convey some of the feelings we have going into it and some of the like a vague vision and how we feel about it. Let's not get too granular. I don't want to give too many promises to people, but there's certain things we can promise. Like between March 1st, probably between March 12th and April 1st. In that range of time, if you want to fly to the United States to meet up and do an IRL mini conference with us, we're going to be doing that. And so there will be a place, there will be a time, there will be a nominal fee just to kind of help us make it all really good for you all. And then on the second tour that we'll do a few months later, there'll be a mini conference out in the Tillamook Forest in Portland, in Oregon, outside of Portland, about 40 minutes from Portland. So that's about as detailed as we'll give you for now.
Yeah. The Tillamook is it's a magical place. Dave and I almost died there last year. Was it last year or was it a year and a half ago? Was it
It's like
the
a
end
year
of
and a half ago.
2023?
Yeah.
So it was
That's true.
like numerically, it was 2 years ago. We almost died. We hung out. We hung out with.
We almost died.
We did. We almost froze to death. We didn't have the proper equipment. It was a torrential downpour, and we were freezing. We couldn't get a fire started. It was horrible, but it was also fucking amazing. And this year, when we go out there, we will be more prepared. So anybody within the region, you guys should check that out. You should, because it's cool. It's a beautiful place. That forest is beautiful. And I'm not just saying that because I grew up in the desert. Like, it really is a special forest. If you've seen Star Wars, Return of the Jedi, and you saw when they're the indoor and they're in the jungle, it's basically that jungle. And it's like geographically close to the same forest where they filmed Indoor. That was Muir Woods, and the Tillamook is really close to Muir Woods. So it's like
It is.
it's a fucking jungle. It's an actual jungle, and there's like pristine water, and it'll be warm, so it'll be warm enough that we can swim. We won't be freezing.
Swimming.
It's beautiful. I'm excited. I'm excited to go there with Will because I want to see I want to see it through your eyes because I think it's fucking beautiful.
Mhm. I think it's
It's
going to
the
be a
new world.
great place to go. Yeah. And I think it's almost like liminality is a big word for what we're doing with this whole project, kind of the outskirts of cities, being in nature and then coming into the city, things like that. That'll be kind of the whole project itself is this word liminality. What would a worker with earbuds see on their walk home? Or they're kind of commuting outside the city. What do they see? So yeah, so that's kind of what we'll be kind of exploring really is the dynamic between those two spaces. Because I mean, I was kind of like showing some of the images from the lookbook to Nance, and he was immediately just like, oh, liminality, yeah, parking garages, kind of alleyways, places that kind of operate as in between places. That's where we're going to try and kind of inhabit and be and take up space, I suppose.
Yeah.
We're
And
gonna.
so, oh, what?
I was gonna say that's a meme right now. We're gonna take the lyrics of that song and hold space.
Mhm.
But
Yeah,
that's what it's all about. I remember you using the great kind of example of like in a mosh pit where people are holding back people, you
right.
know, and that's kind of like they create space and it's kind of like they're telepathically talking to each other. That was such like a powerful image, I felt, for kind of what you're kind of doing when you're going into these places, into the city. You know, you're going to have to create space. We're going to have to hold space there and kind of act as if we're kind of like meaningfully there as well.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah, and it's all one big exercise in communication, and in turning ourselves inside out, right? We're used to speaking in the niches, and then people always complain, "Oh, everybody's always in their echo chamber." And it's like, yeah, the weird part about the internet is like you're in your echo chamber, but anyone can peek in on you. And so there's like this weird sort of, yeah, we're going to have our insider baseball conversations, but also like random people are going to be dropping in. And it's like, well, what will it do to turn that inside out and be inside of cities doing agora events that are being live streamed, but we're also actually engaging with people who are attracted to the whole ambiance of the thing, because it's people aren't going to be drawn in by pictures of Marx and Heidegger or Hegel or Nietzsche. They're going to be drawn in because they're going to be like, what the fuck is this? Like, it's going to be a spectacle, and it's going to be kind of unique, you know? And as they find out what it is, it's going to become increasingly unique. And it's sort of like they'll go, oh, this is a singular occasion. This is special. This is cool.
Mhm, mhm.
So I guess, Will, you've never said anything publicly about uh, your your vision for this documentary, or really about being the person who has taken on this project, much less coming to the United States and everything like what you're doing. So, I mean, just for the uh, listening audience, which includes plenty of people who already know who you are, what would you like to share out to them as far as, because I don't know, we don't have we can't walk people through the images, but we could all, I mean, maybe we could. I mean, I don't know, we could potentially even pull that up, you know? Um, but how much do you want to say right now is kind of the question.
Um, I mean, I'm happy to say as much as kind of you're happy for me to say. I mean, I just don't want to make too many promises of where we're going to be, basically. But yeah, I mean, Dave got me involved in the project kind of, I think it was at the end of last year, or maybe just coming to the end of last year. And it was just to like kind of have a look at the footage and see what we were going to kind of put together from the footage that was taken from the last two tours. And so now after we've kind of looked at the footage, we started thinking, oh, well, there wasn't enough kind of concrete images of what the people were actually talking about. So that's concrete images of the workers with earbuds, concrete images of things like nature versus kind of the city, nature versus nurture, things like that. So we didn't have concrete images of those, so we were going to add them. And then as I started talking about the fact that I was going to do this trip by myself across the US, Dave got so kind of excited about a tour. He was like, oh my God, I'm going to have to tour. And so it kind of ended up kind of generating into this new tour slash getting stuff for the documentary. And we're starting to talk about it now. And it's like the tour and the documentary are kind of slowly coming together in terms of kind of their vision. And they're both, as I said, under the heading of like liminality. So there's a lot that will be done in the live production side that will also kind of filter through to the documentary, but there'll be a lot of stuff in the documentary that won't be on the live side. So it'll kind of
Mm.
there'll be two separate things, but also kind of interconnected as well. And it's looking at kind of like the imagery of it and stuff like that. It will just be kind of like this image of seeing Dave and Nance in a van in the kind of natural landscape, say in like Monument Valley in Utah, and and the dawn is rising around them, and they're doing like an exegetical, and they're drinking coffee, and then we drive off into the city, into the agora, and we're doing an agora event in the center of the city, and then we're coming out of the city again to do kind of like a dusk kind of similar to the Dawn event, I think, but obviously a kind of a little bit different, more reflective about what the Agora was and things like that. So we're going to hopefully have this real kind of like natural cycle to things. We're going to, yeah, as Dave's writing down, this idea of going from exile. You have been exiled from the city because you are corrupting the youth. And then you get to go into the city and back out of the city again. And so it's that exile to Agora and then back to exile again. And we'll be doing that all across the US. So it will be from deserts to jungle-like forests to kind of maybe some kind of, I don't know, quagmire areas, whatever, but just different things. And you'll be seeing the kind of like the TU Agora setup just in all of these different cities across the US. So I think it's just going to be these images are going to be quite powerful for the message of what Dave's doing. Because at the beginning of the documentary, we're going to see Dave building the TU studio, you know, sawing the wood, knocking it together with hammers. And it's the idea that we start with that building of the studio, we go around on the tour, and then we come back to the studio built more. I mean, I suppose it won't be chronologically that way, but it will appear that way in the documentary, that the light that we have taken from Boise around the US and brought it back to Boise again will kind of build the studio in a way. And so there will be this whole thing to the live production side and the documentary that's like this almost narrative, circular and kind of natural as well. But yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, man. I both trips are going to have events that will be happening in a city near you if you are in the United States. And when I say near you, that might mean 14 hours away, but that's pretty close for the United States. And if you are a viewer of this channel and you've never driven across this country, well, I don't know what to tell you. Have you been sleeping? Like, what are you doing? This is America. Do you even know about the history of this place? Do you understand what
built on the automobile?
This place was built on the automobile. This place was built on wagons. This place was built on caravans. This place was built on, as you find out in Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance by Robert Pirsig, it was built around the idea of the Chautauqua. There were traveling caravans of intellectuals who would post up and do lectures. And then, of course, in the 1870s through 80s, you had the Farmers Alliance, millions of black and white, working class and poor people who were trying to teach themselves how to read, and they were reading classics and great literature. And the point was, these East Coast elites who were cut off from what was going on. They didn't know what was best for people in the middle of the country. And, you know, it's that middle of the country that Hillary Clinton said was flyover country. Because it's all cornfields anyway. She's half right. It's a bunch of idiots and corn. Well, the point is to have a genuine American Renaissance, right? And so what are the conditions of possibility for that kind of a Renaissance? Well, we're figuring that out, and that's what it's all about. But this tour is going to be slower paced in some ways. There will be certain stretches of it that are pretty hardcore, where we drive 14 hours in a day. But most of the time, it's going to be 6 hours in a day. And part of the reason for that is we're going to try to really tarry here and there. And both trips not only have a place you can fly into if you're international and you're wanting to post up with us for a few days. Both trips will have a place like that where there's a mini conference kind of thing going on. And this is a great place for you to be refining your ideas that may have been presented at TUCon, because a lot of those ideas need to be slimmed down, right? Like if you submitted some 30,000 word epic, well, yeah, that's great. But for these little books that we're putting out, we want to all be in a pretty serious dialogue, and we all want to be assassins in our writing. We want to be extremely efficient with our writing. And part of the reason for that, because my impulse is just to say it doesn't matter, but Benjamin Studebaker taking on a bit more of an editorial role, perhaps, or at least doing supervisions. Like, I'm sorry, these have to be short enough that we can have serious conversations about them. Well, anyway, there'll be a place for you to come and actually present in person. And it's not just to us, because we'll also have the Agora thing going on. So you'll have opportunities to do truly public events in a kind of way that has never been possible in all of cyber history up until now, right? And so we'll be doing that. We'll be doing scheduled live streams while we're driving across country. We'll be doing scheduled live streams from the van while we're driving, but also at specific spots where we'll post up. And so if we're going to do something from like Zion National Park or whatever, well, then it'll be on the plan for subscribers at TU. So you guys will be able to see and then plan to actually tune in and be there with us. Like when Holly and Elton were like trying to be super supportive and kind of follow us on the tour, it was almost impossible for them because there wasn't someone like, well, I was going to say there wasn't someone like Will. Anne is kind of like Will, but because she didn't plan the trip, it was all too much. It was too little too late, right? Because like, but Will's already planning it out. Like we're already ahead of where we've ever been. It's amazing how it's coming together.
Dave, you and I are very, well, earlier
Fly
in
by the
this,
seat
in
of
this
our
call,
pants.
seat of our pants type guys. Earlier in the call, we said explicitly, like, we aren't thinking ahead, but we're making space for people who are thinking ahead. And I don't know, it's weird. In a way, I'm always thinking ahead. Like we're always thinking far out ahead of us, but we're not necessarily thinking about the scheduling and the planning and the logistics and the making it available to everybody. Because for me personally, like I'm in this thing and the doors are wide open and I'm inviting everyone, come on in. But I don't have the kind of grace to like warmly welcome people in. It's like, no, I'm doing this thing. Like I'm driving this fucking double-decker bus like in the Harry Potter movie where he's just like, come on, it's going to be a bumpy ride. Like I'm doing this shit. And I don't have the time to think about others. So it's not that we're not thinking ahead. It's that we're not thinking about how to make it available, how to make it legible, how to make it accessible, and how to welcome people as well. So to be able to have people who are very good at that, it will make it easier for people who are following along to not get lost in the sauce. We did lose some people on the tours we've done, and they were like, "Well, where's all the stuff you guys are doing?" And it's like, "What do you mean? We're constantly doing stuff. We're always doing something, but people can't find it. They don't know where it is or how to get involved." So having the sheet and letting it be known that you can follow along and you can kind of follow the progress and check in. I think that's going to be great. And also I know personally, like personally, people were like hitting me up and shit like, hey, how are you guys? Where are you guys? What are you doing? And there's so much going on. It's like, I don't even try to respond to that stuff because there's so much. And it's not like, I don't care that you're not here for it. It's just that, oh, sorry, I forgot that you're not actually here with us while we're doing this.
Yeah.
Yes, we do want you here. We do want you guys to know what's going on and how to get involved in all that stuff. So I'm excited to have the sheet and have these kind of scheduled live streams. I'm really excited for, I hate to say experimenting because that kind of cheapens it. But for doing things that other people, actualizing these things that we've been thinking of and we've been talking of and that no one else is doing.
Yeah.
Like I'm excited, very excited. And I'm excited to have people along with us.
Yeah. No, for real. Will, you're the condition of possibility for not only people keeping up with this tour as opposed to the other ones, but also the fact that they're even happening, because we canceled our June tour that we were talking about all of last year. We said we're doing a tour in June next year. And then I had a serious conversation with Anne. We were talking about getting serious about setting up like on the property, building a house, doing all this stuff. But also I don't have kids yet. And before I have kids, it's a lot easier to tour. And when you said that you were going to go back and forth across the country, and I was just like, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to show one of our European homies a little bit of like, America. Not only that, some of our favorite people, some of our favorite places. Like, there's not just barbecue in Kansas City, Missouri. There's also Michael Downs, and he knows where the best barbecue is. He also knows what the best movies are. So it's like, it's going to be so much fun.
It's going to be fantastic to meet everyone along the way as well, and also as well to kind of be there as like a little like wandering eye that's just going to be able to kind of focus in on what you guys are doing. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm probably going to be a bit weird. I'll be like filming across the street and stuff, but
Yeah.
it would be great to get everything you do, like when you're even just eating barbecue and stuff like that, like trying to get involved in even just those little moments. That's what I'll try and capture as well.
I'll just be like barbecue all over my face.
Slow-mo,
And I'll be
like
yeah, a slow-mo montage of us all eating barbecue over some corny music or maybe like majestic sentimental music would be really good, We'll talk about barbecue the whole way up until we actually get there, and then we'll be eating it, and I'll be
It's like this poignant song.
I'm crying. I'm like, it's like, yeah, it'll be fun.
That's the framing of the doc in the quilting point is the barbecue.
we'll just end then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. All right, everybody. I'm gonna switch it back. Anything you want to say before we switch back here? We're gonna close out in a sec.
No, just if you're a kind of TU subscriber and we kind of send out this schedule, just let us know. Let us know early if you're available and you can come and meet us. That'd be great.
Yeah. And Brian Harris, whenever you listen to this, if you listen to this, we want to meet your Amish friends. I know they're not your friends, but we want to meet your local Amish people. So please hit us up as fast as possible because we want to do an Agora event with them if we can possibly swing it. I probably have to write them a letter to make that even work.
I didn't know Canada had Amish people, but I'm happy that they do.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
They got all kinds of people over there. It's weird.
I guess they do. They got it all.
Yeah. Cool. All right, everybody.
Looking forward to it. We'll see all of you who can make it. Like Will said, let us know as soon as possible. We will do our best to make events available to people who are down for the cause. So let us know.
Ian, if you're there, if you're listening, come.
Yes.
We want to meet you, Ian. I want to meet you anyway.
Yeah. There's definitely some people we missed on the last tour that I'm hoping we meet up with this time. And I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing some of the people at TUCon and seeing some of the other people on the other tours, meeting back up with them. Yeah, there's people all over the world at this point. We got people from everywhere. So the more the merrier.
I want people to remember that, like, even though I said you should drive 14 hours to a TU event, of course you should. We also want you to be safe, and think about how you do these things. If you're not used to driving long distances, pace yourself, plan time into it. If your boss is not going to let you go, come up with a good excuse. You have to figure out how to do that or you'll never have a life. And then finally, and this is the most important part, if you want us to come to you, look, in most cases we won't, but if you have an epic venue and you have like a really great situation for us, let's just say that you have like a local group that would fund a part of our travels, or you have like a really sick music venue that you could get us a huge discount on, and you know that there's like a local community that might help promote the event, and you want us to come and put something on for you, or whatever, just let us know. We are always hungry for good venues for events and hospitality, and so look, it takes one to know one. You either know how to be a good host or a guide in your city, or you don't. And if you've never really thought deeply about it, well, then you're probably not one of those people. Maybe you could get good at it over time. You could potentially take notes when we talk about the wonderful things that some of the people on our travels have done with us. But if you are one of those people, if you already are one of those people, and you really do want to show us your city or introduce your city to us, let us know. And get a hold of us tomorrow as fast as possible at hello.theoryunderground@gmail.com. So if you don't do that, well, maybe next time. And there's always next time, because we ain't going nowhere. All right? And with that, we're out of here. Peace. Peace, everyone. There's so many QR codes on the screen right now. It's amazing. There's three. There's too many, Nance. All right, we'll be right back right after this. Oh God, it's not playing yet. It's sitting there doing the load thing. It's going to speed through the beginning probably in a second. Hold on.
So that you can listen to special content that is not accessible to anyone else. Or if you go up a subscriber level, actually join in the discussions. Or at the top level, have us actually read your work, giving constructive feedback, and ultimately paving a way to potentially being a part of what we call the turn. Then you'll want to become a subscriber. That's how you will access the ongoing courses and seminars. We've brought together Benjamin Studebaker's experience in political theory and science and philosophy with my critical social theory, phenomenology, existentialism, critique of political economy, critical media theory approach, combined with Michael Downes's fault line theory. You know, the CCRU versus Ljubljana School, or Žižek versus Land. And of course, how he brings those against one another and then transcends them through other thinkers like Baudrillard, who he'll be teaching an intro course to in 2025. All of us are teaching stuff in 2025 that rhymes or argues or goes together. And so the best way to accelerate your development getting into theory right now is to just become a subscriber at TU. Just go to the website, click get involved, and I'm gonna look, what I'm about to play for you all is a really special moment from our documentary that we're working on, an interview where Benjamin explains why he's supporting Theory Underground and getting involved as a active member here at the core of the teaching team.
Yeah, so the thing that I notice is that a lot of people criticize the university, they criticize the left, they don't build an alternative institution. They will go, the university sucks, but you know what's great? Substack and Patreon and YouTube, and they'll lean into that. But that is a negation, right? You guys don't do that. You guys are interested in sublating the university within the newly emergent media. Or you could frame it the other way, sublating the newly emergent media within the university, right? And so this, of course, will ultimately lead, if you take it where it goes, to a question of institutions and having actual economic, social role possibilities for theorists. This is the critical crisis, which is that there are still some very bright, very well-educated people, but they are not able to replace themselves. And because most of them have university positions, their level of interest in replacing themselves is to some degree compromised.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry that much about themselves. They don't have that much stake in it because they're already set up. However, because you are in the underground, you have some potential of being able to actually create an institution or structure which makes it possible for people to do theory in the future. This is something that, as far as I can tell, only you are doing. The thing about freeing Mikey from wage labor, this idea not only that your channel would free you from the Amazon job, but that this could grow in such a way that it could provide spaces for multiple people And then those multiple people could interact in the way that they would in a monastery or in a university department. This is the revolutionary idea in terms of raising consciousness and making it possible for us to think in such a way that we could return even to the horizons of the tens and talking about things like Medicare for all in a not stupid, not bullshit way, in a serious way. To get to that point, we need to raise our level of ability to think. We need new intellectuals in our generation that are real intellectuals and not people who are running around scared of what the DSA or their university department thinks of them. You have the potential to actually make a real material intervention into not just knowledge production, but in Bildung, into the making of people. Yeah. This is something that we can do. There's a window right now where I am not in the university, and so I have a real reason to think very seriously about, can we do something else? Because I'm annoyed, myself with the whole process of trying to be in that. And I would like there to be something else, something better. I have all my critiques of it that come in part from being at Cambridge, in part from studying ancient thinkers. We could do something better than it. Not just something that is an imitation or steals some things from it and does the best you can with it, but something that actually is better and that produces the kind of theory that in modernity, how do you make a Hegel? How do you make a Marx? We have to reinvent this. It's no longer possible to do that. We've got to, I think, actually institutionalize in a material way, and this is the sense in which I will uphold the kernel of materialism, actually giving a shit about the structure and what kind of structure is necessary to give rise to a form of life in which this kind of really, really good work can be produced.
Make way for the not just artificial, but indirect light of electronics or photonics, following the example of those windowless Japanese apartments that are bathed in sunshine by means of optical fibers. In the next century, said Timothy Leary, whoever controls the screen will control consciousness. And indeed, contrary to a widespread belief, the very first interactivity is not the remote control or the touch-operated screen, but the intervisibility of various filming devices, what we might call optoactivity. This links up or merges three kinds of image: the virtual image of consciousness, the ocular and optical image of the look, and the electro-optical or radio-electrical image of video computing. This is the point of our proposed concept of transappearance rather than just transparency. The indirect light of various electro-optical and electroacoustic prostheses competes with the direct light of classical optics. The customary distinction between natural and artificial light is then coupled with an unaccustomed one between direct and indirect light. For whereas the light radiating from an electric lamp or the sun gives rise to ordinary transparency, the indirect light of electrons, photons, and various devices gives rise to an extraordinary transparency in which the real time of the image prevails over the real space of vision, and instantly transmitted appearances supersede the usual illumination of places. This light acceleration function is clearly displayed in light-intensifying cameras or binoculars, where rare nocturnal photons the hell? Where rare nocturnal photons are multiplied to give considerable increase in ambient brightness. Thus, the time frequency of light has suddenly become the determining factor in the apperception of phenomena, to the detriment of the space frequency of matter. From now on, the speed of light has the upper hand over sunshine or ordinary lighting. But let us return to the origins of this situation, to photography. In his conversations with Paul Gsell, who thought he had irrefutable evidence of the photography of movement, Augusta Rodin objected, "No, it is the artist who is truthful and photography which is false. For in reality, time does not stop, But if the artist succeeds in producing the impression of a gesture performed over several instants, his work is certainly much less conventional than a scientific image in which time is suddenly suspended. This key statement, later taken up by Maurice Merleau-Ponty, is worth some consideration. The time in question here is the usual linear time of chronology, which never stops but keeps flowing on. But the really new contribution of photosensitive techniques, which Rodin seems not to have noticed, was that they defined no longer a passing time, but rather an exposure time, which surfaces, if we may dare put it like that, and thus succeeds the time of classical historical succession. The time of taking photographs is thus from the start light time. The time interval, plus sign, and the space interval, minus sign, with the same name as the film's inscription surface, are inscribed only thanks to light, to that third kind of interval whose zero sign indicates absolute speed. The exposure time of the photographic plate is therefore nothing but exposure of the time, space-time, of its photosensitive material to the speed of light, that is, to the frequency of the photon-bearing wave. So linear time is that of chronology, and that gets displaced he said it's defined no longer a passing time, but rather an exposure time, which surfaces. So as a amateur, or even I would say outsider to photography, the exposure has to do with how long it's actually open to the light. And the longer it's open to the light, the more information is taken in.
Yes, but yes. And depending on the film or the ISO setting or the plate material that you're using, like you control the sensitivity to light. And so that dictates how long you leave the aperture open to get a correct exposure. And that's the language they use in photography. It's called correct exposure, even though it's no such thing as a correct exposure. But so yes, the aperture being open for the set amount of time allows more information in, but it's also dependent upon the sensitivity of the media that you're exposing to the light as to how much information is going to be reproduced or represented in the final exposure. So for this analogy or this metaphor that he's using of exposure time supplanting linear time, like he's assuming a correct exposure. So like things are becoming discrete images rather than living processes. So like these discrete images are surfacing, and that is taking the place of living processes, like in our minds. I like it a lot. I like this metaphor a lot, but I also think it is a little clunky. But yeah, it's this idea of the simulacra. Like these discrete images are getting so far removed from the things I mean, you could even argue maybe there was never a thing there at the bottom in the first place, like, because it's just so far removed from the process of whatever it is in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Well, thank you for your for the help there. Thus, the sculptor Rodin also does not see that it is only the surface of the negative interval which stops the time of the representation of movement. When the instant photogram permitted the invention of the cinematographic sequence, time no longer stopped. The reel of recorded film and later the real-time video cassette of constant surveillance illustrate this invention of continuous light time, the most important in science since the discovery of fire, in which indirect light supersedes the direct light of the sun or the Edison lamp, as the latter itself once superseded daylight. From the 18th and 19th centuries on, time is thus no longer so much a problem of more or less rapid aging. It is above all a question of more or less intensive lighting, the famous Age of Enlightenment obviously well deserving its name. This seems to be the main philosophical contribution of Nietzsche's invention, but also above all of that snapshot, which eventually made possible Marie's chronophotography and the later emergence of real-time technologies in which two times, the real and the deferred, take over from the customary three, with the future appearing in the computer and systems programming of the vision machine. By way of confirming the emergence of this light time, let us note that picture taking became shorter and shorter between the hours-long pose of early photography and the invention of the snapshot. Similarly, in the cinema, the reduction in the through time of one frame from 17 frames per second to 24 frames per second and then 30 was for many years, until television really began to take off, offset by spatial elongation of the film and therefore of its projection. This spatial elongation has been combined with temporal shortening from early flash cinematography to present-day video clips. For more than 150 years then, temporal speed-up has led to advances in what still and moving photography represent. It is the light of time, or if you prefer, the time of speed light, which has illuminated the world around us to such a point that it seems to be no longer a mere means of representation akin to painting, sculpture, or theater, but a veritable means of information. Hence the forward surge of information technology from the days of electronic calculators to the computer-generated image, the digitalized video or radio signal, and high-resolution video or high-fidelity sound, where the only unit of measure is the bits per second, designating the quantity of information conveyed by a message, and the image is left as the most sophisticated form of information. Let us recall that the true measure of time is not, as most people think, the number of years, months, or hours that have passed, but the alternation of day and night, the order of daytime and its absence. Even if calculation, whether astronomical or economic, is a kind of foresight, even if the totting up of ephemeris and calendar days has signposted human history, it is no less true that shadow and light are at the very origin of time information, the yardstick of duration that is not only quantifiable, but also qualifiable. Thanks to the theory of Shannon and a few others, we can see that there are actually two kinds of information: knowledge information and organization information. Interesting. Now, in both these cases, the intervals... hold on, lost my place. The intervals of passing time have grown ever more precise, from the hours of the sundial or marked candle to the minutes and seconds of our quartz watches. Today, however, the measure of time is no longer just figures on a dial. It is also images displayed on the screens and monitors of real time. The old pendulum movement and clockwork mechanisms, as well as the throbbing of quartz watches, are thus giving way to the movement of the shutter, as cameras and their monitors become so many precision watches or model light clocks. The old chronometric system of before, during, and after will thus probably be superseded by a chronoscopic system of underexposed, exposed, and overexposed. The old chronometric system of before, during, and after will thus probably be superseded by a chronoscopic system of underexposed, exposed, and overexposed. In the time of succession, duration is paradoxically considered as a series of instants without any duration, after the manner of the geometric line conveyed as a sequence of points without any dimension. But to this, it is now necessary to oppose the concept of exposure time, which ultimately leads us to think of all the physiological and technical picture-taking procedures as so many intakes of time. This lighting up of the relativist concept of temporality would lead us into a fundamental revision of the status of the different magnitudes of space and time, such that the light interval overrides the classical intervals of extension and duration. To the daylight of astronomical time should logically be added the daylight of technological speed. From the chemical daylight of candles through the electrical daylight of the Edison lamp, the same Edison who invented the kinetoscope, to the electronic daylight of computer terminals, that deceptive indirect light propagated at the speed of light waves, those transmitter receivers and other visual generators of duration, which still and moving photography and video computer graphics represent alongside traditional timepieces. I want to just say something, and that is that if this really is sort of like the basis of a lot of where Baudrillard goes, then, and I think it is, then this is the most materialist account for postmodernism you could ever fucking find. Like this right here, this and the Overexposed City. These are both materialist as fuck. But I got to step away for a quick second. And so let's just stop the recording. We'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Nance is also with us, but he'll be back in a moment. There is no longer any distance. You are so close to things that they no longer affect you at all, wrote Joseph Roth in 1927. Wow, in 1927 he wrote that. One can well imagine the importance this had for the planning of space, whereas it used to be just a question of arranging our environment to house our bodily activities. The point now is to control that environment through interactive online techniques. Dude! Whereas it used to be a question of arranging our environment to house our bodily activities, the point now is to control that environment through interactive online techniques. In fact, there is an inversion of the classical architectural organization. Instead of various domestic functions being successively distributed around the space that is used for living, all the occupants' activities are concentrated at a single point remote control so that he or she does not have to move about. Meeting at a distance, the paradox of home-based work, becomes through interactivity, gathering at one point that which is kept at a distance. Oh my God. Obviously, the user occupying these absolute restrooms is the one who constitutes this point or center of inertia. And so they have nothing in common with the distribution of tasks in the traditional domestic setup. Did he just call these absolute restrooms?
Yeah.
The end of history is just scrolling on a toilet while you are in a Zoom call with your boss, but the camera's off. The individual center of intensive time, therefore, becomes the organizing center of the home. The milieu of the occupant's present time becomes the preponderant milieu of the habitat, to the detriment of any spatial concentration. Milieu is here in quotes, and I think that's really important since we want to turn a scene into an intellectual milieu. And the point is these non-places are basically absolute bathrooms. Can you really be in a milieu from one? Sort of, but it's different now. Successive fragmentation suddenly gives way to the control of simultaneity, the emergence of a directing center in the shape of a remote control or even verbally controlled device, if the system is sufficiently developed to respond to his master's voice. Rather, as in the space environment described by Ludwig Boltzmann, where the living being's weightless present becomes the sole temporal referent replacing both future and past, and also, we should not forget, the sole inertial referent in the environment control of the intelligent home, the self-referent dominates all external references and the endogenous holds sway over the exogenous. So readily speak here of a strengthened individualism, but it really involves a transfer of the space-time of human residence, a transfer from the extensive domain of external references, mass, area, climate, etc., to the solitary intensive realm of the self-reference of a being present here and now. Instantaneous remote action upon the environment suddenly takes over from the customary action through communication. I think that this is like the solitary intensive realm of the self-reference of a being present here and now, in italics, is highlighting the fact that this ruptures what Sherry Turkle calls the chronological sense of self, right? Like, I'm just this being here and now, right? Which is, when people say, how have you been doing? I get thrown off. I'm like,
I've been thinking, like, while reading, I've been thinking about Bergson, because he's saying duration a lot, but also like, in Bergson, the present always has, in the present, it's always part of the past. So there is a chronology in Bergson, even though duration is kind of here and now, it's still connected, because the present is always the past.
Right.
And this new mode of perception, or whatever it is that Virilio is talking about, like, it is taking us out of that chronological history or whatever. Like, it is disconnecting us into flashes of light, instantaneous moments, similar to how Turkle's talking about that too. But yeah, dude, this is really is great.
Yeah, he just gets better. Now, on this note of self-reference of a being present here and now, solitary intensive realm as opposed to mass area, climate, etc. What we're really talking about is the ontology and epistemology of the virtual class, which correlates but is not perfect one-to-one with the PMC.
Right.
And I would say, like, you know, even lumberjacks like come home and scroll their phones now. So, but they get away from it for a big chunk of the day, and the things that they're dealing with do involve mass area, climate. So the point is that they have to go deal with the reality principle, right? Like the truckers during COVID, they have to deal with the actual supply chains. Like this is real to them. People who are virtue signaling online and talking about the super small percentage of people actually at risk being like the most important thing in the world when actually everyone's supply of literally everything is on the line. Like it's the sense of proportion is so off. Like the sense of, it's just like the stakes, the sense of proportion between virtuals and people who have to work. And of course, like there's a form of work that is on the screen that is kind of, but it's this virtual thing. It's it's kind of like this is a sphere of like signifiers having lost their reference and to some degree things being kind of made up, and really we're just trying to show the right numbers at the right times for the right people and move things around, as opposed to I if I don't go get X amount of whatever to this point by this time, I won't have a house anymore. Right? Like this, that kind of shit. So, this is really good for all of that. So definitely grab that quote, that paragraph, and maybe put it under a new category called, ontologizing the virtuals or the virtual class. To inhabit energy, heat, light, etc., or to be inhabited by energy, then becomes a cruel dilemma for the user, but above all, for the architect responsible for the synchronism or diachronism of the space and time of strictly human action. This house has become my own body and its horror, my own heart, cried the architect Virilio in Dario Argento's film Inferno. And indeed, if the real-time milieu of the user's intensive present definitively gains the upper hand over the milieu of real space, architecture suffers a disturbing regression. Where spatial depth used to play a part in rationally organizing the home from floor to ceiling through the distribution of hallways, corridors, and staircases, temporal depth of real-time immediacy and ubiquitousness undermines and dissolves the rational organization. From the order of succession, we suddenly pass to the disorder of simultaneity. Here again, the time of succession gives way to the time of exposure. Even if the general volumetry of the building remains unchanged in order to house the occupant's body, it loses its ergonomic foundation, its organic relationship to action, necessary movement, and distinctively human animation. For the practical efficiency of the intelligent home rests upon the omnipresence and omnivoyance of a resident who no longer even needs to be there to operate the various instruments, a telephone call being enough for his slightest wish to be met. Here is the latest twittering of such home-based interactivity. It's a long quote. Thompson presents Securiscan, a computer-run system that can be remotely programmed and interrogated, a combination of comfort and security that allows automation and monitoring of the basic household chores, as well as protection of home and person. An electronic exchange receives information coming in from the peripherals. The owner's remote control device is accepted and his home welcomes him with a synthesized voice. But an intruder sets off alarms and warning lights while the exchange notifies the police. And now it's all run by Amazon. This general exchange has built into it a household function manager, which, in response to a simple telephone call, can switch on the heating, lighting, or even the garden sprinkler. Thanks, Alexa. This standard model we learned from the publicity can always have other functions added to it. In particular, since Securiscan detects breakdowns and major hazards, gas or water leaks, etc., it may also prove an excellent home nurse. Finally, let us note that this mechanical domestic is cordless and operates at high frequencies. If extension or distance is no longer a limit to power, present being is no longer so much here and now as potential, that is, potential in absolute speed. Here we find the insoluble problem facing the architect and town planner, namely the paradoxical generalized real-time arrival, which now supersedes the limited real space arrival of physical movement from one point to another. That is potential in absolute speed. Here we find the insoluble problem facing the architect and town planner, namely the paradoxical generalized arrival, which now supersedes the limited arrival of physical movement from one point to another. Real time to real space. In fact, what do you got on that?
So real time is the fact that I can pick up my phone and have food brought to me means that, I can order it on DoorDash and it's here within, 20 minutes. That food is 20 minutes away from me. And that's real time. I'm not going anywhere. The food is coming to me. Everything, the world is interconnected. And so it's only a matter of, for physical objects, how long does it take for someone to bring it to you? And Jesus Christ, we are separated real time, like on the order of microseconds from one another. Like our distance in real time is so small that it's hardly even noticeable, if even noticeable, because we're communicating, we're having a real-time conversation. But real space, we're 900 miles away from each other. And real space
has been superseded by real time.
I don't know. The architect and the town planner, I don't know. It definitely, it does change the way that people design cities. Cities aren't designed like in my suburb that I live in. Like there's nothing here. There's just tract homes. There's just house after house after house after house after house.
Yeah, because it's built around the idea of people having things delivered to them or driving places.
Driving to places, yeah. Like
so there's nothing there.
Cities, if I go downtown Phoenix, it's beautiful. There's parks, there's public works, there's architecture, like there's these things that you can encounter. Like Benjamin, just walk through the city and you encounter things. Because that part of the city was designed, and Phoenix was built after the automobile in the first place, but it still wasn't automobile centric. Like it was still designed for people. But now like new new areas of development, they're just shitty tract houses with highways. And that becomes like a recursive loop. Like, you live in this space that's designed for transportation of goods, so there's nothing available to you. You can't walk anywhere, you can't do anything, you can't go outside and sit outside and enjoy it. And so your options are strictly virtual, and so you spend more and more time online experiencing virtual things. Like,
I know people would say like, oh well, you can go outside, you can enjoy it, and it's there. Like, honestly, I just want to throw right back in their face. No. If you go outside of your suburban, your house in the suburbs, and you are thinking, yes, I'm outside, you're fucking dumb. That is not outside. This is like the best example of the panopticon. You've got a bunch of people who potentially resent you, who potentially will call the cops on you, peeking through their fucking blinds at you. You don't know. There's no private. You go outside and you go, I'm just gonna chill on the lawn. No, you can't unless you're oblivious. And if you're oblivious, okay, fine. I do prefer to spend most of my time being oblivious, like focused on whatever I'm interested in. But every once in a while, it's just like, oh yeah, I can't just like, this is not a place to hang out. Like, this is not this is not built for that. This is not what this place is for.
I can't even skateboard in my neighborhood. And like, skateboarding down the sidewalk, like, I get dirty looks from all my neighbors, and I get it. It's annoying. It's a little noisy. It's uncouth or whatever. I'm a grown man riding a skateboard. I get it, but like, I should be able to ride my skateboard down the sidewalk in my neighborhood. And I could if I didn't care, but I am bothering my neighbors when I do it. And so I can't do it because I would prefer not to bother them. Yeah.
It's like peeing in my backyard. It's like, I don't think anyone could see me if I peed in my backyard here. I don't think so. But also, I'm not going to do it on the off chance that a neighbor kid it's just, I don't have privacy. Like, I grew up in the woods. You could just do that. You can't do that here. And so it's just like, there are these things. Anyway, I don't think people realize how domesticated they are.
Yeah.
That's, I think, what we're getting at.
It's not. Yeah, if you go outside and you think it's cool.
It's like, no, like, I'm not bringing the neighbor's judgment into this. It's there. It is there. There is this weird surveillance culture in every specifically suburban neighborhood. Like, here it's a bit more, there's a bunch of refugees who live on this street and a few working class people around our age. And so I don't give a shit. Like, I can kind of just, it's kind of like no one gives a shit out here. But in the suburbs, dude, it's fucking suffocating. And it's like, it's like you got the big other looking out one window, you got the superego looking out the other one. You're always fucked. Already in the 19th century, the appearance of block lifts and escalators removing walkways helped to relativize access to both height and area, as those prostheses complemented in fixed property what the railway, underground, and motor car had achieved in the movable domain. In this final part of the 20th century, however, the situation is reversed. The famed new mobility of public and private transport is giving way to the immobility of transmission, to that home inertia, which some already call cocooning. Just as Paul Morin's man in a hurry could no longer invest in anything that took too long, so the man under stress from the contemporary environment shuts himself away, not just at home, but inside himself. Like a motor, I don't think people have insides anymore. I think they shut themselves, instead of being shut away inside of the home or inside of themselves, now they're shut up inside of...
Yeah, we've outsourced it to the algorithms.
It's to the algorithm now, yeah. But no, I like this quote, and it's actually, I'll add it, and you can read the next paragraph after this break. Like a motor disabled person, the occupant of these endogenous zones concentrates on his ego, not out of egotistic individualism, but because of the cruelly demanding schema of temporality governing his action, or rather his interaction with a human milieu that is no longer a place, to the very extent that his main activity is temporal. Oof. I'm gonna fucking drop that shit in the CMT on the wall. I'm gonna go post it to the wall.
Yeah, dude, that goes hard right there. A Polish architect who had been seriously injured in a traffic accident once explained to me that at the moment when the Warsaw bus hit his taxi, he had a feeling of spherical projection. The world seemed to rush upon him in the manner of a 3D film. As a magnet attracts metals, so did my friend's body suddenly attract the surrounding space of buildings, windows, and cars. Even the unhealthy curiosity of passers-by when he came round again. To find oneself at the center is always a trying experience. It is well known that to be the object of public attention and expectation causes a kind of fright and quickened heartbeat. And yet this is an exceptional situation which occurs only at rare moments in a lifetime. In environment control, however, the stage is there at every moment of one's life, all day and all night. At the interactive center of the home pilot system, the occupant is rather like a car driver in the midst of heavy city traffic. Reflex activity is more important than reasoning, and stress prolongs the moments when he is powerless to change things or to move forward. For example, when the traffic is slowed down or the road is blocked. The intelligent home presents the same kind of trials. Far from being the acme of domestic comfort, the new Demitics involves a special kind of temporary or permanent disablement whose only parallel is the situation following a traffic accident. Except that here, the paralysis is actually intended. You. Grabbing that one too. Or yeah, you can grab that one. Already with the spread of electrification.
You grab it, I'll read that. Already with the spread of electrification in the 1930s, electric light produced curious reactions among people used to the oil lamp. A peasant woman once explained to me, the really funny thing when I flick the switch is that the light comes on behind me. She had been used to lighting a lamp or candles and bringing the flame to the table or mantelpiece, so that for her, the technical surprise of electricity was not the greater brightness, but the physical gesture of bringing light. What changes through electronic environment control, however, is not just the familiar gesture, but the whole ergonomics of behavior, with the possible exception of the acts of eating, washing, dressing, or going to the toilet. The only parallel to this sudden gestural rarefaction is the Catalavox, Tetravox, or other electronic prostheses employing the paralytic's own voice, or similar voices using the F-16 or Mirage 2000 fighter pilots. In fact, the able but over-equipped Air Force pilot resembles in every feature the equipped invalid, the paraplegic or tetraplegic, able to use some residual bodily function, a cheek or the tip of his tongue, to steer him around the home environment. Damn. The blind. Fuck. Yeah, dude.
The blind or paralyzed person is now the model for the sight-disabled or motor-disabled occupant of the intelligent home. If space is what prevents everything from being in the same place, demotics means that there is no longer any domestic space or stage, but only domestic time, a kind of usual temporality rarefied in the extreme. Absolutely everything rushes at the occupant. The real-time interface, the remote control, dresses the user in interactive space in a kind of data suit. Instead of just having a few familiar portable objects such as a watch or a Walkman, he is invested with the power to control his domestic environment. Rather, as an instrument panel shows how a vehicle's engine is performing, the user's energy and motor body triggers the reflex operation of the classical architectonic functions. However the rooms and spaces are arranged or distributed, the architectonic ensemble interacts with the finger and eye, sometimes just with the voice. Dude, what year did this come out?
This is a 1990 or 1990 something. But yeah.
Fucking Steve Jobs has entered the chat, dude. Like, that new Apple device is the Apple eye goggle things. Here, it is electromagnetic speed which governs the architecture as electric light illuminates its spaces. In the end, people are not so much in the architecture. It is more the architecture of the electronic system which invades them, which is in them, in their will to power, their reflexes, their least desires, every hour of the day and night. How is it possible to live? Fuck, I'm grabbing that one too.
How is it possible to live from day to day with such a chimera on one's back? How can one use such a potential without collapsing into one's own ego, just as astrophysicists promise for the solar system? As a boomerang returns to its thrower, so does the intelligent home go back to its source in present being. The disorder of its passions, the brusqueness of its reflexes are all that organize the space-time of residence. When one knows the bad effects that zapping has on how films are constructed, it is not hard to imagine the damage done by environment control to architectonics. Okay, I don't know what zapping is, or what environment control is doing to architectonics.
Okay, so
like thermostats and AC, is that what he's talking about? Is he talking about like basic climate control within your house?
Well, environment control, this is all environment control. This smart home, this new suit that we're wearing, all these augmentations, all this technology being inside of us rather than us being in a space, like we are subject or subjugated to this controlled environment. So all of it is environment control.
Yeah, okay. Similarly, when one observes the harm caused by raging drivers, one can imagine the secret dramas, the parking accidents, of the home automation of the future. Deconstruction is, to be sure, the order of the day, but certainly not in the way that some contemporary architects think. Deconstruction is the result of the new primacy of real time over space, of instant interactivity over customary activity, and of the transappearance described above over the very appearance of things. To control the environment, then, is not so much to furnish or inhabit it as to be inhabited or engulfed by the domestic organs that populate it. Rather, as air conditioning succeeded the thermal comfort of walls, the whole of a building will tomorrow come as a package conditioned by domotics. The domotics that is merely the borrowed name of the deconstruction of the old domestic residence. Can you look up domotics? The telepresent occupant of, oh, you know? Just off the top of your head?
Yeah, he just made it up here.
Oh, up above. Oh, shit.
it is on page 147. The intelligent home presents the same kind of trials, far from being the acme of domestic comfort. The new domotics involves a special kind of temporary or permanent disablement whose only parallel is the situation. So it's
Special
like
kind.
the technology of domestic, like indwelling or whatever.
Like the super like an
ergonomic house.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's not domestic, it's domotics. Like it's technological dwelling or the technology of a domicile.
Yeah. That makes sense. It's like rooms have become different places to look at your phone or the laptop or a screen. You might have all three and you might alternate between the three, but the spaces and the devices are somewhat arbitrary because where you're returning to at the time of day, whether it's like entertainment, news, social media, porn, whatever it is that you're doing, it's like the spaces are almost arbitrary, right? Like,
yeah, it's like in the Expanse, they have all their devices, like they're just screens, and none of their screens are connected to the actual computation that's happening. Like they just have glass screens with a little receiver in them because all the computation is happening in the cloud. So and I really like that, I guess, detail of the books and the TV show. Like, and I think that's probably where we're moving, where you're not even attached to the device itself. It's only the content that matters to you. And it's not like, oh, my phone is still my phone, my physical phone. Like I still think I have some type of relationship with or relation to this actual physical object. But in the Expanse, nobody does. It's all just little pieces of glass, and it's not like they care about ownership of the physical object. They only care about access to the virtual objects and the virtual small e events, because they're not events, but they're marketed as events. Like they only care about what's happening in the cloud. And that demonstrates like the real, and it's not even real. The physical world is becoming less important, whereas this virtual world is becoming more and more important. And that's why like the distinction real, like people say IRL, well, this to me is real life. So this is just as real as my shoes or my computer mouse. Like this is real and this is also real.
But so, we're hacking it.
Right.
We're breaking it. But repurposing it.
Like real doesn't mean just physical anymore. Like the distinction between physical and virtual isn't a distinction between real and virtual, because virtual things can be just as real as physical thing. But it is because real time has superseded real space. Like spaces don't matter in the same way, and maybe, I don't know, maybe in some cases it's actually a good thing, but yeah, like my bedroom often becomes just a place where my physical body is resting while I'm watching something on Netflix, or I don't know, arguing with someone on Reddit, or like doing the things. Like, my bedroom matters less because I'm not engaged in the physical world or whatever. So, and this demotics or demotics or whatever, like, I think he at the time probably had some tech optimism where he thought like we were going to have smart homes and all this shit by now. And so demotics or demotics was going to be like smart houses. And I'm sure we have those smart houses. We don't have them though. We don't have them.
No. Well, and also, not only do we not have them. Well, okay, no. Well, what I want to say is just that instead of getting to have smart homes, people have a ring on the front of their house that is connected to their Alexa. And then they get notifications every time someone comes to their house, even when they're not home, so that every person soliciting on their doorstep triggers them. Outside of that, they don't have a smart home. Like, that's the extent of it. It doesn't make them safer. It makes them more neurotic, makes them more like less patient. And then, yeah, you have Alexa interrupting conversations all the time, thinking that you're talking to her when you're not. We don't have an Alexa in our house here, but when I was at the, I don't know, store looking at something recently, there was a bunch of smart light options. And
what?
Like
smart lights?
I think it's like Best Buy and shit, like trying to sell like fancy. It's just stupid, dude. It's just like, it's like
smart light.
It's just like dumb modern looking lamps that are connected to your smartphone. Like, that's pretty much what it is. And it's just like, it's so much less cool than what Virilio was probably looking at. And
yeah,
ultimately, yeah, there's probably a handful of people who have this amazing, I mean, we know it's true because all we got to do is go watch a movie like Ex Machina. Those kinds of places exist. Watch Devs.
Oh, dude.
Places like that exist.
Yeah.
Like these insane, it's like when you see like the modern look in a coffee shop or something, it's like, I don't give a shit. But when it's like this giant fucking compound and everything's smooth and just like, yeah, that's something else. And
like,
yeah,
Bill Gates.
Yeah, they get to live like fucking Greek gods. Yeah. Motherfucking Gates.
All right. The telepresent occupant of telematic restrooms is in the position of a miracle worker. To the omnivoyance of the sudden transappearance of things is added another divine attribute, namely remote omnipresence, a kind of electromagnetic telekinesis. Thus, the house is literally haunted by its occupant's spirit or will to power, as the occupant is in turn constantly preoccupied by his building. As the power of his will supplants the old distances that had to be covered, and even the dimensions of the built space, the user of this immediate dwelling becomes the energetic director or motor of an environment that may just as easily be close as distant. There is a kind of reciprocal bewitchment here between the individual and the place that houses him, a bewitchment made possible simply through the feat of speed performed by a radio or video signal. The example of Scott Fisher's virtual environment helmet is particularly revealing of this dramatic change. In the portable simulator, fashioned after a motorcycle helmet, a complete virtual environment featuring architectural volume, cockpit, control room, instrument panel, and so on, is reconstituted through computer technology so that the wearer can take instant action by means of captors which equip his hands, the data glove, his feet, or indeed his whole body, the data suit. Thus, the man can take or move virtual objects with his quite real hands, thanks to a fictitious image of the surroundings that appears on his simulator helmet, screen. The situation is similar with our real environment control. The distances and times that usually separate various functions are abolished through the virtues of domotics. That which used to make up the very reality of space and the use of space now vanishes. Human use no longer gives constructed space its characteristic quality, for the remote-controlled device virtualizes measurable distance between things. In order to realize environment control of the interactive dwelling, it is necessary to derealize classical architectonic space. Thus, the difference becomes minute, less than minute, between the software-generated virtual environment where one acts with a body equipped with nerve impulse detectors, and the architect-produced real environment where one instantly acts over a distance by means of zapping or purely vocal commands. Derealization of a simulated environment where one really acts will therefore go together with realization of an actually built environment where one acts virtually by means of electromagnetic waves. For future missions to Mars, Fisher is also preparing a robot technician with the latest interactive technology. An Earthling based at NASA headquarters will be equipped with a data suit and a helmet, relaying live vision of the Martian surface. He will then be able to remote guide a vehicle several light years away on the red planet. The robot's video sight will certainly be his own, as will the hands steering the instrument about. And while it cautiously moves around on the burning soil of Mars, it will be the feet of its human remote guide that allows it to do so. Literally possessed by its operator, Scott Fisher's robot will be the double of the human technician working it at a distance. Humans will no more tread the soil of the distant planet than people on Earth will actually have to walk around their intelligent home. As action and remote action, presence and telepresence become so tightly entangled with each other, the intensity of mechanical transmission signals and the intensity of human nervous impulses also tend to merge into one, effacing not only sidereal or terrestrial space, but even the spatial extension of the animal body. For bodily energy is transferred to the machine, or to be more precise, locomotion commands are transferred from one body to another, from one machine to another, without any contact at all with any surface. The man-machine interface eliminates all physical supports one after the other, thus achieving a constant weightlessness between individual and place. The famous real time here helps to erase both real space and all the bodies it contains, to the dubious benefit of a total virtualization of lived space and time. It should not be forgotten, however, that the drawback of this weightlessness is spatial and temporal disorientation, a sweeping deconstruction of the real environment. Above and below become equivalent like past and future, the sudden reversibility putting the body back at the center of the surrounding world. We are thus heading toward a situation where the key feature will be control over egocentric, introverted space, not, as in the past, the arrangement of exocentric, extroverted space. As self-reference supplants the classical reference of some horizon line, individuals will no longer refer to anything other than their own weight mass or polarity. Coma is a state in which relations with the outside world are lost, explains Professor Lemaire, head of the intensive care unit at Henri Mondor Hospital in Créteil. After 3 minutes without brain oxygenation, irreversible lesions appear, which may go as far as brain death. In other cases, only the higher functions of memory, speech, and motility are affected, but the vital functions are preserved. That is what is called a vegetative state. Domestic interactivity involving a progressive loss of relations with the external environment is thus technically a form of coma. But it is a coma that does not end in brain death and all the associated ethical problems. It only leads to the vegetative state of home inertia, a habitable coma. That is the exact opposite of the habitable circulation of the traditional block of flats. Already in the late 1970s, the American craze for the sensory deprivation box and the all too famous camera silenta of German prisons heralded this blind pulling on the body of the individual. Some held the view that this illustrated the coming of a police state or the rise of individualism, but it pointed more to a shift in personal time away from the extensiveness of immediate action to the intensiveness of sensations, where certain delinquent or pathological situations prefigured the generalization of such behavior. They don't want to die. They want to be dead, a British psychiatrist explained at the time. Today, the situation has evolved still further and given rise to even more disturbing symptomatic reactions. We wanted to live intensely as long as possible, knowing that death was the only possible outcome. Norbert Tallett's girlfriend stated to the examining magistrate of Libourne in January 1989, after she and Tallett had committed a long series of more or less gratuitous attacks. This transfer, or to be more precise, this transfer accident, from extensive personal time to intensive personal time illustrates the new and last figure of death. No longer the big sleep or disappearance, but the full blossoming of the individual's powers. Rather, as the rising to extremes characterizes mass warfare and Clausewitz theory, so does rising power now characterize civil peace in a mass society where instant switching and drugs wreak such havoc. Grabbing that quote, that's a good one.
I was down there washing dishes, and I was like, I hope you're quoting that shit, man. That's fucking fire. Just getting all amped on the sink. The sudden shift in personal time is imperceptibly leading our species towards dramatic destruction of the physical environment, but also towards a deconstruction of domestic space in which the tempting myth of absolute shelter will soon be a tangible reality. Not only will there be no need to go out to work, have fun, or do the shopping, but it will be unnecessary to go in, since the intelligent home will have no opening, no entrance door. Instead, a kind of hood will cover the locomotive body, as the barrel of a sarcophagus or the cell of a cabin houses, or rather covers the body of a mummy or pilot equally well. Environmental control, whether close or distant, is thus leading our societies towards a final technological hybrid whose ergonomic archetype is the seat or throne capable of turning itself into a bed, an invalid's litter. In the extravehicular activities of the American space shuttle, we can see the same shift in the center of gravity, from the astronaut's body to a jet-propelled seat that replaces man's natural motivity. That's the Merleau-Ponty. As soon as he leaves the spaceship to move around in weightlessness. Okay, I want to read that again after I explain what motivity is. So, for Merleau-Ponty, motivity... Shit, actually, wait. Is this the same thing? Because motility might be what I'm thinking of.
I think you're thinking of motility.
Okay. So then this is not motility. This is just basic, actual motor movement of the body, right? From the astronaut's body's jet propulsion.
Yeah.
Where is it? I lost my place. Ugh. Oh, right there. Yeah. So the astronaut's body to a jet-propelled seat that replaces man's natural motility as soon as he leaves the spaceship to move around in weightlessness. Okay, cool. It's not motility. With the primacy accorded to the real time of interactivity over the real space of customary activity, are we moving towards home activity on Earth analogous to the activity of astronauts moving around in high orbit? Unfortunately, this probably is the case, since the general inrush of data and images is finally placing us in the same position of inertia, a domestic inertia that radically alters our relationship to the world, our relationships with the real, terrestrial or extraterrestrial environment. We should be in no doubt. Whereas limited inflows used to require some upward physical movement in the act of rising and going out, or movement from near to far in the act of traveling, the decline of such activity represents for the human species a shift as great as that involved in the passage to an upright gate. The difference is that there is no longer positive evolution to a new type of motivity, but rather negative behavioral involution leading towards a pathological fixedness, the coming of seated man, or worse still, couched man. Yes! Yes, dude!
Dude.
Fire!
Yeah.
Fucking the comfortable Homo comfortus.
Dude. Fuck yeah.
Damn. And of course we might be couched man, we might be seated on a toilet man. But either way, we are watching people getting blown to pieces on our fucking phones and getting either angry or getting angry that other people are getting angry, or we're just feeling like listless and like, so okay, and then we keep going like but the point is that we're here super comfortable becoming these virtuals, and then the rest of the world keeps fucking going on. That's the main thing, is like, this is all very like, I don't want to say first world shit, because I mean, kids in Belize have iPhones and play Grand Theft Auto on their PlayStations, even though like they have thatched roofs in their houses. Like that, you know, it's like there is no such thing as like this pure divide between first world, third world. But like, I'm just saying, like this, yeah, it is weird.
It's easier. It's easier to pretend like in these, I don't know, third world countries where they do have thatched roofs, but they also have technology. Like they're still in contact with their realities in a way that here in the heart of empire we can avoid. Like you can spend your entire life here, almost like you could take it so far as to be like Siddhartha, like never being exposed to like the harsh realities of, you know, the world. Like you really can live that way here in America and in these other first world nations. Truly ignorant. And again, this is not moralizing and shit, and people will tend to make that moralizing a binary. Either you're, you know, for or against or whatever. But it is like commentary on the conditions. Like we are removed from reality in a way. And even though we're engaging with this content, like the shit on the internet right now that's going on, where people just won't stop fucking talking about Israel and Palestine. Like I'm sick and fucking tired of hearing people talk about it. It doesn't matter. Stop fucking talking about it. Like, and that's not to say like, oh, I don't want to think about it, because motherfucker, I think about this shit all the time. But when you're doing this thing, you're either saying, oh, this is horrible. We need to pay attention. Let's do a fundraiser. Let's do a charity. Fuck you. I don't give a shit about your charity. I don't give a shit about your fundraiser. And fuck you for feeding into the algorithm by using these real catastrophes, these real human tragedies that are real. It's real shit. This is not algorithm. This is not clout. This is not the trending thing on fucking Twitch streaming. It's none of these things that it's been turned into. It's real, horrifying things that are happening, and people are turning it into entertainment. And like that's what's crazy, because the people that turn it into entertainment are so far removed from really horrible things. They've never even been hungry in their life, let alone lost a loved one or seen tragedy. Like,
it's like, I almost want you to write some theory fiction now about an alternative timeline of Siddhartha, but instead of like his father secluding him and providing him everything that he could ever want, instead of being secluded from these things, he's told that he's privileged, and that by talking about people dying,
Jesus Christ,
and his father tells him, as long as he talks about and gets angry about people who are suffering, then their suffering can be cured. And then he's miserable all the time because he knows it's not doing anything. Or at some point, maybe he realizes it's not doing anything. I don't know.
Or maybe that's it. Like he never reaches enlightenment, and maybe that's like the point of the fucking fiction, you know?
Yeah. This Siddhartha is sit there, duh. You know, sit there, duh. He's the 21st century Buddha.
Holy shit, dude, that's actually perfect. Sit there, duh. Like, sit there, duh.
Yeah,
dude, that's really good. But no, like we are, and I don't even want to say insulated, like just totally removed from the horrible shit that's going on in the world, or some of the horrible things that are going on in the world, many of the horrible things or whatever. And the people who are just nonstop like posting about it, or arguing, or upvoting or downvoting or whatever, like they're not getting any closer to it. And in fact, they're getting further away from it by interacting with it as if it's entertainment.
I wonder if there might be some kind of like exception with guys like Max Blumenthal and Aaron Mate, because like they're in it. Like they've been there, they talk to these people, like this is their life. Like they are so on this grind of actually trying to know what's really going on. And then, you know, it's like you people start watching like a several hour, you know, update that they do. And of course, like, because you're watching it as an American and it's all gamified, and I'm just saying, like, I think that, like, I'm not just saying that, like, oh, that their heart's in the right place. I also think that they might be doing some real journalism. I just, like, I'm over here on this side going, but there's nothing we can do, right? Like, I think that their career has informed them that actually getting people like riled up about it is the end goal, right? And it's like, well, but it doesn't actually. So I don't blame them for thinking that. It's like Matt Taibbi, I think, is probably the same way. He's speaking truth to power. So he thinks he's doing the right thing, and I think he is doing the right thing. But at the same time, it's like, I think that he doesn't understand. Like, yeah, I don't think he understands how fucked we actually are.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not convinced that Like, it was really weird when we were, I don't know, a week or so ago when we were talking to Mikey, and he said that he believes people have a duty to be informed about the horrible things that are happening in the world. Something to that effect. Like he thinks it's like a moral imperative that we should be informed about what's going on in the world. And I think I probably used to agree with him or agree with that statement.
Oh, me too.
But I'm less convinced now, because I think the form of getting informed precludes any actual information. And I think engaging with it stands in the way of any possible action. Now, I'm not convinced of that either. And I also don't think it's an absolute. I don't think it's a binary. Like, I think you could probably be a well-intentioned person, and at the end of the day, I think that's what matters most. Being a well-intentioned person, but actually like having some discipline, and not just like, oh, I'm just gonna indulge in the liberal fantasy or the reactionary fantasy or whatever. Like, if you really do give a shit about something, I think you could probably, figure out something. But that's contingent on you really giving a shit and not just wanting to give a shit. Like, because people who want to give a shit, like, they'll spend all their time consuming, like watching NPR or listening to NPR. Like, you do that to excuse the fact that you're not doing anything. Like, when you actually have free time or you have free resources for, like, you actually have the means to do something, and then you go splurge it all on I don't know, some bullshit. And look, man, we all deserve to splurge on bullshit sometimes, but like, the things that people really care about, like, actions speak louder than words or whatever, right? So I think if you figure out a way to be honest with yourself about, do you care about it or do you not really care about it? Like, if you care about it, you'll find a way to do something about it. And if you don't really care about it, then you're not gonna find a way to do anything. And so it doesn't matter if you're informed or not.
I can
you're
tell.
Not gonna do anything either way.
I could tell you're thinking this through for yourself, and that you are torn on your position because you feel like, because it's not there yet. You're working it through. And so I'm not going to like tear into you here. Not that I really can, maybe, but I guess my big concern is obviously the concern anybody watching this is going to have. And it's a concern that they're going to have when I say similar things to what you just said. But I think I'm a little bit more aware of it right now because you're not on Instagram or Facebook at all, and I am.
Yeah.
And so I see Sean King's, like, I follow like a racist dude who shares like black on black and black on white crime every day, just all day, and immigrants beating the shit out of people, like, all day. And I also follow Sean King. These are the two sides of hating. And Sean King is like, BLM activist. He was big for Bernie, which is, at the time I liked him for that. But ultimately, like, whatever, he's just an activist, posts a lot of shit. I kind of forgot that I was still following him. Mikey would send me stuff by him every once in a while related to Palestine. And so then I think because I watched a couple of those things, like, because I'm also following him, now the algorithm's showing me more of the stuff that he's showing. And it's like the carpet bombing doesn't go away because we want it to go away, or because we look away, or because we go do other things. It continues and it just keeps going, and the babies keep getting blown up, and it's just like this is not. It's like, okay, if being so it one of the things that you're fighting is the idea of it being like the good citizen is obligated to keep their eye on fucking gruesome catastrophes happening that you have no control over, which is like I want to take that on as well. But also, like, one of the biggest problems that we have here is that there is this what's going on versus like what we see represented and how it's represented, and you use the word form, so it's like not just the medium but also like the business model of the medium. And so it's like okay, but with all those things said, it's like there's a reason it's illegal to film inside of mass scale animal agriculture places nowadays, and that's because people were seeing what was going on and they were literally like outraged about it.
You know what?
Right?
No, I don't accept this argument because I
haven't made an argument yet. I'm still working through building up.
Right.
But go off.
Look, man, like I accept that's all included in me having DoorDash on my phone. I know that. I know that's the way the world works. I know that. And me seeing it endlessly on social media and scrolling or whatever, TV, whatever, like me engaging with it makes it fucking worse because I'm supporting the existing models. And who the fuck knows? It's a complex, interconnected thing, but that is happening. There are children in Africa right now having their arms chopped off because they can't mine diamonds fast enough. There are women in South America being raped right now because they can't pick sugar from the fucking field fast enough. Like, all these horrible things are happening, and they've been happening all along, and they're going to continue happening. And engaging with the media, like, you're just playing your role at that point. I'm being a consumer. I'm being a woke, aware, concerned consumer. These things happen, and they will continue to happen until something changes. So what good does it do to doom scroll? What good does it do to engage? It doesn't do me any good. It doesn't do my family any good because I'm in a bad mood. Because when I try to sit down at dinner, I have an emotional outburst because I saw some image of a fucking dead baby earlier today. Like, it doesn't do anybody any good except for the algorithm. And these things are contained in the algorithm. When people speak of capital, you're not only speaking of just-in-time delivery and demotics, and like, you're not speaking of just the things that we're speaking of. You're also speaking of child murder and rape and genocide and conquest. Like, that hasn't changed. That will not change. That is a structural component of capital itself. And I know that. And I think about it all the goddamn time. So what good does engaging with the algorithm do? Nothing. It generates more data for the advertisers and the data brokers. Like, that's all it does. So I'm not ignoring these tragedies. I understand that these tragedies are an inescapable reality for billions of people on the planet right now. Like, and I don't care about cameras inside industrial agriculture because I already know that industrial agriculture is gross, and they keep chickens in boxes.
But this is what you already know, and it's like, you know that now. But there was a time you didn't know that, and when you didn't know that, you were probably that much more of a piece of shit. And now that you know these things, you've actually changed what you do. You still skateboard around, and you still use DoorDash, and you still listen to and maybe hate watch this or that YouTuber or whatever. And there's all these things that you do, but because you got so black-pilled on the world situation, now you have like this extra motivation to not pay attention to any of that and just nose to the grindstone, make a difference in this way that you know how. And most people aren't aware of that. And then to the degree that they are right now, okay, outside of like people who are like, oh, Palestine, oh my God. And there's a lot of dumb fucking posting about Palestine right now. Outside of that, like the norm in America right now is this like, there's a rise in anti-Semitism and silence is violence. Okay, one of the people we know who we hung out with on one of the people we know who we hung out with at least twice on tour had Jewish friends reach out and be like, your silence right now is violence, because he wasn't like doing this support Israel posting. And so, okay, now a person like that might know the world's fucked in theory and not be tuning into things. But there's like, I feel like when it comes to this kind of thing, it's like, unless you really do know it already, like this basic, like sort of systemic approach that you've got, and like the actual brutality of it, which you have firsthand experience of, like overseas and all of this. If you're not in that situation, and you got people coming at you with like, oh my God, your silence is violence about this thing, you should be posting about it. It's good to have alternative sources that provide long form content that shows you, oh, don't worry, like that's insane. They're gaslighting you, or they don't know what the fuck is going on. And it's like, so it's like there's a bridge you've sublated. You went over it already. You went over it in the material world with actual traumatic events, realizing what it means to be an appendage of capitalist empire. There's realizing that firsthand. Then there's connecting that to your consumer activities here. Like these are bridges that you've crossed, and then you've sublated them though. But also like, maybe you haven't sublated them really. Maybe they're not integrated. Maybe they're just fully disavowed. Like you just disavow them now because you're like, oh, I've passed it. I'm already over that. It's like, but you went through that. So there's the having gotten through that part, other people are currently working through, and they're potentially working through it for the first time. And in some people's case, like it really is their first time. Someone like Mikey, who will probably see this, like, I don't know, it's a different matter altogether because he knows. He knows. And at what point does keeping an eye on it actually change anything, right? At what point so it's like, I want to make like this separation between some people who are trying to provide what's not being shown by Democrats or Republicans, their work, people who are getting into that sort of like that pill for the first time and going, oh my God. And then people who doom scroll because they feel like it gives them this feeling that it's actually doing something. When in Mikey's case, he could pick up Finkelstein's Gaza, he could actually read it. You know what I mean? Like he could actually do something that's not just watching, you know, like one side of, that's the thing is like, why do I keep an eye on both sides of the sort of sensationalized fucking police brutality versus like fucking disaffected teenagers like looting? Like, why do I keep an eye on both sides? It's to constantly just kind of remind myself people are either seeing one of these two sides on a daily basis, or they have they run into one of these two sides and it's so traumatic they never look at it again, but it shapes everything about what they do in and how they evade that kind of thing. Right, which speaks more to the politically disaffected, I think, is like there's a lot more people put off by one or both sides of this kind of like violence, trauma spectacle. And so for me, it's like I consider it to be a little bit of CMT, like research, also like I don't know. I for some reason I feel like it keeps me from spiraling out too much. It's kind of just like, but I don't doom scroll though, is the thing. I see it and I'm like, oh, that's going on, you know? Okay. So
yeah, and I think I definitely, like, I'm definitely unconvinced of any position, and I'm definitely emotionally tied up in it right now because it is ultimately just a horrifying thing.
Yeah.
But I do think we should be thinking about what is our role to play and how best to face that role or whatever. And it's horrifying, and I'm tired of seeing people that I respect get carried away in the algorithm entertainment world, you know? Like,
yeah, I feel like I got carried away with it today. This was the first time I ever reshared one of the horrific things, and it was actually, I think I felt more okay sharing it because it was less horrific. You know, like, I feel kind of weird about sharing actual, like, babies on stretchers. But an old Palestinian woman getting kicked out of her house by some Israelis who are just going to squat, and they're just taking it from her, and she's screaming at them. I shared that, and I said, if you've got a problem with this, that's anti-Semitism now. And then I said, and then I think I said something about how, like, yeah, like, the norm now is like this fascist fucking narrative. Like, it really is. Like, there is like a very fascist, like, normal, it's like the fascist rhetoric has been so normalized on the Democrat side. It's like there is fascist rhetoric for Trump, but I'm sorry, at the point that, like, we're all behind Netanyahu and he's out here calling them, like, the people of he's calling them the people of darkness, and they're talking about, like,
and they're inhuman. He's calling them beasts and shit.
Yeah, and he's using Bible verses and shit. It's like, at that point, I only felt like I needed to say it just so, like, I don't know. I don't want to put a lot of shit out on this because it's like, yeah, will I want to go deeper into this? Yes. I like to go deeper into these things when they're not hot in the moment, when they're not trending. But I had already shared something, like, last week where somebody was, like, saying none of this is complicated. Like, when people say it's complicated, that's just propaganda. And I retweeted it, or sorry, I re-Instagrammed it, whatever, to my wall or whatever. However this, I don't even know the language for Instagram, but, like, I reshared it with my own commentary, basically being like, this has been their favorite talking point since, like, Vietnam. Like, the new left has not come up with, like, a better talking point, like, saying it's not actually complicated, it's just capitalist empire brutality, blah blah blah. It's like, I mean, I saw the first time I saw it on this round of sensationalized news cycle related to Palestine was someone resharing something Michael Brooks had said about how it's not complicated. And so it's like, look, I like Michael Brooks, but this is tired ass rhetoric, man. Telling people it's not complicated when it is. More people live in the settled territory now than ever before. You're not going to move them.
Yep.
Their way of life is different. You can't just reintegrate. It's not possible. This two-state solution idea, people all reached that conclusion and then nothing came of it last time around, right? I wasn't even politically conscious last time it happened, but it's like, and what? Are we all going to take forever to realize this sucks and then there needs to be a two-state solution and then nothing happens again? I don't see the point of this. So of course, but what I said was it is complicated. And it is complicated because human beings are involved and politics isn't about ideals. It's just not. And the left just really likes to take, this is like, I'm basically like, all on the side for Palestine, and then I remember, like, real politique, and then I go, you know what? when people lose a war, I don't know what to tell you, but it's over unless you want to have another one.
Right.
And that's and the new left has always just been like, let's have another one.
Yeah.
It's great. And then the part that insults me, like, and I think it's actually fucked, is when that turns into, yes, they're the revolutionary subject because their situation is so miserable. So we just need to champion their suffering. And by championing their suffering, we can pull something together and actually have our war. And it's like, this is the using national liberation struggles for oppressed people as like the vanguard, as like, first of all, it's always reactionary, fucking, it always kind of like what results in some kind of a new ethno state. Fucking Zionism is a version of it in the first place, you know, and you know, eventually it's going to be Wakanda. We'll have to fucking carve out some little area of the United States. We're going to call it Wakanda. It's going to be black people only. But guess what? We're probably going to have to kill some people who will refuse to move from their house because there's nowhere that's not occupied by some humans. And ultimately, their only claim to being there is that they showed up first or they took it by force. And neither of those is a good reason. But the force thing is actually a little bit more convincing than the I was here first thing. Because, like, it's part of the planet, but this person has got a gun. Okay, I'll get out of your way. The person who's like, well, I was just here first. It's like, well, I don't give a shit. Like, this isn't a line for a roller coaster. This is a lake with like some beautiful hills beside it. I would like to live here now. Oh, you can't. I lived here first. So, I mean, this is like, to me, how simplistic, cartoonish, and stupid the actual divide between, settlers versus natives, and it's silly, you know. It's because there's not a way forward out of it. That's my issue. Is it is a dead end.
Yeah, and you said the realpolitik of it all. Yeah. People don't care about plausibility. People don't care about actually enacting anything. All they want to do is take a symbolic stand in the name of some ideal, which we need ideals to guide us. But taking symbolic stands, like, that's not where it's at, dude. Like, plausibility fucking matters.
Yeah, there's this part of me that's like, well, everything I've seen from Finkelstein on this shit is fire. But then I'm also like, you know, he learned it firsthand. He thinks he's just speaking to the masses and he's speaking truth to power. And he's been doing that his whole life. But in reality, he's speaking to like these preordained consumer demographics. A few new people will trickle in, and they're people who are being primed already for months to years ahead of time. And outside of them, it's not going to reach anybody. It's not going to change anything. So anyway, it all comes back around to that, which was your ultimate claim, which is that it doesn't actually change anything and that we can't actually change anything, or at least that if we can, it ain't that way. And
I think that's it. I don't want to say, oh, nothing changes anyway, because I do believe in change. But I think it comes down to plausibility, and I think it comes down to efficacy. And again, like I don't come down hard. I'm not convinced. I don't know. I don't have the answer to this question, and I just think it's an important question.
And I remember like points along the tour, there were moments when you or me or both of us at different times were like kind of feeling seduced by the fantasy of organizing and the people we were in proximity to who were super all about it. And we're like, yeah, this is like renewing in me some hope. It's like when I met Cornel West last week, I was like, yeah, civil discourse, the left, even Christianity, it all seems like so real and cool. Like in the moment, in the moment and for like a half hour afterwards, and then it wears off faster than like a sativa high. It's just like it's over. Okay, that was weird. Back to life.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's stop the recording here and then do another one. All right.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Was I not coming through that whole time? Hello? Am I coming through now? Everybody, thank you for tuning in. Tomorrow's gonna be a great day. Why left? What's right? And lots more. So, catch you on the flip side. You can support the free and public work at TU by becoming a patron over at Patreon.
But if you would like to get involved and become a member at Theory Underground so that you can listen to special content that is not accessible to anyone else, or if you go up a subscriber level, actually join in the discussions, or at the top level, have us actually read your work, giving constructive feedback and ultimately paving a way to potentially being a part of what we call the turn, then you'll want to become a subscriber. That's how you will access the ongoing courses and seminars. We've brought together Benjamin Studebaker's experience in political theory and science and philosophy with my critical social theory, phenomenology, existentialism, critique of political economy, critical media theory approach, combined with Michael Downes's fault line theory, the CCRU versus Ljubljana School, or Žižek versus Land. And of course, how he brings those against one another and then transcends them through other thinkers like Baudrillard, who he'll be teaching an intro course to in 2025. All of us are teaching stuff in 2025 that rhymes or argues or goes together. And so the best way to accelerate your development getting into theory right now is to just become a subscriber at TU. Just go to the website, click get involved, and look, what I'm about to play for you all is a really special moment from our documentary that we're working on, an interview where Benjamin explains why he's supporting Theory Underground and getting involved as a active member here at the core of the teaching team.
Yeah, so the thing that I notice is that a lot of people criticize the university, they criticize the left, they don't build an alternative institution. They will go, the university sucks, but you know what's great? Substack and Patreon and YouTube, and they'll lean into that. But that is a negation, right? You guys don't do that. You guys are interested in sublating the university within the newly emergent media. Or you could frame it the other way, sublating the newly emergent media within the university, right? And so this, of course, will ultimately lead, if you take it where it goes, to a question of institutions and having actual economic, social role possibilities for theorists. This is the critical crisis, which is that there are still some very bright, very well-educated people, but they are not able to replace themselves. And because most of them have university positions, their level of interest in replacing themselves is to some degree compromised.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry that much about themselves. They don't have that much stake in it because they're already set up. However, because you are in the underground, you have some potential of being able to actually create an institution or structure which makes it possible for people to do theory in the future. This is something that, as far as I can tell, only you are doing. The thing about freeing Mikey from wage labor, this idea not only that your channel would free you from the Amazon job, but that this could grow in such a way that it could provide spaces for multiple people, and then those multiple people could interact in the way that they would in a monastery or in a university department. This is the revolutionary idea in terms of raising consciousness and making it possible for us to think in such a way that we could return even to the horizons of the tens and talking about things like Medicare for all in a not stupid, not bullshit way, in a serious way. To get to that point, we need to raise our level of ability to think. We need new intellectuals in our generation that are real intellectuals and not people who are running around scared of what the DSA or their university department thinks of them. You have the potential to actually make a real material intervention into not just knowledge production, but in Bildung, into the making of people. Yeah. This is something that we can do. There's a window right now where I am not in the university, and so I have a real reason to think very seriously about, can we do something else? Because I'm annoyed, myself with the whole process of trying to be in that. And I would like there to be something else, something better. I have all my critiques of it that come in part from being at Cambridge, in part from studying ancient thinkers. We could do something better than it. Not just something that is an imitation or steals some things from it and does the best you can with it, but something that actually is better and that produces the kind of theory that in modernity, how do you make a Hegel? How do you make a Marx? We have to reinvent this. It's no longer possible to do that. We've got to, I think, actually institutionalize in a material way, and this is the sense in which I will uphold the kernel of materialism, actually giving a shit about the structure and what kind of structure is necessary to give rise to a form of life in which this kind of really, really good work can be produced.